mortal rise through 100 reincarnations. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction, so don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 751, Twists and Turns. I think this is a good thing. After all, this journey is incredibly dangerous. If more of our fellow Return to Void disciples join us, we'll naturally be safer. Even if the mission fails, it'll be easier to escape. The Taoist of 100 Birds' words seemed to be a deliberate reminder to the two. Zhao Sheng, however, said, as long as we work together and proceed with caution, completing the bounty shouldn't be difficult. I'm just worried about other fellow disciples getting there first, and our entire trip being in vain. Fellow Taoist Yan, that's right. As long as we work together, there's nothing we can't accomplish. Also, I've prepared a little treat in advance that I was just about to share with you too. Ji Xiandu finished with a smile, then pulled out 2 palm-sized bronze compasses from his bosom and handed them to Zhao Sheng and the other two. Huh? The heavenly secret sensor compasses. I didn't expect fellow Taoist Ji to possess such a treasure, the Taoist of 100 Birds exclaimed in amazement as he examined the compasses in his hands. Zhao Sheng stared at the golden needles, a trace of surprise in his heart. You should know that the heavenly secret sensor disc is a magical artifact exclusive to the Tai Spiritual Palace, typically only given to true disciples of the Spiritual Palace and rarely released outside. This disc is considered a detection device, capable of detecting targets up to 10 million miles away. 10 million miles, while insignificant in the grand scheme of time and space, is a whopping 700 or 800 times greater than the perception limit of a cultivator in the Return to Void realm. Unexpectedly, Ji Xiandu laughed heartily and said, I'm temporarily borrowing these 2 heavenly secret compasses. I need to return them later, I see. How come I don't have such connections? Brother Xiandu must have deep connections, Bacon Taoist suddenly understood and praised. Zhao Sheng also praised him, with this heavenly secret compass, we are like a tiger with wings. Fellow Taoist Ji is so thoughtful. Ji Xiandu smiled faintly and said solemnly, without further delay, we shall set out now. Okay, that's exactly what I meant. Seeing this, Ji Xiandu nodded slightly, and his figure instantly transformed into a streak of gray light, hurtling towards the depths of the gloomy sky. Zhao Sheng and the Taoist Bacon exchanged a glance, then transformed into escaping lights and followed closely. In a flash, the 3 streaks of light had vanished into the vast darkness. 2 hours later, the 3 had reached the western perimeter, arriving at the last area where the number 2 Void Fortress had disappeared. Looking around, there was nothing but only a dense, raging space-time storm, stirring up countless violent waves. Huh? Suddenly, Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered, and he let out a soft exclamation. Upon arriving, he suddenly realized his divine sense seemed to be affected by something, becoming blurry and distorted, and his detection range had been significantly reduced. This is not good. There's still a large amount of demonic fog lingering here. It seems the demons have been plotting to capture Fort Year. This makes the mission even more difficult, said the Taoist Bacon worriedly. The concentration of the demonic fog here is very low, so it won't have much impact on us. What worries me is where the demons have dragged Fort Year to. Ji Xiandu looked at the compass in his hand. The needle on the disc not moving at all. Seeing this, his brow furrowed slightly. The surrounding airspace is nearly 10 eons. With such a vast area, finding Fort Year's whereabouts quickly is like looking for a needle in a haystack. There's only one solution. The 3 of us each choose a direction and search the airspace along the way as quickly as possible. Whoever finds it will use the 9 divine goo to notify the other 2. As he spoke, Ji Xiandu produced 2 plump white silkworms and handed them to Zhao Sheng and the other 2. His thorough preparations were truly astonishing. But on second thought, Zhao Sheng felt it was natural. Unlike a newbie like him, Ji Xiandu and the others had been navigating the demon-suppressing star region and the Suzaku galaxy for years, and they must have already prepared the necessary supplies, including the 9 gods goo. The 9 gods goo Ji Xiandu mentioned was a special demonic goo specially cultivated by the Yuling Immortal sect. 9 gods goo are born from one egg, each possessing the uncanny ability to instantly transmit messages, disregarding distance in time and space. Although the Nine Gods goo is extremely difficult to cultivate, its remarkable ability has led to its widespread use by high-level cultivators as a makeshift communication tool during battles between the two clans. The 100 Birds Taoist bowed to the two and said, "I will go ahead. Take care." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished into thin air. Whether intentionally or not, the 100 Birds Taoist chose the direction of the densest area of demonic fog. Zhao Sheng saw through his subtle calculations, but remained unfazed. By then, Ji Xiandu had also chosen his direction of exploration. After bidding Zhao Sheng farewell, he hurried off. After the two departed, Zhao Sheng waited patiently for a moment before teleporting away. Possessing the power of time-space teleportation, Zhao Sheng was blatantly cheating. In just half a cup of tea, he had teleported hundreds of times through the surrounding 10 eternal-year airspace, practically exhausting it. However, he was surprised to find that Fort B2 wasn't in that airspace. At the speed of the virtual fortress, it couldn't reach beyond 10 eternal years in just one day. Eliminating all impossibilities, only one possibility remained. Fort B2 had detached from the dark sky and returned to the mortal starfield. This is going to be a bit of a hassle, Zhao Sheng muttered to himself, his face gloomy, as he hovered above a space-time vortex. His concern wasn't how to find Fort B2, but how to notify the other two without arousing suspicion. A few breaths later, Zhao Sheng's brows suddenly raised, an idea forming in his mind. I think I've encountered a swarm of void worms before. This is it. Before he'd finished his words, he'd teleported 2 eons away. From the depths of the swirling chaotic storm, a vast, eerie gray-black fog suddenly appeared, rapidly approaching. The strange fog, overwhelming and imposing, held a sinister threat. Through his divine senses, the strange fog revealed its true form, countless gray-black insects. These worms resembled worms, averaging about a foot long, their bodies plump like silkworms, their backs covered in black bone spurs that gave them a chilling feeling. Fortunately, these void worms don't number more than 100 million. Presumably, the Insect King's strength is still below the return to void stage. So they shouldn't be difficult to deal with. Zhao Sheng gazed at the rapidly approaching fog and lightly stepped forward. The next moment, he was at the deepest point of the insect swarm. The void worms here were incredibly large, generally measuring around 70 to 80 zang in length. Their aura was potent, and their strength ranged from nascent soul to divine transformation. Void worms are a gregarious species. The larger their population, the greater their collective strength. They also leveraged their collective power to withstand the extremely harsh environment of the dark sky. 1 billion worms equals 1 worm. This was the secret to the void worm's survival in the dark sky. The void worms had also noticed Zhao Sheng's intrusion, instantly emitting countless mental waves, coalescing into vast, powerful consciousness like an ocean, charging towards Zhao Sheng. Too slow to react. Too late. Zhao Sheng shook his head and smiled, his figure suddenly vanishing into thin air. Bang! The moment he reappeared, he had already slammed down on the head of a massive worm, over 100 zang long, sinking most of his body into its thick hide. Don't move. You'll die. Zhao Sheng suddenly unleashed the powerful pressure of the return to void realm, simultaneously issuing a death threat to the Insect King beneath him. The Insect King, horrified and enraged, was about to rally the entire clan to slay the human cultivator overhead. Unexpectedly, an irresistible force pierced through his body from above, instantly pulverizing most of his brain into pulp. Immediately thereafter, the Insect King was struck by a series of thunderbolts. Only after his consciousness was utterly disoriented and he was nearly dead, did Zhao Sheng stop and ask, "Are you convinced?" "I am," the Insect King replied pitifully. "I ask, you answer. Which alien demon race are you from?" "I come from the Zhao demon group. I have been conscious for 37,503 years. I am now responsible for herding this group of void worms." Zhao Sheng nodded, sensing the other party's sincerity, and asked, "What is your mission?" "I was patrolling along the route, but I didn't mean to offend you, sir." The Insect King, evidently tactful, even imitated the human's flattery. Zhao Sheng, quite pleased with the alien demon, then asked a few more questions. As expected, the demon that had taken over the Insect King's body not only didn't know the whereabouts of Fort B2, but was even unaware that their own forces had captured it. It was merely a low-level demon among the demonic tribe, so how could it possibly know higher-level secrets? However, Zhao Sheng's purpose wasn't to pry information from it, but rather, bang! The insect king's head exploded without warning, splattering vast clumps of grayish-white brain matter before being instantly obliterated by the temporal storm. Zhao Sheng waved his hand casually, and several violet divine thunderbolts descended from the sky, striking a black demonic shadow. The shadow didn't even have time to scream before it vanished instantly. He extended his hand, and a multifaceted crystal the size of an egg flew from below and landed in his hand. At that moment, the worm swarm erupted in chaos, as if in a cauldron. However, the worm swarm quickly split into 7 or 8 separate groups, each swiftly fleeing in all directions. Many of these demonic offspring, mingling with various groups, had managed to escape. Zhao Sheng had no intention of taking action, allowing them to flee. He quickly drew his 9 divine gu and sent a call to the 100 birds, Taoist and Ji Xiandu. After waiting for the better part of a day, the 100 birds Taoist arrived first. Fellow Taoist Yan, have you truly found the location of Fort Year? The 100 birds Taoist exclaimed in delight upon seeing him. Yan's luck is quite good. Shortly after searching, I encountered a swarm of demon-enslaved void worms. I accidentally learned from the insect king that Fort Year had been transported to the mortal world by the alien demons, hence the urgent need to inform you. Zhao Sheng gestured to the massive insect corpse beneath his feet and flashed the exotic crystal in his hand. With 376 facets, it already belonged to the realm of a primordial demon. The 100 birds Taoist was overjoyed, not suspecting Zhao Sheng of deceit. Frankly, lies offer no benefit and are meaningless. Haha. Fellow Taoist Yan is truly amazing. This way, we're several steps ahead of that demon-slaying squad. They never imagined the alien demons would transport Fort B2 to the modern star region. Yan was just lucky, Zhao Sheng said modestly. The two waited a moment longer before they saw the light of escape transformed by Ji Xiandu rapidly approaching from the distance. Soon, the three of them reunited. Zhao Sheng quickly recounted this story in front of Ji Xiandu. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiandu was both delighted and anxious, feeling a sense of daunting difficulty. The modern star region was, after all, completely different from the dark heaven. Compared to the lightning speed of the dark heaven, the speed of a returning void semi-immortal in the modern star region was drastically reduced, practically as slow as a snail. The vast expanse of the starry void sea, spanning over a dozen eons, was immense. Even searching it thoroughly would take Zhao Sheng and the other 2 years. By then, it would be too late. After all, the deadline for a heavenly level bounty mission was only 10 days. The 100 birds Taoist quickly realized the difficulty involved, his expression a touch of disappointment, yet also a hint of relief. If it really doesn't work out, we'll just give up. Seeing the 100 birds Taoist retreating, Ji Xiandu said without hesitation, no, it's not time to give up yet. Let me think it over. Zhao Sheng remained silent, secretly hoping he'd utter the key word, Alice. There's no other way. We can only make another deal with the treacherous demon and see if we can uncover the hiding place of Fort B2. Ji Xiandu pondered for a moment before finally uttering the word Zhao Sheng had been waiting for. That's a good idea. Unexpectedly, the 100 birds Taoist was the first to respond. Fellow Taoist Ji, please reconsider. Trading with alien demons is a grave taboo for the human race. If outsiders learn of this, the consequences will be unpredictable. Zhao Sheng objected, but he left the hint open. Brother Yan, there's no need to worry. While the cunning demons are incredibly cunning and sly, their clan is remarkably reputable. For tens of thousands of years, they've rarely betrayed their trading partners. Instead, they've been known to share information with multiple parties. Ji Xiandu nodded, patiently explaining. Taoist Bacon nodded in agreement. Zhao Sheng, seeing this, no longer objected. Haha, while these cunning demons may not be particularly powerful in combat, they're incredibly well informed among the alien demons. If they can't gather any information, we should disperse and return. Fort Year is doomed to be lost. Taoist Bacon seemed to have dealt with the cunning demons numerous times before, clearly expressing his complete confidence. Ji Xiandu quickly declared, alright, since we're all on the same page, I'll contact the cunning demons. He then pulled out a dark green bead and crushed it. This person clearly wanted to usurp the power of the three, so he took on this troublesome task. Zhao Sheng and the Taoist of 100 birds exchanged a glance, then, as if by telepathy, simultaneously concealed themselves and hid. Bang! The dark green bead shattered, and a cloud of dark green mist erupted from it. The mist swirled several times before slowly condensing into a strange green head. Nearly twice the size of a human's, the head resembled a pumpkin, its face devoid of nose or ears, only a single vertical eye and an exaggeratedly large mouth. At first glance, it looked comical, then utterly bizarre. As soon as the head emerged, its vertical eye excitedly opened, revealing a dark red eyeball. The eyeball was as large as a fist, and upon opening, it swirled around, appearing incredibly cunning. Chapter 752 Death Star Trap. This lord summoned me, presumably to make another deal. I wonder what information you're seeking this time. Before Zhao Sheng could ask, the treacherous demon's offspring spoke first. The offspring's aura suggested only that of a nascent soul, yet facing a human who had returned to the void, it showed no fear or timidity. You demon stole a Void Realm fortress a day ago. I wish to learn its whereabouts as soon as possible, Zhao Sheng said calmly. So that's what you're asking about. Your Excellency is a bit slow to react. Why are you only asking me now? I know everything, but the price is high. How high? That's it, the cunning demon said, his mouth wide open until it could fit a whole person inside. HMPH, Zhao Sheng snorted coldly, then flicked his hand and tossed several exotic crystals into its mouth. But the cunning demon still held his mouth open, his eyes filled with greed. Not enough, not enough, just a little bit more, don't push your luck. This is the last one, no more, Zhao Sheng said grimly, fiercely flinging an egg-sized exotic crystal into the demon's mouth. Only then did the cunning demon, slightly satisfied, spit out a large, bright red tongue, a crystal bead and a faint green bead resting on its tip. Zhao Sheng reached out and took the two objects, sending a trace of divine consciousness into the crystal bead. A look of surprise and doubt suddenly crossed his face. Is this space-time beacon real, my lord? You may not believe the little demon's words, but you must believe in the reputation of our clan. The cunning demon regained his composure, smirking. HMPH, I'll believe you just this once. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Sheng transformed into a dark gray light and flew away. Zhao Sheng and the Taoist Bacon, who were hiding nearby, saw this and, without saying anything, both soared into the air. Little demon respectfully welcomes all the gentlemen. We'll trade again next time, the cunning demon shouted, his lips twitching imperceptibly before suddenly exploding with a bang, transforming into wisps of black smoke that blended into the surroundings and vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Zhao Sheng and the other two were speeding forward at breakneck speed. Fellow Taoist G, that cunning demon is very cunning. I'm afraid his words are deceitful, the Taoist of 100 Birds suddenly asked through his escaping light. The cunning demon often betrays information to both sides. After this transaction, there's no guarantee that the cunning demon won't turn around and leak their information to profit from it. That's a possibility. Fellow Taoist of 100 Birds, are you afraid? Zhao Sheng said with a faint smile. I've been through hundreds of battles, so why would I be afraid? I'm just being cautious, the Taoist of 100 Birds complained somewhat indignantly. Though these treacherous demons are incredibly cunning, they value credibility. Without it, they wouldn't be able to have their way. After all, without credibility, who would want to trade with them? Zhao Sheng explained slowly. At this moment, Zhao Sheng suddenly spoke up. How long will it take to reach that space-time beacon? Zhao Sheng's expression shifted, and after a deep look at Zhao Sheng, he said, about half a day's journey. Okay, Zhao Sheng nodded, falling silent. Then, the three of them activated their escape beams and continued their journey in silence. Half a day passed in a flash. 3 beams of light shattered the darkness, suddenly landing above an immense space-time vortex. This area was calmer than the surrounding area, clearly showing a weaker barrier to space-time. Yes, this is it, Zhao Sheng released his divine sense to scan the surroundings, then suddenly nodded. Luckily, we arrived not too late. If we can find the whereabouts of Yair Fort before anyone else, we'll surely be in the spotlight before our fellow return to the Void Taoists. Seeing this, the 100 Birds Taoist exclaimed with some excitement. Such shallow remarks coming from a return to the Void semi-immortal immediately made Zhao Sheng despise him. He hadn't expected such a worthy person. Without further delay, we must immediately return to the mortal world and wait for our opportunity. Wait, the 100 Birds Taoist had barely finished speaking when Zhao Sheng interrupted him. Fellow Taoist Yan, do you have any objections? The 100 Birds Taoist looked at him in surprise. Zhao Sheng shook his head and said, no. I'm afraid there's a trick going on. So, I suggest you two hold off on sending your true bodies, But use your spiritual power to investigate first, and then make your own decisions. Indeed. In my impatience, I was a little careless. Fellow Taoist Yan's warning is absolutely correct. Zhao Sheng silently swallowed his words, a look of approval on his face. The Taoist of 100 Birds waved his long sleeves, and in a flash of red light, a fiery red phoenix instantly appeared before the three. He then laughed heartily, and a transparent humanoid figure suddenly flew out from between his eyebrows, disappearing into the head of the fire phoenix with the speed of lightning. Elsewhere, Zhao Sheng placed a fragment of his spirit within a zombie. Judging by the overwhelming ferocity emanating from the zombie, it was a 10,000-year-old corpse king, its combat power rivaling that of a return-to-void cultivator. Zhao Sheng then produced a tiger-headed spirit puppet and injected a fragment of his spirit into its spirit core. Move, Zhao Sheng said calmly, looking at the two clones. With that, the 10,000-year-old corpse king's body shone with black light, and a pair of dark golden claws violently tore through the void in front of it, swiftly darting through it. A flash of fire followed, swooping in before the spatial rift could heal. Zhao Sheng's eyes gleamed at this scene, and with a fleeting thought, the tiger-headed spirit puppet in front of him raised its great sword and calmly struck down. As the sword passed, a long, smooth crack split open in the void. The tiger-headed spirit puppet stepped forward and squeezed through the gap. At this moment, the Taoist of 100 Birds and Zhao Sheng both sat cross-legged, their eyes slowly closing as a brilliant light emanated from their bodies, shielding them from the harsh environment. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng followed their example, sitting cross-legged and entering a state of meditation, focusing most of his attention on the tiger-headed spirit puppet. In the present world, against the vast darkness, a microcosm of only 4 planets slowly shifted, following the immutable laws of motion. When the three clones returned to the present world, they appeared within this galaxy, extremely close to the third dead star. Looking down at the galaxy, Zhao Sheng and his three companions suddenly discovered that every planet was covered in a thick, colorful jungle. The jungle squirmed and twisted, appearing alive. Beneath the lush jungle, dense black holes could be seen, resembling a honeycomb. Vast swathes of multicolored miasma drifted above the planet, permeating the outer void. Zhao Sheng knew the true nature of these multicolored miasma. They were an incalculable army of demon puppets. The entire galaxy had become a garrison for the alien demons. Every planet had become a terrifying demon nest. Oh no! We've been tricked, the 100 Birds Taoist exclaimed, his voice melodious and sweet, like a bird's song. Zhao Sheng, however, looked at the 10,000-year corpse emperor and asked, which demon nest should we explore first? Zhao Sheng silently took out the heavenly secret compass and roared, to the nearest one. Without a word, he flew towards the third demon nest 20 million miles away. Zhao Sheng and the 100 Birds Taoist immediately followed. About a quarter of an hour later, the three had secretly infiltrated the planet's interior. They were surrounded by towering fleshy pillars, entwined with thick, dragon-like vines. Countless bizarre creatures darted in and out of the pillars and vines, seemingly bustling with activity. Along the way, the three repeatedly witnessed vast, deep, caverns hundreds of miles in diameter, seemingly reaching deep into the earth. Half an hour later, Zhao Sheng and his group had secretly traveled hundreds of thousands of miles above the endless, desolate jungle. The strange jungle around them grew taller and larger, and the creatures they encountered grew increasingly powerful, their average combat power reaching the level of the Golden Core realm. Zhao Sheng flew silently at the front, with 100 Birds Taoist in the middle. Zhao Sheng, like a phantom, fell to the rear of the group. Fellow Taoist G, have you found it? The 100 Birds Taoist asked, unable to contain his anxiety. No, you too, do you sense anything's amiss? Zhao Sheng, flying in the lead, suddenly voiced. Something's indeed amiss. The defenses here are far too lax. After all this time, why haven't the powerful alien demons noticed our presence? Zhao Sheng said, his gaze sweeping around once more. The Taoist of 100 Birds was startled at this remark, and immediately lifted his bird's head to survey the surroundings. With a swift spread of his wings, he unleashed countless faint wisps of law, sweeping across 1,000 miles in an instant. With the three of us being so cautious, we shouldn't be discovered by the alien demons. The Taoist of 100 Birds breathed a sigh of relief, whispering to himself. Don't forget, Fort B2 is hidden within this galaxy. Common sense suggests the alien demon should be extremely vigilant by now. But now, look, Zhao Sheng growled expressionlessly, his fangs bared. If I'm not mistaken, the alien demons have discovered us since the moment we arrived. Now, our every move is under their surveillance. Zhao Sheng paused, halting in midair. He looked at his two companions with a solemn expression. Oh no. We've been tricked. Ji Xiandu and Bacon Taoist were both startled. At this moment, Zhao Sheng commanded the tiger-headed spirit puppet, his pupils flashing wide as he gazed at the vast jungle surrounding him, towering like a mountain range. His action seemed to trigger something, and suddenly, a vast, gray fog appeared above the jungle. The surrounding black hole also erupted with the gray-black aura, instantly covering the sky and filing the entire world. Zhao Sheng and the other two realized with horror that they had already fallen into the trap, with no escape possible. The fire phoenix cried loudly, its wings flapping repeatedly, and a vast sea of fire suddenly emerged from thin air, sweeping in all directions. The 10,000 years corpse king plummeted silently, burrowing into the ground as soon as it touched the ground, disappearing instantly. At that moment, a chorus of ghostly howls echoed from heaven and earth. From the depths of the dense fog, pillars of grayish-white light shot up into the sky, followed by a dense mass of pinpoints of light emerging from the air. They emerged as colossal stone figures clad in grayish-white stone armor, each wielding a massive, inky black stone club. Their faces were blurred, their eyes blazing red, and they appeared meticulously trained. Arranged in a Dao formation, their auras connected, the entire army seemed a single entity, fused seamlessly with the vast demonic fog. Furthermore, from the depths of the demonic fog, 1, 2, 3, a total of 6 immensely powerful and oppressive forces gradually emerged. Each one rivaled that of a typical return to void semi-immortal. The next moment, the eyes of all the grayish-white stone giants glowed crimson, their mouths agape, and they let out a deafening roar. Immediately, the earth rumbled. The next moment, the eyes of all the gray-white stone giants glowed brightly with yellow light, and their mouths opened wide, unleashing a deafening roar. Immediately afterwards, the earth rumbled. Zhao Sheng felt his mind shaken, his mind shattered by the roar, and his consciousness suddenly became hazy. Oh no. They want to capture you and me alive. If I can't escape, I must self-destruct my mind before I die. Remember, don't let it fall into the hands of the demons. At this critical moment, Ji Xiandu's urgent message flooded into his mind, instantly clearing Zhao Sheng's consciousness. While he still had some clarity, he unhesitatingly reversed his mind and detonated his original spirit. At the moment of his death, Zhao Sheng gave the tiger-headed spirit puppet one final command: kill all living creatures in sight. The 100 Birds Taoist suddenly let out a scream, then abruptly opened his eyes, grumbling with gritted teeth, "You forced me to self-destruct my primordial spirit. I'll remember this vengeance for now, and I'll repay you tenfold in the future." Xia Ahuo's death was tragic. Zhao Sheng groaned, his thoughts detached, and consciousness returned to his main body. A chill trembled in his heart, and he stared intently. He saw Ji Xiandu trembling all over, a gray light swirling violently around him, as if he were enduring immense pain. Oh no. Fellow Taoist Ji couldn't escape in time. The 100 Birds Taoist's voice echoed with extreme shock at that moment. Zhao Sheng glanced again, but saw that the 100 Birds Taoist, aside from a slightly weakened breath, showed no visible injuries. This place is no longer safe. Those Void Realm demon elders could track us down at any moment. We must evacuate immediately, Zhao Sheng said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, the nearby void suddenly cracked open, and billowing gray mist gushed out. Gray-black, withered arms suddenly emerged from the mist, grabbing at Bacon Taoist and Zhao Sheng with lightning speed. "How dare you?" Zhao Sheng roared. Not even dodging or evading. He clenched his fists and smashed them down. Boom. All the withered arms he caught were instantly swept up by the fist's light, instantly disintegrating into countless mists and then vanishing. Chapter 753, Survival from Disparate Situation. Just as the three failed to infiltrate and Zhao Sheng blasted the attacking demonic hand, in a vast and mysterious place, an old man in a green robe, with white hair and a youthful face, sat cross-legged in the clouds. Surrounding him was a vast reflection of the galaxy, with swirling galaxies, shrunk a billion times, clearly visible within the reflection. In the northeastern portion of this vast galaxy, some galaxies in the surrounding void were suddenly engulfed in a vast gray mist. The mist grew thicker and darker with distance from the Suzaku galaxy, transforming into a multicolored darkness at the outermost reaches. The old man in the green robe quietly surveyed a massive galaxy below him, consisting of 11 planets. This galaxy's spacetime was shrouded in a hazy red glow, with countless pinpoints of light of varying sizes scattered throughout the system, especially densely clustered around the three innermost planets. His gaze lingered on Suzaku's main star, a look of deep thought on his face. Beneath the auspicious cloud, dozens of red-robed monks stood with their hands clasped, silently awaiting the immortal venerable's instructions. At the very back of the group, Patriarch Biffing stood respectfully, looking like a mere minion. Well, not bad. This is just a routine test. That holy demon probably doesn't want to launch a large-scale attack at this time, the green-robed elder suddenly said after a moment. So that's how it is. Disciple knows how to respond. The tribulation transcending great venerable, standing at the front of the group, breathed a sigh of relief and spoke respectfully. The 6 fortress systems serve as the outer defenses of the Tai spirit realm. Each system is led by an immortal with overall oversight, followed by several tribulation transcending great venerables and an unspecified number of powerful beings at the fusion realm. The Vermilion Bird system has always been under the jurisdiction of the Yuling Immortal sect. The green-robed elder is none other than the immortal venerable King Huang, descended from the Yue lineage. This immortal has been presiding over this Zushan star region for years. Unless matters of life and death are crucial, he rarely interferes with the trivial matters of the human army. Therefore, all matters, big and small, concerning the defense of the Suzaku galaxy are decided by several great venerables in the tribulation realm. Don't worry about Zichishin. I will handle it myself. 10 years from now, we can send another person in the second tribulation realm? Immortal venerable King Huang asked calmly, remembering something. Yes, Master, great venerable Haopi agreed respectfully. By the way, who is the traitor? How is your investigation going? Immortal venerable King Huang suddenly changed the subject and asked a different question. Great venerable Haopi exchanged glances with his junior sister Zuhur, then coughed lightly and said, Master, the investigation has been narrowed down to 7 or 8 people. The identity of the traitor will be confirmed in a few years. The fall of Fort Yer and the disappearance of the sky surveying shuttle were both the work of that traitor. I will uncover him as soon as possible. Oh, so that's your opinion? Immortal venerable King Huang nodded, his expression as calm as water, showing no sign of inclination. Upon seeing this, great venerable Haopi immediately fell silent, and the crowd fell silent. Their heads bowed deeply. I have received news that the 3 fortresses of King Guang, Wanhuang, and Beipi have been simultaneously attacked by the alien demon army. Judging from all the current signs, the alien demon's patience is almost exhausted, and they are likely to launch their first general offensive soon. Judging by the time, Tubo is almost reincarnated, and we don't know whether he will succeed or not. Immortal venerable King Huang was silent for a long time before sighing and revealing a shocking secret. However, those present were all high-ranking spiritual beings, more or less aware of rumors of the reincarnation of exiled immortals, so they weren't particularly surprised. Master, if this is true, should we issue a general alert order? The cultivators stationed in this system are primarily vassal forces, but if too many casualties occur, it would be disgraceful for our sect, Zuhur asked tentatively, her brow furrowed. Not yet. Master and that holy demon have reached a tacit understanding. Even if a decisive battle is launched on Suzaku Star, it will be the last. The previous strategy remains unchanged, but we must immediately dispatch forces to retaliate and boost our morale, King Huang Immortal Venerable stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Hao Pai and other human greats simultaneously turned their gazes to a small galaxy at the edge of the gray fog, consisting of only 4 planets. On the second planet within the galaxy, a single pinprick of light emanated a faint glow, as if it could go out at any moment. If Zhao Sheng were here, he would be shocked. All signs indicate that the human leaders are well aware of the whereabouts of Fort Yer. Yet, not only have they turned a blind eye, they've also allowed a group of returning void semi-immortals to take this risk. Such unkindness. Hao Pai, the Divine Palace battlefield is short-handed. Send 3 more fusion realm cultivators to report. Quickly, without delay. Immortal Venerable Qing Wang paused, his gaze sweeping indifferently across the group of fusion realm masters. Finally, he glanced, intentionally or not, at Patriarch Biffing and his companions, who had been standing at the back of the group. Disciple knows what to do, Master, rest assured, Great Venerable Hao Pai replied in a deep voice, a thought stirring within him. Patriarch Biffing felt a chill run down his spine, a sense of something amiss. He instinctively tried to raise his head, but the next moment his entire body tensed, freezing him in place. daring not to move. At that moment, he understood his fate, but could only accept it. Compared to the Suzaku Star Fortress's defenses, the Divine Palace battlefield was the main battlefield of this epic battle. If the human race prevailed, the fortress's defenses would be secure. But if the human race were defeated, the fortress's defenses would undoubtedly be breached. Soon, all the human powerhouses retreated from the Zushan Star region, leaving only the immortal venerable King Huang and his two direct disciples. Atop the tower in the center of Kaiming City, Patriarch Biffin suddenly opened his eyes, two indescribable flames erupting from them. "Kaiming, where are you?" Patriarch Biffin suddenly shouted. Before he finished speaking, a stunningly beautiful woman suddenly materialized in midair. Bowing gracefully, she whispered, "Master, may you live forever. May I summon the servant? What are your instructions? Send the order immediately." "Wait. You step aside," Patriarch Biffin began, then paused, contemplating for a moment before suddenly ordering Huanling to withdraw. Huanling Kaiming smiled brightly, bowed once more, and then transformed into countless points of light, vanishing. "Alice," a long sigh echoed through the tower's ceiling, as if expressing someone's deep frustration. Boom, boom. A sea of fist light shattered all the withered arms in one fell swoop. The remaining fist light pierced through the cracks in time and space, instantly smashing into the Void Realm Demon Elder who was trying to break through. In an instant, he was sent flying hundreds of miles away, nearly scattering the black energy all over his body. Zhao Sheng retracted his arm and shouted coldly, "We are outnumbered. Retreat from this place first, then discuss other things." The Taoist Master Bacon responded by flying to Ji Xiandu's side. He reached out to push him awake, but his push missed. Ji Xiandu suddenly transformed into a phantom and shattered. Dozens of miles away, deep in the raging storm, Ji Xiandu's figure rose from the depths, a gloomy expression on his face. A flash of gray light suddenly appeared before Zhao Sheng and the other two. He spoke in an impatient voice, "My corpse king clone is being pursued by 3 Void Realm Demon Elders. My mind is preoccupied there, and I'm temporarily unable to attend to this. Please bear with me, stop talking." "Retreat," Zhao Sheng said, and with a flash of his body, he suddenly sped off into the distance at incredible speed. A noble and proud phoenix suddenly appeared behind the 100 Birds Taoist. The phoenix flapped its wings slightly, and the 100 Birds Taoist instantly vanished. Only a streak of fire pierced the haze and darkness, instantly catching up with Zhao Sheng's escaping light. Ji Xiandu's face darkened as the bottom of a pot. He stamped his foot in frustration, and then shot away like an arrow. Just as the 3 of them had left, cracks suddenly appeared in the nearby void, and from them emerged eerie black figures shrouded in black aura. A step too late, it's good he escaped. It saves us a fight, hehe. Since the fat guys escaped, let's go to Demon Nest number 2 to join in the fun. I heard a few returning void humans are trapped there, let's go together. I'm still in need of a good body, and now's the perfect opportunity to retrieve one. Hey, amidst their eerie laughter, eerie black shadows eagerly broke through the barriers of time and space, returning to the mortal starry sky. Zhao Sheng and the other 2 flew millions of miles in one breath before landing in the eye of a swirling space-time vortex. As soon as they had hidden themselves, Ji Xiandu immediately extended his hands, erecting a gray barrier to block the chaotic forces of time and space around him. The Corpse Emperor's clone is trapped in the center of the earth and can't hold out for much longer. It's extremely important to me. I request that you 2 fellow Taoists help me rescue the Corpse Emperor. I'll report back later, Ji Xiandu said anxiously. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sheng said calmly, "The Corpse King's body is nearly indestructible, and its strength rivals that of a typical half-immortal returning to the void. It won't die so easily." Fellow Taoist Yan is quite right. Although I deeply desire to help Brother Ji, I truly cannot. After all, that star system is clearly a trap set by the alien demons. Knowing it's a trap, how could I walk into it? The 100 Birds Taoist sighed, his expression incredulous. Seeing this, Ji Xiandu repeatedly tried to persuade the 2 to change their minds, even offering a generous reward, simply to rescue the Corpse King. Seeing his man's impatience, Zhao Sheng knew the Corpse King was crucial to Ji Xiandu. But, whether it mattered or not was none of his business. Zhao Sheng simply disdained the many tempting rewards offered. While the 100 Birds Taoist was tempted, he ultimately declined, considering the dangers of the journey. Ji Xiandu was left with no other options and resorted to his last resort. He pulled a milky white conch from his bosom, placed it to his ear, and channeled a wisp of divine consciousness into it. Zhao Sheng's face suddenly lit up with ecstasy, and he excitedly shouted, "Haha, there's always a way out. We're saved." Zhao Sheng's eyes gleamed at this. The 100 Birds Taoist exclaimed in surprise, suddenly turning to look at Zhao Sheng. "My two fellow Taoists, please listen to what I have to say. Now, in the present starry sky, at the center of the second planet in that nameless galaxy, a fierce encirclement and suppression campaign reached a fever pitch. 3 returned to void cultivators, clad in demon-slaying robes, formed the 3 talents formation, struggling to repel waves of surging enemy demons. At that moment, a dense fog of demonic energy permeated the heavens and the earth. Countless gigantic stone monsters, fearless of death, pounced upon the 3 returned to void cultivators, ultimately exploding one by one, each trying to break the thin barrier of the formation. At the forefront of the 3 was a slender young woman wielding a massive hammer. Behind her was a gaunt old man wielding 100 flying swords. The last man was Wang Hongxiang, a recent member of Team Binghao. Damn it! The outer stone shell and the space-time barrier have been reinforced and sealed layer by layer. There's also the demonic fog that interferes with divine consciousness, and those Void Realm demon elders are eyeing us covetously. This place is a carefully crafted death zone. It looks like there's no way 3 of us can escape today." Bai Fihong urgently summoned his magic power, unleashing a torrent of swords from the 100 flying swords to block the way, while he gnashed his teeth in hatred. "Kill!" the slender young woman roared, swinging her massive hammer like the wind. A whirlwind of powerful hammer light, as dense as a mountain, blasted thousands of gigantic stone monsters in a row. Wang Hongxiang, holding up the 3 talents barrier, struggled to resist the tidal wave of self-destruction, his expression somewhat dejected. Fortunately, those Void Realm demon elders hadn't taken action yet, otherwise the 3 of them would be in 10 times greater danger. Wang Hongxiang glanced around quickly and sighed softly. The Binghao demon slayers, having learned the location of Fort B2 from the cunning demon, had assumed they would be the first to succeed. However, they had actually walked into a trap and were ambushed by a legion of demonic fossils upon entering the Earth's core. "Captain, the situation is becoming increasingly dire. We should each find a way to break out and leave it to fate." Bai Fihong's lips moved slightly, his voice clearly reaching the ears of the other 2. Wang Hongxiang's heart fluttered at the words, but then a sudden surge of fear seized him. "No." As soon as the words left his mouth, a cold voice suddenly reached Wang Hongxiang's ears, instantly filling him with joy. "Captain, separate and we'll all die." Demon Elder. Trap. The slender young woman seemed to be extremely frugal with her words, her speech exceedingly simple. But after her warning, Bai Fihong broke out in a cold sweat, suddenly realizing how his proposal had nearly led to their own destruction. Wang Hongxiang also secretly felt lucky. Thankfully the captain had foreseen the enemy's vicious tactics, otherwise the consequences would have been disastrous. However, whether it was a quick death or a slow death, it would still end in death. Wang Hongxiang certainly didn't want to die, but he was helpless. He could only desperately maintain the formation and delay his death. Before long, the 3 members of the team had killed nearly 1,000,000 demonic stone monsters, and the situation was only getting worse. Although the number of demonic stone monsters had been greatly reduced, the remaining stone monsters were surprisingly absorbing the remains of the dead, not only growing in size but also rapidly increasing in strength. Now, the combat power of the surrounding stone monsters was comparable to that of a divine transformation cultivator, and the power of their self-destruction was close to that of a return to void cultivator. Wang Hongxiang's face was pale, and with only 30% of his mana remaining, his situation was precarious. Just then, the captain in the front suddenly shouted, "We're saved!" Chapter 754, Great Power. "We're saved." The slender young woman had barely finished her message when massive whirlpools suddenly emerged from the dense demonic fog. From the depths, a series of demonic sounds emanated, followed by 3 eerie black figures and a massive, mummy-like, purple-black demonic corpse. The corpse's eyes were bloodshot, and its form vanished in a flash as if it had teleported. The next moment, it had broken through the formation and reached Wang Hongxiang. Its 2 dark purple claws pressed against his chest, and 10 black claw rays flashed and appeared. Boom! The claw rays collided with a protective armor, tearing it apart with the effortless ease of paper. 10 long gashes instantly appeared on Wang Hongxiang's chest. As if struck by a heavy blow, he spurted blood and flew backwards, instantly plunging into the depths of the dense demonic fog and disappearing. This sudden and abrupt transformation was incredibly swift. Despite the swift reaction of the graceful young woman, Bai Fihong, and the others, they were stopped by 3 Void Realm Demon Elders, leaving them unable to intervene in time. HMPH, courting death. None of you will escape today. Attack with all your might, and kill them. The purple-black demon corpse, taking advantage of its power, teleported into the demonic fog while issuing a kill order to the other demon elders and stone monsters. This demon corpse's combat power surpassed even that of a typical late-stage return to Void Cultivator, surpassing the other 3 Void Realm Demon Elders. The instant the kill order was issued, over 100 nearby god-transforming stone monsters suddenly shrank into giant stone spheres. Their shells emanated billowing yellow light, connecting to form a dense cage of yellow light, trapping the 2 human return to Void Cultivators within. The cage rapidly collapsed inward, instantly increasing gravity 1,000-fold, and the graceful young woman and Bai Fihong's movements immediately slowed. At the same moment, the Void Realm Demon Elders, laughing wildly, suddenly transformed into countless cirri black smoke, sealing off the surrounding space layer by layer, preventing the 2 from escaping. The 2 human returned to the Void Realm remained frozen for only a moment before being struck by massive stone spheres. Boom boom boom. The stone spheres exploded almost simultaneously, their combined detonation force so devastating that the Earth's core vibrated violently, instantly dissipating much of the demonic fog. Even the space reinforced by the 3 Void Realm Demon Elders was nearly blasted through the barrier of time and space. As for the 2 human returned to the Void Realms that fell at the center of the blast, despite using all their trump cards to mitigate 40% of the force, their bodies still sustained nearly 60% of the damage. Bai Fihong, a return to the Void Realm 4th level cultivator, was severely injured, his body bruised and battered, looking like a broken doll. The slender young woman Xinbuli was in much better condition, but her life-defining magical weapon, the Fierce Sky Hammer, had absorbed most of the damage and was now shattered into countless pieces. Elsewhere, a sudden scream erupted from the edge of the Earth's crust, emanating from Wang Hongxiang. The next second, a massive, crimson mushroom cloud erupted, countless crimson flames rising into the sky, instantly covering most of the Earth's core. The mushroom cloud rapidly expanded, engulfing hundreds of demonic stone monsters in its path. Countless demonic thought sub-bodies vanished before they could even utter a scream. A massive shockwave swept across the Earth's core, forcing all those demonic stone monsters below the return to Void Realm to retreat. Vast, spiderweb-like cracks instantly appeared in the Earth's core dome and surrounding stone walls. The slender young woman's face paled at the sight, unconcerned with her own injuries. A brilliant golden light suddenly erupted from her body, expanding like a curtain of water, temporarily shielding her and Bai Fihong. At that moment, a thick, pitch-black lightning bolt shot out from the crimson mushroom cloud, colliding with the golden curtain in a flash of lightning. A resounding bang, the golden curtain of light suddenly faltered. The purple-black demonic corpse, grinning grimly, raised its claws and tore a hole 3 or 4 feet wide through it. "Hold it off for me," the slender young woman, her face pale, spoke to Bai Fihong without hesitation. Without a second thought, Bai Fihong, a bloody man, charged forward, unleashing a blast of platinum sword light. He risked his life, even if it meant sacrificing his lifeblood, to stop the demonic corpse's sudden attack. The platinum sword flashed with incredible speed, piercing the center of the demonic corpse's brow like teleportation, its light piercing half an inch into its flesh. The next moment, the sword light pierced through the corpse's body and shot out from the back of its head. Bai Fihong was overjoyed at the sight, but he didn't expect a purple-black demonic claw to suddenly plunge into his chest and pull out a vibrant, red peach. "No!" Bai Fihong cried out in despair and utter fear. The purple-black demon corpse sneered, crushing his heart with one hand. Its other claw swung out, instantly knocking Xinbuli back. Surrounded by 3 Void Realm Demon Elders, Xinbuli was in an extremely dangerous situation. Don't let them die easily. Capture them alive. We'll have 3 more return to Void Demon puppets in the future. The purple-black demon corpse stepped forward and grabbed Bai Fihong's head. A surge of black demonic energy violently poured into his skull, instantly sealing his purple mansion soul sea and his primordial spirit and body. Xinbuli gritted his teeth, his hands blasting out countless laws of profound light like whales, barely blocking the combined attack of the 3 Void Realm Demon Elders. The 3 Demon Elders weren't in a hurry to capture him, instead, like a cat playing with a mouse, slowly draining his mana. Seeing this, Zinbuli, fully aware of the enemy's plans, felt a wave of despair. However, she still clung to a glimmer of hope, struggling to hold on while desperately hoping for reinforcements. A moment passed in a flash. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed from the dome, followed by a cloud of smoke and dust. Countless rocks rained down like raindrops. The next moment, a streak of light shot out from the smoke and dust, instantly reaching the battlefield. Then, the surrounding void suddenly sank. An unimaginable force descended from the sky, striking the three Void Realm Demon Elders like lightning. The three Demon Elders instantly distorted and blurred, transforming into wisps of black demonic energy. Following a series of shrill screams, dozens of dazzling balls of demonic light suddenly shot out from the demonic energy, shooting in all directions. Nearly a third of them fled towards the purple-black demon corpses. The demon corpse leader roared in terror. He swung his arms forward, and massive claws materialized, narrowly blocking the incoming fists. But the next moment, the fists' light transformed into waves, surging towards him, each ray of light imbued with pure, unparalleled violence. The moment the demon corpse leader's massive form came into contact with this unimaginable force, it crackled and cracked, retreating repeatedly as irregular cracks rapidly tore through its body. As if unable to withstand the continuous bombardment, the demon actually held Bai Fihong in front of him, seemingly using him as a shield. With a loud bang, the hole, originally 2 or 3 feet in size, suddenly expanded to 40 or 50 feet wide. 2 beams of light shot out from the hole, instantly meeting the 3 Void Realm Demon Elders who had just condensed their demon bodies. At this moment, Zhao Sheng slowly retracted his right fist, his body rapidly expanding from approximately 3 feet to 6 feet, radiating golden light like a golden giant. With his 7th level return to the void cultivation, once he unleashed the immortal technique of large and small size, even with a mere 6 feet in height, his combat power rivaled that of an average 9th level return to the void cultivator. At this crucial moment, Zhao Sheng and his companions finally arrived on the battlefield, saving Zinbuli's life. At the same time, Ji Xiandu and the Taoist Master Bai Qin unleashed their respective unique skills without reservation. Without a word, the Taoist Master Bai Qin waved his long sleeves, and powerful demonic birds instantly flew out, immediately protecting their master. These demonic birds, each imbued with the blood of a true spirit, were no less powerful than a typical late-stage divine transformation cultivator. Combined with their well-organized tactics, they quickly formed a 100 birds killing formation, unexpectedly trapping a Void Realm Demon Elder. Elsewhere, Ji Xiandu suddenly flashed, transforming from one man into 2, and unexpectedly intercepted 2 Void Realm Demon Elders simultaneously. As the 2 clashed, black and gray rainbow lights crisscrossed, colliding repeatedly. The rumbling sound instantly shook the earth, and the very void vibrated faintly. Zhao Sheng, with a quick glance, detected something unusual in this inner earth space, as if it were filled with numerous hidden magical restrictions. He smirked grimly at the nearby demon corpse leader, clenching his fists and striking out. Balls of fist light pierced the void, blasting through the demon corpse like meteors, completely disregarding Bai Fihong's life. Damn it, the demon corpse leader roared, unleashing a torrent of foul demonic light that instantly collided head-on with the fist light. Boom! The fist light, brimming with pure power, was the ultimate nemesis of the demonic powers. The demonic light barely lasted a moment before being easily swept away by the fist light. Much of the fist light nimbly bypassed the human body, striking the demon corpse's chest, abdomen, and head, instantly devouring it. When the fist light dissipated, the demon corpse leader looked utterly battered. His body was battered, his chest and abdomen covered in fist marks, billowing with black smoke. One of his bloodshot eyes had been blasted out. Despite appearing severely injured, his wounds were actually only minor. A thick black light emanated from the demon corpse, enveloping it completely. Instantly, all its wounds healed. The demon corpse leader's bloodshot eyes swept around, searching for Zhao Sheng, but to no avail. Damn it! Where's that little thief? Before he could utter a single word, a soft laugh echoed from behind him. Terrified, the demon corpse leader's eyes shone with fear. Just as he was about to activate his life-saving magical power, a golden hand emerged from his abdomen, clutching a fist-sized, multifaceted crystal. Without waiting for the demon corpse to roar, Zhao Sheng quickly withdrew his arm and vanished from the scene. The next second, he suddenly appeared in the magma sea at the center of the earth and slammed his fist into it, instantly shattering a deeply hidden demonic sub-body. A Void Realm Demon Elder, currently engaged in a battle with Zhao Sheng, suddenly let out a desperate scream. His body twisted violently, and the next moment, a gray light swept through him, instantly shattering him into pieces. Elsewhere, Zhao Sheng once again activated the Great Space-Time Teleportation Technique, arriving above the 100 Birds formation. His right foot, radiating a blinding golden light, stomped down upon the Demon Elder, a member of the transcendent Void Realm. Instantly, boundless force easily shredded the Demon Elder's body, blasting it apart. The 100 Birds Taoist was stunned for a moment, and before he could comprehend what was happening, a sharp whistle exploded in his ears. A flash of black light, and a shadowy figure emerged like a ghost, plunging into him with lightning speed. The 100 Birds Taoist's face was filled with horror, his body aglow with a mingling of black and green light. He then let out a shriek, and most of his flesh transformed into foul pus, falling into the sea of magma below. Elsewhere, Bai Fihong also let out a desperate cry, his body torn apart. Before his soul could escape, the demon corpse swallowed his head in a single gulp, swallowing it instantly. Hundreds of feet away, Zhao Sheng heard the screams, his mind sensing the afterimage behind him, and a look of surprise crossed his face. The demon corpse was truly cunning. The strange crystal hidden in its abdomen wasn't its natal demon crystal. Then, the demon corpse suddenly tore through the void and slithered into it, abandoning all its followers and fleeing without a sound. This move completely caught Zhao Sheng off guard. He hadn't expected such cowardice. With a slight shake of his head, Zhao Sheng once again moved above the last Void Realm Demon Elder. Just as it attempted to break through the space and escape, he crushed it with a single punch. Zhao Sheng was utterly shocked by this scene. Even though he prided himself on his incredible strength, he could never match the other demon's lightness with weight. While it might seem easy to crush a Void Realm Demon Elder with a single punch, the blow actually revealed a profound understanding of the great Dao of power. Zhao Sheng's mere display of his true strength left Zhao Sheng and Bacon Taoist stunned. They had anticipated a fierce battle, but in a matter of moments, the situation drastically changed. Victory came so quickly that the two of them were momentarily dazed. Xin Buli, the slender young woman, was overjoyed at having escaped from a desperate situation. She also felt an inexplicable fondness and gratitude for Zhao Sheng. Boom! In an instant, Zhao Sheng seemed to transform into countless forms, his figure appearing everywhere in the Earth's core. Wherever he passed, the remaining stone monsters were blasted to pieces, and the descendants of the Void Realm Demon Elder were destroyed with a single blow before they could escape. Soon, only Zhao Sheng and a few others remained in the Earth's core, and the countless stone monster debris slowly sank into the magma sea below. Senior Yan, you, the Taoist of 100 Birds slowly flew closer, gazing at Zhao Sheng in confusion. Xin Buli, dragging his severely injured body, also slowly flew over and solemnly saluted him. Junior Xin Buli, thank you very much for saving my life. This favor, Zhao Sheng suddenly interrupted, no need to say the following. Although I have temporarily defeated the alien demon, this place is still full of dangers. Before the virtual demon elders from other planets arrive, we must quickly find Year Ford and evacuate this place as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Xin Buli immediately said, Year Ford is hidden under the magma sea. Senior, please help to salvage it. Zhao Sheng did not act immediately after hearing this. He suddenly raised his head and looked into the void, suddenly sneering, you are here so fast, you stay here to salvage Year Ford, and I will go meet those virtual demon elders first. As soon as the voice fell, he disappeared from everyone's sight. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 755, Destroy all demons and rob the demon with one glance. In the gloomy sky, a place of eternal chaos and haze, the eternal darkness revealed an infinite depth and fury. At this moment, shadows descended from afar, instantly passing through layers of space-time storms, converging above a vast vortex. A sudden, black light ripped through the darkness, shooting out from the depths of the vortex, and in an instant transformed into a massive purple-black demonic corpse. Hey, number 2, why are you so disheveled? Did a group of powerful humans arrive and scare you into fleeing? Waste, shut up, all of you. Serious matters await. If we disrupt the Emperor's plan, we will be utterly disgraced. Upon seeing the figures of the numerous Void Realm demon elders, the demon corpse leader felt a sudden sense of relief. Heedless of their teasing and taunting, he roared, "Everyone, quickly form the immortal slaying formation, then follow me back to the lower realm to slay this formidable enemy." It's too late, it's too late. Upon hearing these words, the Void Realm demon elders all shimmered in a haze, leaving behind a cascade of afterimages, seemingly filled with astonishment. "Hey, it looks like a big fish has been hooked." Fellow demons, immediately form the immortal slaying formation. As soon as the most powerful demon elder, number 1, spoke, the others unanimously echoed their words, erupting with boundless black demonic energy. They connected and merged, instantly forming a dazzling black demonic realm. The next second, shadows darted into the demon corpse, instantly surging the demon corpse leader's momentum. His strength rapidly approached the limits of the Void Realm, and the nearby void fatally transformed into an independent cavern. At that moment, a figure materialized from the vortex of time and space. It was none other than Zhao Sheng, the pursuer. "Hey, here comes the one seeking death." As he emerged, a ferocious demonic voice pierced his ears. The voices overlapped and varied, as if several voices were shouting simultaneously, imbued with an eerie and inexplicable magical power. With a roar, a tremendous and overwhelming pressure suddenly descended from above. Infinite demonic energy descended, instantly imprisoning all space and time within dozens of miles of Zhao Sheng. 10,000 gods immortal slaying palm. At that moment, the demonic voice echoing in Zhao Sheng's mind seemed to slow down immeasurably, as if time had stood still. He looked up, and vaguely saw a dark, iridescent sky collapsing. A giant, infinitely large hand, obscuring the heavens, emerged from the darkness and pressed down upon his head. Zhao Sheng's mind and vision were consumed by the giant hand. His spirit and magical power became frozen, and his body was bound to the spot by countless black auras, unable to move. At the critical moment, Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered. Above the purple mansion soul sea, his spirit and body suddenly broke free from the restraints of the demonic sound, and he roared to the heavens, "Law of heaven and earth, open!" With a divine sound, his entire body erupted with a blinding white light 1,000 times brighter than the sun. His body swelled dramatically, his aura increasing wildly. At the moment the giant hand struck, Zhao Sheng's body had exploded from 6 feet to about 10 feet. Even so, his size and strength continued to grow with seemingly no end in sight. Boom! With an indescribable roar, the immense vortex of space and time was shattered by a single blow, scattering thousands of miles of space and time into nothingness. In the mortal realm, a vast hole suddenly rips open above Planet 2. Endless pitch-black demonic light, mingling with a temporal storm, transformed into a rolling torrent of darkness, crashing down upon the planet's surface. Rumble. The entire continental plate, bearing the repercussions of this blow, erupted in an earth-shattering roar. As countless massive mushroom clouds rose into the sky, the continental plate rapidly collapsed. Planet 2 shook uncontrollably, volcanoes erupted across the planet, thick smoke and haze blanketing the globe. Countless flesh forest demon puppets were instantly reduced to ash. In the inner world, Zinbuli, Bacon Taoist, and others rushed out of the magma sea, staring in awe as the sea below suddenly erupted into a raging sea of magma. Countless bubbles of fire and blazing flames shot into the sky, filling the entire inner world in an instant. On one side of the dark sky, the barrier of time and space was rapidly healing, but from the perspective of the hole pierced through, half the planet's surface was reduced to a doomsday scene. A mushroom cloud horrified the planet's atmosphere, unleashing a violent, destructive force into the vacuum beyond. This was the result of a combined attack from 8 Void Realm demon elders. However, at the edge of the hole between the two realms, a flash of white light suddenly ripped through the thick darkness, and a massive, golden arm emerged from it. Immediately afterwards, a massive, 18-meter-tall golden giant emerged. As if unable to withstand the force, the surrounding void ripped open a dense web of spatial cracks. A 7-fingered palm print was imprinted on the giant's chest, emitting wisps of black energy. However, the golden light swept away the black energy, instantly dissipating it. The palm print visibly faded, returning to its original state in the blink of an eye. The moment Zhao Sheng appeared, a sudden roar of shock and anger echoed from the depths of the darkness. "No, impossible." Before he could finish his words, Zhao Sheng suddenly looked up, a cold smile on his face, and muttered to himself, "Haha, I got you." The next moment, the golden giant vanished into thin air. Boom. AWW, The void within 1,000 miles of the surrounding area shook violently, and the darkness was instantly shattered. A huge, shattered corpse suddenly fell, and as it fell, numerous black shadows emerged from its body. However, as the shadows emerged from the body, they were struck by 5-colored lightning that appeared out of nowhere, instantly wailing and disappearing. Elsewhere, the Void Realm Demon Elders, hiding their demonic souls in the darkness, fled in all directions in fear. In a moment, the Zeuxan formation they had jointly constructed was shattered by the monster, and the Demon Corps commander, the core of the formation, was directly destroyed by a single blow, his demonic soul annihilated, his death impossible. Run. Once you've escaped, you must report to the Emperor immediately. The human race has produced another defiant individual. We must not allow this individual to continue to grow, a Void Realm Demon Elder thought in terror as he fled in panic. However, he failed to perceive the silent, imaginary presence of a massive figure. Just as the Demon Elder sensed the presence of a terrifying presence countless times more powerful than the sun. His last glimmer of consciousness was a mere sight of a massive, golden hand slamming down. Boom. A Void Realm Demon Elder, comparable to a semi-immortal returning to the void, was shattered by a single blow. Even his demonic soul could not withstand such sheer force, instantly annihilating into dust. Zhao Sheng, after dispatching one Void Realm Demon Elder like swatting a fly, immediately activated a spatial and temporal teleportation, arriving atop another, and struck down with the same palm. Despite its struggles and desperate attempts, the other could not withstand the blow and was similarly slain, offering no resistance. Just like that, Zhao Sheng quickly caught up with the fleeing Void Realm Demon Elders. Surprisingly, none of them could withstand his blows. After unleashing his 18 Zhang Ruai golden body, Zhao Sheng became incredibly powerful, so powerful that even he wasn't sure of his true strength. He felt the space around him was incredibly fragile, so fragile that even a single movement seemed to shatter the barrier of space and time. If he accidentally exerted too much force, he could fall back into the mortal realm. The barrier between the Void Realm and the mortal realm was now as thin as a sheet of paper before him, pierced by a single thought. Whoosh! Golden light dispelled the darkness, and Zhao Sheng gathered his mind. Then, his willpower field expanded, quickly engulfing various sized exotic crystals, each with over 512 facets. Zhao Sheng casually stored 9 of these exotic crystals in the Sumeru space and was about to retract his Dharma image golden body. The next moment, his expression suddenly changed. He folded his massive arms over his head, and blinding lightning burst forth from his body, instantly forming layers of thunder fields. These fields, combined with his divine consciousness and willpower, formed a triple defense. Who has attacked and killed my demon descendants? A resounding demonic voice, as if celestial, suddenly resounded through the void. The dark sky seemed to collapse, and the vast darkness suddenly collapsed into a tiny black hole. Beyond the black hole, a circle of blood-red light suddenly shone, resembling a single blood-red eye, indifferent and merciless, as if an unimaginable being, through the narrow opening, gazed down upon the tiny ants below. The situation had shifted with incredible speed. Zhao Sheng, who had previously easily defeated numerous Void Realm Demon Elders, was now reduced to an ant. An extreme fear welled up in Zhao Sheng's heart, as if he could be annihilated at any moment. That unknown being was too terrifying, so terrifying that it could obliterate his soul with a single thought. A Void Demon Emperor? No, this being was at least a Tribulation Realm Demon Lord. Someone's actually breaking their oath and attacking. Someone defying heaven? Die? Zhao Sheng's heart trembled. The mighty demonic sound, oblivious to all defenses, poured directly into his purple mansion soul sea, shattering his spirit and body. The moment the words uttered, Zhao Sheng's soul felt shattered. The thick shadow of death surged over him, driving him to near madness. Suddenly, a faint blood-red light descended from distant space-time. Across the gloomy sky, it suddenly transformed into a blanketing blood-red torrent, drowning the struggling golden giant. The blood-red torrent instantly broke through the barriers of space-time, pouring into the present starry sky. Then, its volume exploded 1,000-fold, like a boundless sea of blood, instantly obliterating Planet 2 and the surrounding void for hundreds of thousands of miles. Just as the unknown calamity demon was about to confirm Zhao Sheng's life or death, another furious roar suddenly echoed from a distant space-time, followed by a brilliant sword light that pierced through 3 layers of the void realm. Luoyi, you dare to break your oath and attack the cultivators of the lower realm. How dare you? Take this sword from me, Yang Jian, little boy, Even if I attack, what can you do to me? As soon as the voice rang out, the blood-red eyes suddenly vanished, and the original form also moved away, disappearing in an instant. The brilliant sword light pierced through 3 layers of the void heaven, but ultimately it was a step too late, failing to sever the calamity demon. Humph! A cold snort suddenly echoed from the depths of the near heavens, and then an incredible scene occurred. The brilliant sword light actually split into 2, instantly slicing through the vast sea of blood and severing the 2 demon stars into 7 or 8 pieces. After a moment, the brilliant sword light reeled back, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The sea of blood shattered, its remaining blood-colored demonic light spreading across half the galaxy before slowly dissipating under the influence of the laws of the Great Dao. By the time the galaxy had returned to normal, planets 2 and 1 had vanished by nearly a third of their mass. The outer crust had been transformed into a sea of crimson magma, from which plumes of foul black smoke rose as it rapidly cooled. At that moment, from deep within the Earth's core, a tattered humanoid skeleton suddenly emerged from the magma sea. Its bones continuously shone with foul blood and a brilliant golden-purple light. The eyes atop its skull gleamed with a terrifying, intelligent light. Layers of granulation tissue and blood vessels sprouted from the skeleton surface, visible to the naked eye as a vast expanse of flesh and internal organs grew. Zhao Sheng concentrated on suppressing the excruciating pain deep within his soul sea, carefully dispelling any remaining demonic energy, and simultaneously stimulating the regrowth of muscles and internal organs. It took a full 2 hours for his body to fully develop, though a significant amount of strange magical energy still lingered within him. In a cave on the shore, Zhao Sheng, naked, suddenly spat out a stream of foul-smelling blood. Suddenly, his skin shone with a clear, watery light of lightning. After this near-death experience, his soul and body became more deeply integrated with his cells. His magic power and his original spiritual consciousness were nearly completely fused, becoming indistinguishable from one another. His cultivation had unexpectedly leapt forward, from the 7th level of return to void to the middle 8th level. Such a monumental improvement completely blew his mind away. Only then did Zhao Sheng truly grasp the correct path to the return to void realm. Reaching the fusion realm wasn't simply a matter of seclusion and arduous practice. Enlightenment and directing oneself to one's true nature were the only true path to advancement. Days later, Zhao Sheng delved into the magma of the Earth's core and finally located Ji Xiandu, Bacon Taoist, and others hiding within Fort B2. Thanks to the thick crust, the group luckily escaped catastrophic destruction. Though severely injured, none perished. Ji Xiandu, still in shock, was stunned by Zhao Sheng's sudden appearance. Zhao Sheng offered no explanation for his survival, urging them to activate Fort B2 and return to the human defense zone. Half a day later, the shattered Fort B2 rose from the sea of magma, slowly breaking through the barrier of time and space and entering the dark sky. The alien demons seemed to have suffered an inexplicable blow, and they failed to deploy their demonic puppet army to intercept Fort B2's return, leaving Ji Xiandu and his group feeling uneasy along the way. When Fort B2 appeared on the outskirts of the Suzaku galaxy, it immediately caused a stir at headquarters. Although the Binhua demon slayers had lost 2 members of their return to the Void team, Xin Buli was hailed as a hero by the human leaders. Meanwhile, Ji Xiandu, Bacon Doran, and Yan Shiksha also achieved widespread fame, their rewards doubled. Months later, Ji Xiandu and his companions learned the secret behind the doubling, a vital star system, long held by the alien demons, had been destroyed by their own men. Shocked and bewildered, Ji Xiandu and the others, all looking to their companion, Yan Shiksha, belatedly realized that Yan Shiksha had vanished. Chapter 756, Identity Exposed, Guest Elder and Top Secret Mission. 2 months later. In the core hall of the A3 Void Fortress, Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged on a lotus pedestal, his hands motionless in a hand seal. Within his elixir, a fist-sized crystal slowly spun, lightning flashing from every facet, expanding and contracting. Within the crystal, a cloud-like vortex emanated a brilliant, pure light of the law. Suddenly, a ball of white light descended from the air above the hall, and a phantom white deer materialized in an instant. "Sir, are you visiting? Huh? Who would find this place?" Zhao Sheng's eyes widened at the words, a hint of confusion crossing his face. "White deer, display this person's face immediately, as you command, sir." As soon as he finished speaking, a curtain of light materialized, revealing a giant with a stern face and a towering figure like a mountain. It was Zhao Zunjing. Who else? Well, it's just a trivial matter. Why did you come here in person? Zhao Sheng glanced at him, his face instantly lit up with joy. He flashed and hurriedly left the core hall. Before long, he arrived at the teleportation array hall on the middle level of the fortress. Inside the hall, Zhao Xuanjing stood outside the array, surrounded by several cultivators, seemingly waiting for him. Greetings, Elder Jing. Zhao Sheng immediately bowed to Zhao Xuanjing and said, why did you come here in person? I didn't expect you to accomplish such a great feat so quickly. Because this matter is of such importance, I decided to come here in person, Zhao Xuanjing said with a chuckle and a wave. Zhao Sheng approached, looking around, and whispered, this is not the place to talk. Please follow me, Elder. Zhao Xuanjing nodded and allowed Zhao Sheng to lead him out of the teleportation hall. Soon, the two of them arrived in a courtyard, each sitting on a cushion under a spiritual peach tree. Zhao Sheng flipped his right hand, revealing a dusty wooden box. He silently pushed it towards Zhao Xuanjing. Zhao Xuanjing took a deep breath and opened the box's lid. Inside, he saw 9 rows of exotic crystals, 81 in total, each larger than a fist. In the current Tai spiritual realm, exotic crystals are considered hard currency for high-level cultivators, not only for comprehending the laws of the Great Dao, but also for freely exchanging for heavenly merits. The exotic crystals in the wooden box all came from the Void Realm Demon Elder, each worth at least 3 heavenly merits. Zhao Sheng had to go through a lot of trouble to successfully exchange his earned heavenly merits for exotic crystals, but he had to accept a 10% discount. Zhao Xuanjing's eyes flashed, and he slammed the box shut. He said in a deep voice, do you know why I came all the way to see you? Yes, I kind of know. I guess my disguise has been seen through. Zhao Sheng, understanding something, nodded calmly. It's good to know. After all, return to void semi-immortals aren't easy to come by. Plus, with your formidable strength, it's only natural that you'll attract special attention from above. Zhao Xuanjing nodded slightly, then continued, speaking of which, I've also gained considerable fame this time because of you. The sect master has issued a special decree, hoping I can persuade you to join the Yuling Immortal sect. Of course, whether or not to join is entirely up to you. I simply want to say that now that you've registered with him, you need to be extra cautious from now on. The abovely mentioned naturally referred to powerful beings in the fusion realm, even to the level of tribulation transcending great venerables. Perhaps even more than that, he might have already attracted the attention of the immortals of eternal life. In that previous battle, if he hadn't slaughtered so many people, he might have provoked a being thought to be above the tribulation demon. As a result, another powerful human being boldly drew his sword. Although the exchange of moves was limited to a single move, it alarmed many high-ranking human leaders. Though Zhao Sheng's disguise was nearly perfect, the human race in the spirit realm possessed countless magical techniques and uncanny abilities. Any serious investigation by the higher-ups would have revealed his flaws. Thus, Yang Chixia's identity was exposed to the higher-ups. Of course, his true identity was only circulated within the highest echelons of the spirit realm, a secret unknown to those below the fusion realm. Zhao Xuanjing, acting as a lobbyist, approached him to recruit him into the Yuling Immortal sect. This wasn't unexpected. After all, after this battle, he had already revealed his immense potential. A future ascension to the fusion realm was a sure thing, and he even had a glimmer of hope of breaking through to the tribulation realm. With a grand venerable in the fold who could potentially break through to the tribulation realm, it would have been strange for the Yuling Immortal sect not to recruit him. Ancestor Jing, you should know that I come from the Jiwen Immortal sect. Due to the sect rules, I cannot join any other immortal sect. Of course I haven't forgotten this. So I don't want to persuade you to switch to our sect, but it should be fine for you to take over the position of guest elder. Guest elder. Zhao Sheng's expression changed, and he immediately said, of course it's fine, I'll accept it. Good. In this way, I can report to the headmaster. Zhao Xuanjing smiled and stroked his beard. As he spoke, he took out a Source J token from his sleeve and slapped it in front of Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng saw this and waved his hand across the table, put away the guest token, and said with a smile, it seems that Ancestor Jing had planned it all out. He even brought the guest token. Haha, this matter has only benefits and no harm. I can't think of any reason for you to refuse. And with the protection of our sect, it will undoubtedly reduce a lot of trouble and danger for you. Zhao Sheng smiled and said nothing, suddenly changed the subject, and talked about the exchange of true souls. Zhao Xuanjing immediately said, it's not difficult. I've already asked many friends within the sect to gather the true spirits and souls you need in a few years. Then, someone will deliver them to you." Zhao Sheng nodded, not even mentioning the cost. Of course, given their close relationship, such trivial matters were unnecessary. Zhao Sheng then discussed the Star Master with Zhao Xuanjing. According to Zhao Xuanjing's plan, he had already chosen a spiritual planet called Gian Realm. This planet has more land than sea, and its spiritual energy is biased towards the metal and earth elements, which is infinitely beneficial to his cultivation. With Gian Star as his training ground, the Divine Crafts Zhao clan could relocate there, becoming a true minor immortal clan family with unlimited potential for growth. This move by the Star Master was incredibly crucial and important. It not only affected Zhao Xuanjing's future path, but also laid the foundation for the enduring strength of the Divine Crafts Zhao clan. Zhao Xuanjing spent only 2 days in Jiazhen Fort before hastily returning to the Tai spiritual realm. After Zhao Sheng saw him off, he felt a sense of relief, his spirit suddenly clearing, his cultivation instantly improving. He quickly returned to the core hall to continue refining the remaining magic within him. Under the management and guidance of the Phantom White Deer, everything within Fort Jiazhen was in perfect order, saving Zhao Sheng countless efforts. The 4 shipmasters also worked diligently, maneuvering their warships on patrol as scheduled while also eliminating invading demonic hordes. Time flew by, and 2 years passed in a flash. One day, Zhao Sheng was urgently awakened again by the Phantom White Deer. "Sir, a celestial communication signal has been received. Please receive it immediately." Zhao Sheng opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Receive it immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, the white deer suddenly twisted into a ball of white light, and from the light emerged an old man in a red robe. It was none other than the Biffin Patriarch. Zhao Sheng immediately stood up and bowed. "Junior greets Grandmaster Biffin." No need for formalities. Grandmaster Biffin's face was as sullen as water. He suddenly said, "I'm contacting you personally to fulfill an urgent, top-secret mission." Zhao Sheng's thoughts raced, and he said respectfully, "Please, Grandmaster, tell me what this mission is." "I'll do my best." Grandmaster Biffin nodded with a look of satisfaction, saying, "Outside your area, there's a spiritual planet occupied by alien demons. I want you to go there to meet a man, codenamed Kayaki, who has a crucial mission. You must go there in secret, retrieve a sumo ring from him, and bring it back safely. This is top secret, top secret. Do not let the alien demons discover it. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous." Zhao Sheng immediately bowed and acknowledged his words. Grandmaster Biffin waved his hand, sending a stream of light that landed in front of him and instantly transformed into a crystal bead. Zhao Sheng reached out to catch the bead and carefully placed it in his arms. "You only have 1 day. Set out immediately. If you don't see that person after 1 day, you must return to the fortress immediately and pretend that this never happened." "I understand. We'll set off now." Zhao Sheng nodded. "Very good. Upon completion, there will be a reward." With that, the Biffin Patriarch suddenly dissipated his light and shadow, and the Phantom White Deer reformed. Zhao Sheng calmly instructed the deer to watch over the house, then vanished in a flash. A moment later, within the interior of a planet with a reddish-brown atmosphere, deep within a mountain range, countless massive nests towered into the clouds. Surrounding these nests, vast expanses of strange vegetation grew, home to countless weak demonic puppet creatures. Now, amidst the shadowy, gray-black forest, a transparent figure lurked in the shadows, gazing towards the demon nest. This figure was, of course, Zhao Sheng, who had infiltrated. This spiritual planet lies on the periphery of the demonic mist. The entire planet has been conquered by the alien demons, and densely infested with alien nests. The demonic mist is truly one of the alien demons' invincible weapons. Upon Zhao Sheng's arrival, his divine consciousness and fundamental spiritual awareness were immediately significantly affected, significantly reducing his detection range. Of course, with his current strength, he could roam freely on this planet, undefeated by any demon. As he waited silently, flocks of 2-winged flying lizards flew overhead, bearing lifeless human figures on their backs. These were pitiful victims whose bodies had been taken over by the alien demons. Demon cultivators, or ghost cultivators, Zhao Sheng, hidden, watched the patrol slowly fly by, secretly speculating on the identity of their contact. Just as the alien demons would plant countless spies among the human race in the spiritual realm would naturally send countless men to infiltrate the alien demons. Due to the alien demon's unique racial characteristics, normal human cultivators cannot infiltrate them. Only demon cultivators and ghost cultivators who have mastered special techniques are suitable. As time passed, night quickly fell. The clouds in the sky had already turned a faint red, and soon, a deep, blood-red rain began to fall. With the day drawing to a close and only an hour left until the deadline, Zhao Sheng suddenly raised his brows, and the crystal bead in his arms inexplicably glowed. Finally, he thought, emerging from the shadows. Just then, a blurry, ghostly figure descended from the sky, driven by the rain, silently entering the strange forest. The shadow quickly approached Zhao Sheng, but abruptly stopped 10 feet away. The darkness gradually dissipated, revealing a massive figure over a meter tall, with a wolf's head and a human body. He was clad in pitch-black armor, his face a deep green, his skin shrunken, his eyes shimmering with darkness, and his nose completely gouged out. He looked incredibly ferocious, but he was actually a demon king in the Return to Void Realm. Feng stood still, his fist-sized wolf eyes fixed directly on Zhao Sheng, their gaze filled with scrutiny and wariness. Zhao Sheng decisively displayed his crystal bead to prove his identity. The wolf-headed man breathed a sigh of relief, then suddenly patted his chest. A transparent head emerged from within. It looked like an ordinary middle-aged man. "Are you Senior Kyoki?" Zhao Sheng flashed, stopping 3 feet away. His mind swept over him. However, his mind scanned the other person, finding nothing. It was as if the other person was merely an illusion, a being that did not exist. Zhao Sheng was surprised, but also somewhat bewildered. With such high cultivation, why would this man be willing to take such a risk to infiltrate the alien demons? If his identity was accidentally revealed, he would almost certainly die. "Yes, I am Kyoki. Are you the one sent by the higher-ups to meet me?" the middle-aged man asked, his voice hoarse and dry, a bit eerie, after surveying Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng didn't answer, instead channeling a stream of magical energy into the crystal bead. Instantly, the aura on the crystal bead surface blurred and distorted, revealing a lifelike face resembling that of the Biffin patriarch. At that moment, a subtle wave of divine thoughts surged into the middle-aged man's mind. "Very good, it seems your identity is clear. In that case, the mysterious middle-aged man was about to continue when his expression suddenly twisted, veins bulging, and his breathing became rapid. Zhao Sheng's heart trembled at this, a hint of alarm flashing in his eyes. A layer of black energy slowly emerged from the middle-aged man's face, and strange faces suddenly appeared behind his head, all bearing the middle-aged man's twisted and frantic expressions. The middle-aged man, Kyoki, appeared in great pain, but remained conscious. With difficulty, he opened his mouth and spit out a silver-white ring, which flew smoothly towards Zhao Sheng. "Here's yours. Take it, and leave quickly." The middle-aged man's expression became fierce and twisted, and he spoke almost word by word. Zhao Sheng caught the sumeru ring, nodded, and immediately put it away. Without hesitation, he vanished in a flash. Roar! The moment he vanished, the middle-aged man, finally overcome with agony, retreated abruptly into the wolf demon's body. The demon king suddenly roared to the heavens, emanating a vast expanse of pitch-black demonic energy. Its entire body suddenly expanded dramatically, revealing its true form in an instant, a giant, two-headed wolf over 30 feet tall at the shoulders and over 100 feet long. The right head was a wolf's, the left a rotting, exposed human skull. Chapter 757, Big Pit, or Opportunity? In the dark sky, within Fort A3 of the Void Realm, Zhao Sheng had made the round trip from the demon-occupied territory in less than a day. He hurried back to Fort A3 and immediately used the teleportation array within the fortress to teleport directly to Kaiming City, the entire journey occurring without a single delay. Zhao Sheng then quickly entered the city's tower and ascended to the very top, where he met the Biffin Patriarch, who sat there in command. "I have completed my mission, and now it is time to report to you, Patriarch," he bowed, then produced the sumeru ring and tossed it to Patriarch Biffin. Patriarch Biffin took it, and saw its surface suddenly illuminate with a brilliant light, countless intricate runes flashing in the aura. A flash of light followed, and a pile of scattered objects, including jade slips, silk scrolls, crystals, and several dark gold tokens, fell from the air. Patriarch Biffin's eyes lit up, and he grabbed a scroll and began to flip through it. A moment later, his expression was filled with both surprise and delight, as if he had discovered something surprising. Patriarch Biffin's expression darkened. He immediately swept all the items away with a wave of his sleeve, then solemnly instructed, "You've done an excellent job. However, the reward will be postponed for now. Stay in the city for now. I will summon you again in a few days. Also, keep today's events absolutely confidential. If the news leaks out, you will be held accountable." Zhao Sheng immediately declared, "I understand the seriousness of this matter and will absolutely not disclose it to anyone else." "Very good, you withdraw." Patriarch Biffin's expression eased slightly upon seeing this, his gaze piercing. "I'll take my leave." Zhao Sheng bowed again and turned to leave. Not long after, he found a temporary cave and settled down in Kaiming City. Although Zhao Sheng didn't know why Patriarch Biffin had specifically asked him to stay, he knew it all had to do with the contents of the Sumer ring. He had likely been drawn into some big event and was temporarily tied to it. Zhao Sheng didn't have to wait long. Just 3 days later, he received a summons and immediately headed for the city's tower. Upon entering the tower's highest point, Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed with astonishment. Besides the Biffin Patriarch, there were 3 others present. He was most astonished by an elderly human dressed in a plain white Taoist robe. His figure was as tall and straight as a sword, his features gaunt, his hair and beard white, and his aura unfathomable, like a peerless divine sword sheathed. Behind the elder stood a man and a woman, both of remarkable appearance and imposing aura, their cultivation clearly above the return to void stage. The woman, clad in a cyan robe, had a dignified and imposing demeanor, her expression radiating compassion and indifference, and a faint medicinal fragrance emanated from her. Most strikingly, a bizarre, enormous mushroom lay perched on her shoulder. The mushroom, vibrantly colored, had sprouted limbs and features, with eyes, nose, and mouth atop its round cap, creating a charming and innocent appearance. At that moment, the mushroom doll was lying on its owner's shoulder, soundly sleeping like a sleepy child. The man next to the woman looked like a pretty boy at first glance, with a nonchalant smile on his face, but his eyes were indifferent as he examined Zhao Sheng as he walked in. Zhao Sheng retracted his gaze, strode forward, and bowed to the Biffin Patriarch. "Junior Zhaozai, greetings, Patriarch." Upon hearing this, the Biffin Patriarch's face froze, and he quickly scolded, "Don't be rude. This is the Great Venerable Yang Jian. Hurry up and pay your respects to the Great Venerable." Zhao Sheng was startled and immediately bowed to the gaunt old man and said respectfully, "Junior Zhaozai, greetings, Great Venerable. I was impolite just now, please forgive me. Don't be surprised if you don't know." The Great Venerable Yang Jian smiled indifferently. "Come to think of it, this is not the first time we have met. Back then, you actually managed to save your life at Luo Yu's hands, which really surprised me." Zhao Sheng's mind raced when he heard this, and he understood in an instant. He immediately bowed deeply and said with great gratitude, "So it was the Great Venerable who saved me back then. I can survive because of your contribution. I can't repay you for saving my life, please accept my 3 bows." He was about to kneel, but before his knees could touch the ground, a powerful force surged from nowhere, forcibly straightening his body. "Don't kneel. I hate it most in my life. If you are bound by worldly formalities, your cultivation in this life will probably end here," said the great Yang Jian, with a serious expression. Zhao Sheng smiled carefully at this and said, "Great Venerable, your wise words are truly enlightening. Thank you for your guidance." "All right, no need to be so slick in front of me," Great Venerable Yang Jian said. "I summoned you today to complete a secret mission." Hearing this, Patriarch Biffin took over, saying, "You weren't the first choice for this mission, but because you're so fortunate and have the Great Venerable's strong recommendation, I've invited you to join. However, you must follow Senior Sister Zhu's orders for this mission. If you find yourself in a difficult situation, you must protect her life. Understand?" Zhao Sheng looked up at the woman and saw her nod. Then, his expression grew serious, and he decisively declared, "I will obey Senior Zhu's orders." But as he made this statement, countless thoughts raced through Zhao Sheng's mind, and he suddenly realized that the secret of his time and space shift seemed to have been exposed. And the person who knew the secret, unsurprisingly, was none other than Great Venerable Yang Jian. Thinking this, Zhao Sheng casually glanced at Great Venerable Yang Jian, and happened to catch a pair of smiling eyes. Instantly, a realization dawned on him, as expected. Just then, the green-robed woman stepped forward and spoke calmly, "Zhu Su Su, a disciple of Grandmaster Yun Qing of the Tai Spiritual Palace." As she finished, the pretty boy lazily added, "Wu Yu, of the corpse reincarnation immortal lineage of the Yuling Immortal sect, Zhao Sheng, upon seeing this, bowed and said, "My name is Zhao Zai, scion of the divine craftsman Zhao family, currently serving as the garrison commander of Jiazhen Fort. Nice to meet you, seniors." Just then, Great Venerable Yang Jian nodded slightly and said, "Very good. Since you three have already met, let's set off immediately." Zhao Sheng was taken aback. He hadn't expected the situation to be so urgent that they'd have to set off right after they met. He didn't even know what the mission was, nor did he have any detailed information about his two companions. "Excuse me, Grandmaster. Where are we going? What mission are we supposed to accomplish?" Zhao Sheng hurriedly inquired. Unexpectedly, Great Venerable Yang Jian replied, "Don't ask too much. Everything is up to Nisu." Sometimes, knowing more is just the opposite. Zhao Sheng's heart sank at this, feeling as if he'd been tricked again. However, the situation was beyond his control. He could only obey. Zhu Susu bowed to Great Venerable Yang Jian and said in a clear voice, "Thank you, Grandmaster, for your mercy. If Susu achieves her goal, she will repay you." Great Venerable Yang Jian said, "Go. If it's truly God's will, return soon. Don't risk your own life. Susu, take your leave." Zhu Susu nodded, then glanced at Zhao Sheng and Wu Yu before heading out of the tower. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng immediately bowed to the two great masters and with Wu Yu, followed Zhu Susu out. A month later, over 20 eons away from the demon suppression star region, a streak of white light pierced the air, its speed as lightning, sometimes escaping directly into the dark sky before emerging from somewhere several eons away. The white light was a disc-shaped spaceship capable of traveling between the two worlds. On board were, naturally, Zhao Sheng and his companions. The disc-shaped craft's astonishing speed allowed the three to travel across 800 eons in just 30 days, reaching the outer reaches of the demon-suppressing star region. Half a day later, the craft stealthily bypassed multiple forbidden zones and entered the main star system within the demon-suppressing star region. Soon after, an immense planet appeared before the three. Zhao Sheng's eyes shifted slightly. The planet ahead was immense, comparable in size to Taiyi star. From outside the realm, an endless black mist enveloped the atmosphere. Deep within the fog, demonic shadows shrouded the atmosphere, and from time to time, impossibly large figures could be seen fleeting by. This immense planet, named after the demon-suppressing star region, was the primary star of this region and the first highly spiritual planet to be conquered by the alien demons. The demonic energy of the demon-suppressing star region is dense, but the intensity of this planet's demonic energy is likely thousands of times greater than that of the outer realm. Since this is the lair of the alien demons, should we be cautious? Zhao Sheng asked, looking at Zhu Susu. "I have my own plans." "Don't worry," Zhu Susu said solemnly. With that, the spaceship's speed increased again, swiftly plunging into the dense demonic energy within the planet. A moment later, 3 beams of light descended deep within a mountain range in the eastern hemisphere of demon-suppressing star. A flash of light revealed the figures of Zhao Sheng and his companions. Zhao Sheng looked around. The demonic energy here was indeed extremely dense, practically contaminating the entire spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At the edge of the mountain range, a massive floating city could be faintly seen, hovering above the clouds. Meanwhile, throughout the mountain range, a dense network of vast nests was found. "Wu Yu, is this the right place?" Zhu Susu asked casually, withdrawing her gaze. "Senior Sister Zhu, that floating city must be Machin City. From what I hear, that person should be inside now," Wu Yu continued. Upon hearing this, Zhu Susu suddenly transformed into a streak of green light, speeding away beyond the mountains. Zhao Sheng stared at Zhu Susu's back, still unsure of the three's purpose for venturing so far. This feeling of being kept in the dark was awful. Even so, he patiently followed Zhu Susu's lead. Seeing Wu Yu following closely behind, Zhao Sheng suddenly shook his head and followed suit. Before long, the three arrived at the ruins of a city, where a massive floating city could be seen in the distance. Zhu Susu silently removed a crystal bead from her bosom and crushed it into powder with a single force. Then, she quietly waited. Zhao Sheng was about to inquire about the details of the mission, but seeing Zhu Susu's unusually serious expression, he suppressed the thought. A few breaths later, a crack quietly opened in the void ahead, and a bald old man emerged. The man was emaciated, clad in a vibrant red and green robe. His sparse hair was tied up in a high, towering braid, and his eyes were half closed, as if he hadn't woken up yet. "Master Wen, Wu Yu's face suddenly changed upon seeing the newcomer, and he called out in a trembling voice. Zhao Sheng's expression changed slightly. The bald old man's strength was unfathomable, yet even with his cultivation level, he couldn't sense any trace of him. His heart sank, and he turned to look at Zhu Susu. Zhu Susu was now composed, seemingly unsurprised by the man's sudden appearance. "Oh, I was wondering who was coming. It's my junior nephew. I was too lazy to show up, but now I think I have to meet my dear nephew." When Shifei rubbed his eyes, glanced at Zhu Susu nonchalantly, and said lazily, "When Shifei, it's been so long since we last met. I didn't expect you to be so hopeless," Zhu Susu said flatly, seeming to take this uncle of his rank lightly. "Little Susu, don't say that. I just don't want to die. By the way, are you here for senior sister Yunking?" Grandmaster once squinted at Zhu Susu, teasing. "Where is Master now? You should know best. Tell me now, and from now on, all grudges between you and me are settled," Zhu Susu said expressionlessly. "Oh, you can't say that. No matter what, I'm your dear uncle, and Grandmaster Yunking is my legitimate senior sister. I'll hold on to this title forever." When Shifei finished, a strange smile on his face. His figure flashed, and he vanished without a trace. The next moment, he suddenly appeared above the three of them. With a wave of his sleeves, they expanded infinitely, radiating 1,000 rays of red light, enveloping the three of them. Zhao Sheng was utterly shocked. Despite his full alertness, he couldn't react in time and was enveloped by a vast red light. The light of the law instantly immobilized Zhao Sheng. Wu Yu was even more miserable, pinned to the ground like a puddle of mud. Only Zhu Susu remained upright, her whole body emitting a faint and clear light, and she tried her best to block the red light of the law from her body. "Junior brother Zhu, don't blame me. Senior sister Yunking doesn't want you to risk your life to go. Even if you go, what can you do? Senior sister will not survive anyway. Even if you are lucky enough to find one or two shattered souls, what good will it do? I mean this out of kindness. You will understand sooner or later." When Shifei looked at Zhu Susu with a smile, and said with seemingly good intentions. Before he finished speaking, the red light from his sleeves flickered again, and with a whoosh, the three people were taken in. Zhao Sheng's eyes went black. And then he appeared in an unfamiliar world, his whole body tightly imprisoned by an invisible force. He let out a low roar, and his magic power and spiritual consciousness burst out with all his strength, but it was of no use, and his body was still unable to move. Facing a terrifying existence that seemed to be in the tribulation realm, his current strength was ultimately too weak. Chapter 758 Searching. At this moment, Zhu Susu's entire body suddenly radiated an extremely blinding light, and the red light of the laws wrapped around her shattered inch by inch. In a flash of brilliance, a blood-stained stone sword emerged. A gleam flashed in Zhu Susu's eyes, and with a swing of her arm, the stone sword, without a trace of fireworks, slowly slashed towards the world. With a loud bang, like the sound of ripping silk, the vast expanse of heaven and earth suddenly split open with a huge, endless rift. Time and space shook, threatening to shatter. At this moment, the red light wrapped around Zhao Sheng and Wu Yu also shattered. When Shifei stumbled, a deep sword wound extending from his head to his feet, making it look as if he had been nearly bisected. He stared wide-eyed at the blood-red stone sword in Zhu Susu's hand, his face darkening. Demon Slayer Sword. You. Great Yang Sword Venerable is willing to part with a sword spirit for you. No. Get out of my cave. When Shifei's eyes flashed with deep fear, he suddenly shouted and swung out a vast red light. Zhao Sheng felt the world spinning, and upon closer inspection, he realized he had been thrown out. Elsewhere, Wu Yu was also bewildered. However, Zhu Susu had disappeared. Within the cave, Zhu Susu's body shone with 9-colored light. She swung her stone sword again, slashing at the heavens and the earth. "Stop!" When Shifei's face changed, and he shouted. A dark red bell condensed above his head, emitting a crystal-clear, mysterious light. This bell was incredibly heavy, as if it could suppress time and space. It was obvious that it was a precious treasure. The bell flew out from afar, blocking the stone sword's sharp edge. With a resounding, earth-shattering roar, the vast earth trembled violently, the sky darkened, and countless cracks appeared in the air, as if it were about to collapse. The next moment, the dark red bell clanged with a crack, shattering into countless pieces that plummeted to the ground, creating massive craters stretching hundreds of miles across. When Shifei spat out a stream of blood in essence, his figure rapidly dimming, Now, with a look of horror on his face, he cried out, "Auntie, please stop. My cave can't withstand a third strike." Upon hearing this, Zhu Susa's eyes flashed, and a large, vibrant mushroom suddenly appeared on her shoulder. Its face had distinct features, including eyebrows, eyes, and a mouth. Its large eyes blinked, staring directly at Wen Shifei. "Ah, the extreme love mushroom. This is terrible," Wen Shifei cried out in terror upon seeing the vibrant mushroom. Before surrendering to the demonic force, Wen Shifei had been a powerful master of the fusion realm, cultivating the supreme way of mercilessness within the Tai Spirit Palace. The Jiking Fairy Mushroom is a rare and ancient treasure, born in the Tai Celestial Heavens since ancient times. It is the nemesis of the Supreme Wuking clan. "Jiking, it's your turn." Zhu Susu glanced at the Jiking Fairy Mushroom. Leave it to me." The Jiking Fairy Mushroom playfully stuck out its tongue, and a shimmering glow swirled across its surface. Countless dazzling bubbles converged into a hazy river, sweeping towards Wen Shifei. Wen Shifei attempted to flee, but a glance at the surrounding world instantly gave up the idea and obediently remained where he was. The Jiking River instantly descended upon Wen Shifei, transforming into a phantom and plunging into his body. A mushroom-shaped mark appeared between his eyebrows, then vanished in a flash. "Ah!" Wen Shifei let out a shrill cry of pain, but his face suddenly became expressionless, a blank, indifferent expression, as if inhuman. The next second, the scream ceased abruptly. Wen Shifei flashed and suddenly appeared beside Zhu Susu. He stared at her expressionlessly, his face cold and heartless, saying, "I'm ultimately not as calculating as that old monster." "Very well, I surrender." Zhu Susu placed the stone sword on the man's shoulder and said calmly, "You shouldn't have surrendered to the alien demon, and you certainly shouldn't have used your master's life as a bargaining chip. Because you've protected someone, I can spare your death, but I can't escape your punishment. If you obey orders from now on, your love tribulation won't strike. But if you remain stubborn, you'll die without a burial place. Tell me, where is your master now?" Wen Shifei's face flickered with hesitation. Zhu Susu's observation sparked a thought, and the demon slayer sword emanated a destructive aura. Seeing this, Wen Shifei sighed, as if resigned to his fate, but his expression remained frozen and indifferent, looking particularly strange. "Alice, senior sister Yunking can rest in peace even if she has a disciple like you. It's all right to tell you, your master." Just as Zhao Sheng and Wu Yu were staring at each other, a passage suddenly opened up in the distance, and two figures flew out, one in front and one behind. Wu Yu breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Zhu Susa flying ahead. He hurried forward, saying with concern, "Senior sister Zhu, I'm glad you're safe." He couldn't help but glance at Wen Shifei beside him, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Zhao Sheng also flew over, sizing up Zhu Susa and the other two with a look of astonishment, having already discovered something. At this moment, Wen Shifei looked up at the sky and suddenly said, "My aura just vanished for a moment, and has been detected by the tribulation demon guarding this planet. I must return to Human City immediately. Leave as soon as possible. We'll contact each other again in a few days." Without waiting for the three to speak, he vanished into thin air in a flash. Zhu Susu's face paled as she gazed at the sky, rapidly darkening to inky black. She immediately ordered, "Use the 10 Directions Earth Escape Talisman. Move." With that, a faint, amber glow emanated from her body, instantly transforming into a ball of yellow light that plunged beneath the thick earth. Zhao Sheng and the other two didn't hesitate, each activating their own talismans and escaping into the earth's crust, disappearing into the distance in an instant. A few days later, across a vast dead desert, a fierce wind blew relentlessly, stirring up a cloud of sand and rocks strewn with bones. Zhao Sheng stood atop a cloud, his gaze fixed on the deadly desert left by the great battle. Beside him, Zhu Susu paused, her expression silent. Wu Yu stood idly behind, his hands unconsciously rubbing the corpse reincarnation bag at his waist. Was this once the most prosperous Kifeng domain on Demon Suppression Star? Zhao Sheng asked, somewhat surprised. "Hey, senior sister, look over there." Wu Yu's eyes flashed with divine light, and he suddenly raised his hand and pointed to a mountain range hundreds of miles away that was mostly covered with gravel. Zhao Sheng looked in the direction he pointed, and suddenly sensed that something seemed amiss below the mountain. Zhu Susu's expression was slightly delighted, and she suddenly drove the auspicious cloud to fly over there. In the blink of an eye, the auspicious cloud had landed on the top of the mountain and slowly dissipated. Zhu Susu couldn't wait to wave her slender hand, and a large area of clear light instantly enveloped the entire mountain range. Then, billions of tons of gravel rose into the air, rumbling and flying 70 or 80 miles away, quickly forming a high sand dune. Once the sand and gravel cleared, the mountain's true form was revealed, a vast expanse of ruins. Even within the shattered remains of palaces and towers, glimpses of its former prosperity remained. Back in the day, Demon-suppressing star was one of the few highly spiritual planets second only to Tai star. Now, in just tens of thousands of years, it has fallen to this bleak state. The crimes of the alien demons are simply unforgivable, Wu Yu lamented. The alien demons are merely a minor infestation. Once this clan is wiped out, Demon-suppressing star will sooner or later regain its former prosperity, Zhao Sheng remarked. Perhaps, Wu Yu shook his head self-deprecatingly. Just then, Zhu Susu suddenly exclaimed in delight, "We've found it, Wen Shifei. You weren't lying, really? Where is it?" Wu Yu asked hastily, his face beaming with joy. Zhu Susu didn't answer, instead continuously cultivating mystical incantations with her hands, sending streams of profound light downward. As rays of light sank into the ruined earth, tiny pinpricks of light rose from scattered locations into the sky. A faint, nameless wave suddenly touched the three people's primordial spirits. With a whoosh, a gentle breeze swept away the dust in the air. The demonic energy that permeated the heavens and earth was completely expelled from the land, leaving behind a pure, ethereal realm. Zhu Susu waved her hand and summoned the demon-slaying sword, which gently touched the ground and sank. Wu Yu, observing this, immediately followed suit, with Zhao Sheng following closely behind. Soon, after diving thousands of miles into the earth's crust, the three finally arrived at a subterranean cavern, where ruins lay before them. The cavern was largely abandoned and collapsed, with only a large stone chamber remaining at the deepest point. Within, white jade statues of women stood. The statues were incredibly lifelike, depicting the same woman. Their faces were exquisite and beautiful, their figures were extremely charming, and their curves revealed all the charm of a mature woman. However, the expressions on the faces of the portraits were different, ranging from joy to anger, sorrow to happiness, and so on. After a careful count, there were as many as 14 portraits. Zhao Sheng stared at these portraits for a few seconds, and suddenly he felt a surge of agitation, with all kinds of emotions and desires surging from the bottom of his heart. He was startled and immediately looked away, only to see Wu Yu staring at the portraits without blinking, his eyes revealing a bit of obsession and struggle. Zhao Sheng was about to wake him up, but he saw that the man regained consciousness in an instant, and hurriedly avoided his sight, exclaiming that it was amazing. "I heard that Tailing Palace has two major schools of practice, one is the path of compassion, and the other is the path of indifference. That Wen Shifei should be practicing the path of supreme indifference. I'm afraid Zhu Susu's lineage belongs to the path of compassion," Zhao Sheng thought secretly. As he pondered this, Zhu Susu sheathed her demon-slaying sword, summoned the extreme passion immortal mushroom, and swiftly entered the stone chamber. The next second, a dazzling curtain of light rose, blocking Zhao Sheng and the other side and perception. Within the stone chamber, Zhu Susu passed by each of the statues, the extreme passion immortal mushroom on her shoulder continuously emitting rays of magnificent light. When she reached the eighth statue of compassion, it finally responded. Its face suddenly lit up, its eyes flashed with a vibrant brilliance, and then its limbs and body moved, surprisingly coming to life. Overwhelmed with emotion, Zhu Susu immediately knelt before the statue, her voice trembling. "Master, your disciple finally sees you again." The compassionate statue emanated a dim light, appearing extremely weak. "Susu, you've finally come. Alice, you shouldn't have come." The statue shimmered, and a faint wave of divine consciousness entered Zhu Susu's mind. "Master, I'm late," Zhu Susu insisted, as if she hadn't heard. "Fool, in the battle, I committed an unforgivable sin. That's why I willingly sacrificed myself to atone for it. Why would you risk your life to seek me out?" Great Master Yun King sighed weakly. "Master, even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, I will rescue you. Great Master Yang Jian also fully supports my actions, even granting him a sword spirit." With a flick of her hand, the blood-stained demon slayer stone sword reappeared in her hand before disappearing again. "Susu, you're wrong. Yang Jian doesn't care about my life or death. He only cares about my life-saving magic weapon, the 10,000 feet of red dust." Great Master Yun King's words revealed Great Master Yang Jian's hidden thoughts. Zhu Susa sighed softly and said, "Disciple knows all too well what my great-grandmaster is thinking. But as long as we can rescue Master, nothing else matters." Great Master Yunking sighed, "But Master has long since perished. Only a few wisps of his spirit remain, lingering even now. Unless someone can persuade Immortal Tai, there's no chance of resurrection. Master, disciple, alright, there's no hope. Disciple, no need to say more. While Master still has some mental energy left, be sincere and accept this final gift from Master." As the voice fell, a blurry light suddenly flew from the figure's brow and instantly vanished into Zhu Susa's head. Zhu Susa responded by sitting cross-legged. A magnificent halo slowly appeared on her face, giving her a solemn and majestic appearance. Simultaneously, a brilliant halo appeared behind her head. The halo was chaotic, with a faint whirl of clear and turbid energy swirling within it, as if foreshadowing something. Who knows how much time had passed? Just as Zhao Sheng and the other two were anxiously waiting outside, the iridescent light curtain enveloping the stone chamber suddenly shattered, and Zhu Susa emerged calmly. Zhao Sheng was startled upon seeing her. Her aura was impenetrable, as if she had undergone some kind of qualitative transformation. "Senior Sister Zhu, have you found Great Venerable Yunking?" Wu Yu asked with a flicker of surprise in his eyes, a hint of concern. Zhu Susa shook her head slightly and said, "Not yet, but we've made some progress this time. We'll set off for the falling Immortal Sea now." Wu Yu, slightly surprised, asked, "Could it be that Great Venerable Yunking is in the falling Immortal Sea?" "Falling Immortal Sea? Isn't that on Kyonghae Star?" Zhao Sheng suddenly asked. Kyonghae Star, located 12 yens away, was a fortress on the outermost edge of the demon-suppressing star region, and a crucial node in the demon-suppressing defense line. During the human race's great defeat, Kyonghae Star held out to the bitter end before being captured by the alien demons. Kyonghae Star has now been occupied by the ferocious demons of the alien demon clan. Not only is the outer boundary heavily guarded, but the inner boundary is also heavily fortified, making infiltration extremely difficult. "Let's go. We don't have much time. Let's go see Wen Shifai first, then rush to Kyonghae Star immediately." With that, Zhu Susa soared into the air and dived towards the surface. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng and Wu Yu suppressed their thoughts and followed. Chapter 759 The War Begins. Dozens of days later, the Kyonghae Star fell into the Immortal Sea. Across the vast expanse of water, the water was as murky as ink, and a thick, demonic fog obscured the sky and sea, making it impossible to see a single living thing. Deep within the fog, an enormous demon seal, waving countless gigantic tentacles, broke through the mist and soared towards the center of the ocean. Zhu Susu stood alone atop the seal's head, her eyes gleaming with a faint divine light, her thoughts unseen. Zhao Sheng and Wu Yu sat cross-legged on either side, constantly sensing any movement within 1,000 miles. "Fellow Taoist Wu, have you noticed? There are a lot of demonic puppets beneath the sea," Zhao Sheng said, gazing at the endless expanse below. "Damn, more than a few, they're piled like mountains, everywhere. It seems the alien demons are using the Kyonghae Star as a breeding ground for cannon fodder. If my guess is correct, these creatures aren't just lurking beneath the seabed of the falling Immortal Sea. The same is true beneath other seas." Wu Yu cursed with disgust. Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered, and he nodded thoughtfully. The alien demon clan's foremost tactic was the Ant-Sea tactic, so it wasn't surprising that the Kyonghae Star had become a breeding ground for demonic puppets. While Kyonghae Star is important, there are no more than 3 Void Realm Demon Elders guarding it, and there's likely no K-Void Demon Emperors at all. We shouldn't be difficult to deal with. Zhao Sheng retracted his gaze, speaking calmly. That being said, we're still within the Demon Suppression Star region. It's best for us to complete this mission stealthily, avoiding alerting the alien demon clan's mighty masters. Wu Yu smiled, his hand unconsciously rubbing the corpse resurrection bag at his waist. Of course, Zhao Sheng nodded. Even as they spoke, the giant demon seal had quietly flown tens of thousands of miles, rapidly approaching their destination. After flying through the dense demonic fog for nearly half a day, the powerful aura emanating from beneath the sea surface gradually intensified, and shadows as massive as mountains would occasionally emerge from the seabed. "We're almost there," Zhu Susa suddenly said, having released the extreme passion fairy mushroom at some point. Upon hearing this, Wu Yu jumped up and rushed to Zhu Susa to ask for information, trying to get some information from her. Unfortunately, his tricks were useless. Zhu remained tight-lipped and refused to reveal the truth. Zhao Sheng understood what was happening and probably thought of the ultimate purpose of the three people's trip. Not long after, a loud boom sound came from the sea ahead, and the seawater quickly became turbulent and gathered forward. Zhao Sheng's heart moved, and he looked forward, and saw the demonic energy in front of him swirling wildly, forming a vortex of demonic fog that stretched from the sky to the earth, like an extremely thick and dark demonic dragon, twisting its body and soaring straight up, rushing into the top of the clouds. Around the vortex of demonic fog, as if pulled by an invisible force, hundreds of water spouts twisted and rose high into the sky, like a dense mass of giant white dragons, swaying and circling along with the central black dragon. Zhu gazed at the vortex of demonic fog ahead, a flicker of excitement in her eyes. Suddenly, she shouted coldly, "Charge in, understood." "Senior sister." "Hold steady," Wu Yu responded with a grin, then stamped on Zhang's back with her right foot and shouted, "Charge, Zhang." As soon as he finished speaking, the troll Zhang's tentacles swung together, piercing through the incredibly agile waterspout jungle and plunging headfirst into the vortex of demonic fog. With a resounding bang, the troll Zhang slashed through the wind and waves, carrying Zhao Sheng and the other two swiftly through the vortex and into a clear, tranquil sea. Unlike the raging storm outside, here, the sun was shining brightly, and the seas were calm. "Senior Sister Zhu, is that the island we're heading to?" Wu Yu asked, pointing to a dark shadow at the edge of the sea and sky ahead. Zhu nodded and said, "Well, put this corpse seal away. It's too big and easily exposed." Wu Yu immediately slapped the corpse bag, and a large black light instantly released from the bag's opening, enveloping the giant demon seal below. Under the infinite suction, the enormous demon seal shrank countless times in size and quickly disappeared into the corpse bag along with the black light. Just as Zhao Sheng and the other two arrived in the central sea, a magnificent mirrored pyramid floated in the air above the distant Moxing Island. Atop the tower was a dark ball of light that expanded and contracted continuously, its interior swirling like a vortex. On the island, a black armored giant, 3 meters tall, gazed at the pyramids in the sky with a frown, complaining to his companion, "HMPH. These bastards, they're just trying to be nice, relying on the commander's favor to order us around like this, leaving two of us, two great demons in the spirit-severing stage, to guard the gate." "Brother Shuangwu, calm down. Just being here to guard the gate is a good job. It's 100 times better than fighting human cultivators on the front lines. Don't be ungrateful." His companion, slightly shorter, but still over 3 meters tall, had a fierce, sinister look, but his words were remarkably feminine. "Shang 12, you're a coward, but I'm not. Ferocious demons never fear life or death. To die on the battlefield is a supreme honor for us," Shuangwu roared. "Oh, don't be angry. I was just saying that," Shang 12 said nonchalantly with a chuckle. As they spoke, they suddenly stiffened, their eyes filled with disbelief. Suddenly, a brilliant light shone, and 2 green vines snaked out from the aura, effortlessly entangling the 2 primordial spirit demons. Immediately afterwards, the figures of Zhu, Zhao Sheng, and Wu Yu materialized before the 2 demons. Human cultivators." Shang 12's face was filled with horror, his mind wildly screaming. Twin 5, however, had a fierce expression, his eyes filled with hostility, but he was already pinned down, powerless to resist. "How many Void Realm Demon Elders are there here?" "Whoever answers first lives," Zhu said coldly, raising her eyebrows. As soon as she finished her words, Shang 12 felt his mouth loosen, free to speak. He immediately shouted, "I'm saying, we." Twin 5, standing beside him, suddenly glared fiercely and shouted, "Don't say it, you." Before he could finish his words, his mouth was instantly sealed again, and even his form was obscured by the brilliant light. The demon wanted to shout a warning, but its voice couldn't reach more than 3 feet. Because of the multiple layers of barriers already set up around it, there was no way it could find a loophole. Shang 12 seemed hesitant, his face turning pale. Zhu raised her eyebrows slightly at this, and with a thought, she saw that the green vines wrapped around Shang 12 had grown densely packed green-black thorns, piercing deep into his skin. The black thorns secreted some kind of terrifying toxin, and Shang 12 trembled violently with pain. Waves of excruciating pain comparable to the rupture of his soul continuously assaulted his demonic soul, making him feel worse than death. After 100 breaths, Zhu waved her hand, and the green vines slowly retracted the black thorns, temporarily freeing Shang 12 from his suffering. After catching his breath, Shang 12 immediately cried out in terror, "I'm telling you, stop torturing me," he hurriedly added. "There's currently no demon elder stationed on Moxing Island. However, if anything were to happen here, Demon Elder Jiu Luo would immediately notice and rush over at top speed. The time frame wouldn't exceed 3 breaths at most. Also, as far as I know, the area around Qinghexing is usually guarded by Demon Elder Jiu Luo. As for whether there are other demon elders, I don't know, but there's a teleportation array within the Demon Soul Tower." In an emergency, it had to be said that this spirit demon was surprisingly honest. It didn't seem like a ferocious demon, but rather a notoriously cowardly Juju demon. Even so, Zhu Susa refused to believe it and once again cast several forbidden soul-searching techniques on its demon soul. Only after confirming it wasn't lying did she let it go. Seeing the matter had come to an end, Wu Yu approached with a smile. "Senior sister, since these two are useless, why don't you let me take them?" "No. It's a small matter. If we accidentally alert the demons, it will inevitably cause trouble," Zhao Sheng immediately dissuaded him. Zhu Susu nodded slightly and said to Wu Yu, "For now, let's spare their lives. Once the great cause is accomplished, you can deal with them. Don't worry, senior sister, I know what it means to prioritize the overall situation," Wu Yu said solemnly. Zhu Susu nodded, then looked up at the pyramid in the sky, a rare hint of hesitation in her eyes. She took a deep breath to calm herself, looked back at Zhao Sheng and the other two, and said with a serious look, "I will enter the Demon Soul Tower later. This move will inevitably alarm the alien demons. Next, I will get rid of the 2 fellow Taoists. Before I come out, please be sure to stop all the enemies and don't let them rush in." "Don't worry, senior sister Zhu. With fellow Taoist Zhao and I here, we will definitely not let the evil beasts of the alien demon clan distribute." "Fellow Taoist Zhao, what do you think?" "That's what I meant." But Zhao Sheng changed the subject and said, "The Void Realm Demon Elder is not difficult to deal with, but I'm afraid that it will attract the K-Void Demon Emperor to show up." Wu Yu said nonchalantly, "What are you afraid of?" Senior sister has the demon-slaying sword spirit in her hand, and killing 1 or 2 K-Void Demon Emperors is no problem." As he spoke, he looked at Zhu Susu unconsciously, and saw that the other party nodded affirmatively, and then he felt relieved. Junior brother Wu is right. The demon-slaying sword spirit still has 1 strike left. As long as the enemy isn't a demon emperor in the late fusion realm, there's no need to fear. There's no time to lose. I'll take action now. The rest is up to you 2 fellow Taoists. Take care." With that, Zhu Susu waved her hand, and a flash of swordlight flew out, disappearing into the void. Then, she soared into the air, instantly sprinting into the mirrored pyramid. Her sudden appearance and intrusion alarmed the island's demonic guards, but before they could raise the alarm, 2 incredibly powerful forces instantly enveloped the entire island. Most of the guards collapsed unconscious. Even the great demons in the spirit-severing realm were struck by the sudden surge of divine consciousness, shattering their consciousness and leaving them unconscious. A moment later, the mirrored pyramid in mid-air suddenly shook violently, and the pitch-black demonic sphere above it suddenly disintegrated. A beam of black light shot up into the sky, attempting to escape, but was annihilated by a burst of purple divine thunder that appeared out of nowhere. At the same moment, a dazzling, multicolored light erupted from within the pyramid, its mirrored surface reflecting a magnificent river of light. The entire pyramid was engulfed in the dazzling brilliance, and in the blink of an eye, an oval, mountain-sized ball of dazzling light appeared in mid-air. Zhao Sheng gazed toward the ball and saw countless faces suddenly materialize on its surface. All of them were Zhu Susu's, each displaying a variety of expressions. "Be careful." Wu Yu's face changed slightly as he suddenly shouted a warning. Before he could finish his words, countless bubbles erupted from the sea near Moxing Island, like a boiling pot. Then, powerful auras rose from the depths, and terrifying, ferocious sea beasts surfaced one after another, a dense mass stretching as far as the eye could see. At first glance, it seemed as if all the powerful sea monsters of the Qinghe star had gathered there, the weakest of whom was no more than an 8th-level demon king. Even more terrifying, these deep-sea beasts, comparable in size to islands and land, were crawling with all sorts of demonic puppets, their number incalculable. Such a commotion will likely attract the Void Realm Demon Elder within 3 breaths. I'll go clear out the island and clear out a miscellaneous troops. You stay on the island and intercept any incoming enemies. Is that okay? Wu Yu retracted his gaze and quickly sent a telepathic message. Fellow Taoist Wu, just go ahead. I'm here, Zhao Sheng replied calmly. Okay, I'll go. Wu Yu smiled carelessly at this, reaching out to remove the corpse bag. With a flick of his wrist, the bag instantly soared into the air, swelling in the wind, instantly expanding 1,000-fold, transforming into a massive gray bag as vast as a mountain. At this moment, the bag's surface shone with spiritual light, swirling with billions of immortal seal characters, emanating a majestic and mysterious emanation of laws. The bag's mouth suddenly opened, transforming into a massive black hole nearly 100 feet in diameter. As the black hole took shape, countless auras of death emanated from it, followed by a gigantic tentacle-like demon seal flying out from within. Then, a black light flashed from the bag's opening, and dozens more powerful corpse beasts shot out, most of them above the spiritual transformation realm. Following them, giant skeleton monsters, flying Hades, golden armored corpses, and other corpse monsters swarmed out, raining down on the island. In a flash, the entire island was overrun by corpse monsters, forcing some to fall into the sea, where they engaged in a fierce battle with the sea demon puppets. Wu Yu's glare darkened as he flew onto the corpse resolvability bag and stomped his feet hard. With a resounding boom, the black hole at the bag's opening shook violently, and a vast expanse of corpse light exploded. The next moment, a continuous stream of corpse monsters continued to pour out. Though their average strength gradually decreased, their numbers skyrocketed. While still outnumbered by the sea demon puppets, they could temporarily hold off the demonic tide. At that moment, the sky and the sea transformed into a battlefield between corpse monsters and demonic puppets. One after another, the alien demon offspring, mingling with the demonic tide, attempted to storm the island, but Wu Yu pinpointed them one by one and ordered his powerful corpse monsters to proactively kill them. Boom, 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 fierce crashes and roars echoed in succession, while roars and wails echoed through the sky and sea. As the corpses and demons clashed, the fight intensified. Zhao Sheng withdrew his gaze, his figure flashing, and he instantly appeared above the dazzling ball of light. He gazed up at the sky, quietly awaiting the enemy's attack. Chapter 760 Killing 2 demons in a row. But just as he shifted his position, Moxing Island suddenly trembled violently. A thick black pillar of light rose from the ground, charging straight towards the dazzling ball of light. It was clear that the island's restrictions had already been activated before the enemy even appeared. The appearance of the black pillar of light suddenly caused a surge of dark demonic energy to emanate from the island, as if a massive creature were awakening from beneath the island. Wu Yu's expression changed drastically. Without a second thought, he transformed into light and descended, attempting to intercept the black pillar of light. But before he could reach it, a towering figure materialized out of thin air in front of the pillar of light. Zhao Sheng's face darkened as he punched the pillar of light. A blinding torrent of lightning shot out, crashing into the black pillar of light and unexpectedly crushing it. Countless purple lightning filled the air, instantly clearing away all the lingering dark demonic energy. The torrent of lightning, now largely reduced in size, continued to pound into the island's subsurface, destroying all the restrictions with one swift blow. Zhao Sheng retracted his right fist, his body swirling, and he returned to his original position. At this moment, a billowing demonic cloud suddenly emerged from the center of the sky, quickly darkening to night. An immense vortex appeared before his eyes, swirling and converging, becoming increasingly oppressive and profound. The next second, a massive beast claw, shrouded in demonic light, emerged from the vortex. The claw was pitch black, covered in dense, diamond-shaped scales, and looked terrifying. With a single downward stroke, the air shattered like thin paper, forming 5 dark claw marks that stretched from sky to earth. The further the claw descended, the larger and more ferocious it grew, until it seemed to block out the sun and sky, making the island below seem even smaller. HMPH, playing tricks. Get out of here, Zhao Sheng roared in anger, lightning erupting around him. Behind him, a massive, 3-headed, 6-armed Dharma image, towering like a mountain, materialized. He swung his fist skyward, and the 3-headed, 6-armed Dharma image similarly raised its arm, clenching its fist and striking with its massive claw. With a resounding, earth-shattering boom, the fist and the claw collided, instantly emitting a radiance 1,000 times brighter than the sun. The void for dozens of miles ripped apart, and a storm of space and time erupted. The claw that had obscured the sky shattered, shattering into a cloud of black demonic energy. A sudden howl echoed from the depths of the vortex, and a blood-soaked beast arm quickly retreated into the sky. "Where are you escaping?" Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed fiercely. In a flash, he arrived before the beast's arm, grasping it with both hands and yanking it downward with a force unleashed that surpassed 1,000,000,000 tons. The massive vortex suddenly dissipated, and a ferocious, scale-armored, humanoid beast, 100 feet tall, plummeted from the clouds. Its ferocious face, brimming with murderous intent, pounced upon Zhao Sheng below. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed with lightning, and as his body expanded dramatically, his hands erupted with a vast burst of golden-purple lightning. The lightning spread along the beast's arms, enveloping the entire humanoid beast in the blink of an eye, instantly shattering the protective magical aura on its surface and piercing its interior, wreaking havoc. In an instant, his body expanded to a staggering 10 feet, emanating a powerful aura that practically discolored the heavens and earth, and even shook the very void. Seeing this, Wu Yu, standing atop the corpse bag, suddenly realized something, and thought to himself, I never thought I'd be the weakest of the three. But before he could utter a single thought, Zhao Sheng appeared, seemingly teleporting, above the humanoid beast, facing a terrifying skull the size of half his own body. He smiled grimly, and his right arm, blazing with lightning, struck the giant skull with a thunderous blast. The three-headed, six-armed Dharma image behind him suddenly extended its 6 arms, enveloping the ferocious humanoid beast with all its might, preventing it from breaking free. A dazzling golden light suddenly shone from the blood-red skull. Instantly, Zhao Sheng unleashed hundreds of punches at the ferocious humanoid beast, each one like a meteor, its destructive power terrifying. How could a mere Void Realm Demon Elder withstand such a barrage of blows? Endless lightning erupted from its body, instantly shattering its massive form and obliterating it. At that moment, Zhao Sheng clenched his right hand, a flash of lightning gleaming in his palm. He grasped a fist-sized exotic crystal. A dark demonic shadow charged through the crystal, unable to break through the layer of lightning. It was the demonic soul of the Void Realm Demon Elder. He looked up at the sky, waving his left hand towards the canopy. 10,000 bolts of lightning suddenly burst forth, dispersing the demonic clouds. An unparalleled aura, centered around Zhao Sheng, swept in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, countless demonic puppets exploded on the surrounding sea. Some deep-sea beasts were struck by the lightning from the sky, instantly shattered into pieces, their bodies reduced to millions of tons of charcoal. Zhao Sheng casually put away the exotic crystal and shut out. The three-headed, six-armed Dharma image behind him resembled an invincible giant spirit. Wherever he passed, countless demonic puppets exploded, and even the demonic thought's offspring were doomed. The sea was soon covered with a dense mass of shattered corpses, dyeing the water red. Wu Yu was enveloped by his overwhelming pressure, and at that moment, a long-lost sense of powerlessness rose within him. However, as a fellow void-returning realm being, this person naturally refused to be outdone. He immediately focused all his energy, commanding his corpse monsters with all his might, frantically pursuing the fleeing alien demons. Zhao Sheng slowly descended, the three-headed, six-armed Dharma image behind him growing ever larger and more ferocious. The terrifying pressure it emanated enveloped the entire island and the surrounding sea for hundreds of miles. His gaze darted in all directions, his vigilance heightened. The Void Realm Demon Elder from earlier seemed unworthy of his reputation. He was likely just cannon fodder sent to test their strength. The real master was probably still hiding in the shadows, ready to strike at any moment. A moment later, Wu Yu, seated cross-legged on a corpse-resolving bag, flew back to Moxing Island from afar. Alice. They're all a bunch of worthless wretches. Hardly any of them can last more than a few rounds. I'm not enjoying the killing. Wu Yu complained, grimacing as he flew closer. Isn't this better? It would be best if we could complete our mission smoothly. I have no desire to confront the Dongsha Demon Emperor. Upon hearing Zhao Sheng's words, Wu Yu's expression froze, unsure how to respond. Wow, hearing Zhao Sheng's words, he addressed himself as the Dongsha Demon Emperor. From his tone, he seemed to disregard even a demon elder of his own rank. Truly arrogant. However, recalling his previous ferocity, Wu Yu felt a sense of arrogance, a genuine confidence rather than mere exaggeration. Wu Yu couldn't help but mutter to himself, where on earth did the great venerable find such a formidable figure? I've never heard of him before. Just as he was pondering this, Zhao Sheng suddenly looked up at the sky and shouted, here he comes. Huh? Where is he? Why haven't I seen him? Wu Yu looked up, scanning the sky, his face paling. As he finished speaking, The sky suddenly darkened, and countless demonic shadows descended like a torrential rain. They resembled vast expanses of inky black fog, sweeping down towards the gigantic, iridescent ball of light in the sky. "I'll do it," Wu Yu's eyes lit up, and he suddenly shouted, transforming into a streak of white light. He soared skyward, then suddenly tossed a corpse bag into the air. The bag's opening expanded rapidly, expanding to tens of thousands of feet in the blink of an eye, like a vast, all-consuming black hole. Instantly, a vast expanse of white light emanated from the bag's opening, enveloping most of the demonic figures in the sky. The white light then transformed into an infinite suction force, sucking countless demonic figures into the bag like moths to a flame. At that moment, a shadow appeared out of nowhere in front of the dazzling ball of light. Zhao Sheng's heart trembled, and he instinctively activated time and space shift, narrowly blocking the shadow. Before he could react, he was struck inexplicably by a blow to the chest. With a muffled groan, he flew backwards, slamming heavily into the surface of the ball of light. A flash of lightning flashed across his chest, and the wound healed instantly, then slowly dimmed. Zhao Sheng soared into the air, his gaze warily fixed on the shadowy figure. Just then, a tall, burly, white-haired elder emerged from the shadows. His eyes were shimmering black, and a 3-inch-long bone horn bulged from his brow. A cloak of bone-locking armor fused to his body. He exuded an air of arrogance, a disdainful disdain. The white-haired elder's face looked familiar. He held a pristine, bright silver axe, its gleaming blade flickering and radiating a razor-sharp aura. Zhao Sheng's gaze flickered between the elder's face and the axe, and he suddenly remembered a famous figure. However, this figure had been missing for years, and it seemed they had finally succumbed to the demonic clutches. "Are you Qiao Fengnian?" Zhao Sheng's mind raced, and he asked tentatively. "Haha, Qiao Fengnian has already been devoured by this deity, and you're next." Jiu Luo's eyes lit up with an evil, dark light, and he laughed wildly. As he spoke, he suddenly raised his massive axe. Silver light surged from the axe blade, and a 3-foot-long sharp edge condensed at its edge. With a roar, he swung the axe forward, splitting the air. A deep, pitch-black crack stretched from the axe blade to Zhao Sheng, threatening to cleave him in half from head to toe. The entire process seemed slow. But in reality, it was incredibly fast. Zhao Sheng didn't dodge or evade. His right arm, pulsing with lightning, suddenly thrust forward before him. A crimson spear materialized from thin air, its tip emitting a dazzling crimson light. The sky's shadows instantly converged into a single line, piercing the axe's sudden appearance. Boom! A series of piercing, metallic sounds echoed. Red light and X-like radiances exploded in the air. Dense cracks in space descended upon Zhao Sheng, leaving only shallow wounds that healed in the blink of an eye. With his life-defining magical weapon destroyed, the demon elder Jiu Luo saw his attack was ineffective. He roared in fury, demonic energy surging forth, and his bone armor quickly sprouted a dense mass of pale, thorn-like spikes. "I never thought I underestimated you, but I will never make the same mistake again. Prepare to die," Jiu Luo roared, raising his great axe above his head and slashing forward fiercely. Simultaneously, the surrounding dark demonic energy seemed to be drawn invisibly, continuously converging on the axe blade. In an instant, it transformed into a massive axe, 1,000 foot long, and slashed down towards Zhao Sheng. A massive axe light descended from the sky, carrying a terrifying momentum that could split the heavens and earth apart. It also brought with it rolling wind and thunder, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged wildly, slicing the very void into countless chaotic cracks wherever it passed. Zhao Sheng remained motionless, the battered red dragon spear in his hand vanishing at some point, replaced by a pair of iron fists gleaming with lightning. The axe light and the giant axe overlapped in an instant, and broke through the air, about to tear his body into pieces. Zhao Sheng raised his hands and slapped the side of the axe with incredible precision, instantly knocking the giant axe off balance and passing by his side. He refused to retreat a single step, and slapped out with his backhand. The huge palm shadow, as big as a mountain, was imprinted on the center of the opponent's chest like lightning. Lightning flashed, and instantly cracked the armor of the demon lord Jiu Luo, and his body flew backwards. The demon was shocked and bled from all 7 orifices, and was extremely shocked. Because the magic thought field he unfolded was also defeated by another super powerful magic field in one fell swoop, it quickly fell into disadvantage after only 2 rounds of fighting. As one of the strongest commanders under the demon emperor, The demon lord Jiu Luo had not encountered such a powerful enemy for nearly 1,000 years. The opponent's cultivation level was probably only at the peak of the return to Void Realm. Hey. If you possessed the strength of the fusion realm, I'd surely be dead. But unfortunately, you're not, and you won't be able to do anything to me for a while. The old demon, Jiu Luo, laughed wildly, retracting his great axe. A demonic shadow flashed behind him, and his figure instantly vanished into thin air, its hiding place unknown. At the same instant, a sinister voice suddenly echoed between heaven and earth. In a matter of moments, our demon emperor will descend. Then, it will be your death. HMPH, you sneaky, afraid to see people retch. Die, Zhao Sheng roared, his body swelled again, transforming into a 30-foot-tall golden-purple giant in the blink of an eye. At that moment, he felt immensely powerful. His will so unstoppable that he could tear heaven and earth apart with a single thought. In his eyes, the barriers of time and space seemed as fragile as paper. His boundless divine consciousness instantly swept across tens of thousands of miles, including the murky ethereal realm behind the present world. In that instant, all the shadowy demonic shadows within tens of thousands of miles were instantly exposed. Found you, Zhao Sheng roared, and the void shattered. His massive body crashed into the sea, instantly evaporating the surrounding water for hundreds of miles. A vast hole opened up in the ocean, hundreds of miles in diameter. At the bottom of the hole, a deep, seemingly bottomless pit sank deep into the water. Its edges shimmered a fiery crimson, and a torrent of liquid magma plummeted to the bottom like a waterfall. The next moment, a colossal giant god rose from below, clutching a clump of flesh. The flesh shredded with wisps of demonic light before being instantly obliterated by streaks of lightning. Wherever the giant god passed, the void shattered, cracks appeared in space, and turbulent space-time currents emanated from it, bombarding him but failing to injure him. Unleashing his full power, Zhao Sheng, though not yet at the level of a true fusion, had already surpassed the potential of returning to the void. At that moment, he took a powerful step forward, instantly reaching the depths of the dark sky and unleashing a fist into a dark corner. With a resounding boom, the boundless darkness was shattered by a single punch. As the torrent of time and space poured out, a vast expanse of dead, silent starry sky suddenly appeared behind it. At the end of the starry sky, a large, azure planet appeared. It was none other than the Kyinghe star. Chapter 761, The mantis stalks the cicada, and the cicada flies away and breaks its eggs. With a single blow, the barrier between the two realms was pierced once again, creating a massive hole. The moment the hole appeared, countless screams rang out, then abruptly ceased. The numerous demonic offspring that Jiu Luo Demon Elder had deliberately concealed were annihilated by a single blow. Only a handful, remaining within the demonic base camp, narrowly escaped death. Boom! A series of muffled thunderous sounds echoed. Countless spatial fragments, engulfed in the turbulent flow of space and time, shot out in all directions, pounding the ocean floor, exposing it. Vast swathes of water evaporated, and Moxing Island, unable to withstand the dimensionality-reducing blow, sank with a rumbling sound. Above the heavens, a figure appeared out of nowhere. Zhao Sheng, his face slightly pale, clutching a massive, ancient axe, looked down at the ravaged sea below. Lightning and thunder roared across the sea, and a boundless mist quickly spread, rapidly obscuring the dazzling orb in the air. The countless faces on the surface of the sphere had now largely diminished, seemingly unperturbed. Reassured, Zhao Sheng flashed back above the dazzling orb. Just then, a streak of light darted towards them, revealing Wu Yu. Wu Yu gazed at Zhao Sheng in awe. He wanted to smile and greet him, but suddenly his mouth felt incredibly dry. He licked his lips, feeling lost for a moment. Clouds rise, thunder arrives. Suddenly, Zhao Sheng roared, his immense will unleashing like a flood. Dark clouds gathered from all directions, and in an instant, the sky and the sea merged into one. A veil of dark clouds thickened the heavens and earth, and thunder and lightning roared. Zhao Sheng was now surrounded by a blinding, dazzling light, like a blazing golden sun, making it impossible to gaze directly at him. Boom! Thunder roared, and a massive bolt of lightning several feet thick crashed down onto the sea. Countless electric snakes and pythons slammed down from the clouds, creating a scene reminiscent of apocalypse. Across a vast expanse of sea, billions of thunderbolts raged, the vortex of demonic energy completely dissipated. Every living creature within the area became a target of the thunderbolts, reduced to piles of charcoal. How is this possible? Wait a minute, Wu Yu's face was filled with disbelief. He hurriedly opened his corpse bag and scurried around, desperately trying to recover the powerful corpse monsters he had released. Zhao Sheng, observing this, shifted his focus, and the thunderbolts falling from the clouds dodged the powerful corpse monsters, though some weaker zombies were inevitably reduced to ash. His battle with the demon elder Jiu Luo was brief, but the noise was immense. Half of the sky star was alarmed by the distant phenomenon, and a large number of ferocious demons, self-proclaimed formidable, rushed towards the fallen immortal sea. Soon, however, most of the ferocious demons, frightened by the vast sea of thunder enveloping the falling immortal sea, turned and fled, never daring to show their faces again. Zhao Sheng witnessed this scene. He ignored the ants of the alien demons in the surrounding waters and focused on guarding the perimeter of the dazzling light sphere, waiting for Zhu Susa to reappear. Wu Yu, having just recovered the scattered corpses, breathed a sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and slowly flew back. "Senior Zhao, you gave me a good scare just now. With you here, we're sure our mission will be accomplished." Zhao Sheng, however, was less confident. Who knows when fellow Taoist Zhu will emerge from seclusion? If he delays too long, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave even if we wanted to. What's the point? Wu Yu's heart skipped a beat. He demanded hurriedly. Zhao Sheng said solemnly, "I've just learned that a cavern void demon emperor is en route. If we delay even a moment, he'll arrive, and you can imagine what will happen to us. What should I do?" Wu Yu's forehead suddenly broke out in cold sweat upon hearing this, and he nearly jumped in anxiety. It wasn't his lack of concentration, it was simply the vast difference in power between the fusion realm and the return to void realm. Even with Zhao Sheng's current strength, he couldn't claim to defeat even the weakest fusion realm cultivator. The fact that they could evenly battle was a testament to his incredible strength. After all, fusion realm cultivators are formidable beings who have opened up cave heavens. Their sheer size alone is at least tens of thousands times greater than that of a return to void realm cultivator. The difference is truly incalculable. Wu Yu's anxiety grew the more he thought about it, and he couldn't help but glance at the iridescent ball of light repeatedly. Every time he saw a face disappear, he felt a small sense of relief, but it quickly returned to a state of even greater tension and heaviness. A cup of tea, and it was gone in a flash. As the thunderbolts continued to bombard the sky, the iridescent ball of light finally revealed only a gigantic face. Its expression was filled with compassion, and its eyes suddenly shone with two piercing rays of light before fading into the void. Then, a vast, ethereal aura suddenly emanated from within the ball of light, and the iridescent light gradually dimmed. The compassionate face now became even more distinct and three-dimensional, as if it had come to life. Zhao Sheng, observing this scene, felt a sudden shift in his mind, realizing that Zhu Susa's appearance was imminent and that this was the most crucial moment. With a sudden wave of his hand, his willpower field instantly retracted within him. The thunderbolts in the sky paused momentarily, then dwindled significantly, becoming increasingly sparse. Wu Yu's face was filled with joy, and he stared intently at the ball of light. A mysterious light shone from his body, emanating the vibrations of mystical laws. Part of the remains of the great venerable Yunking are indeed here. Judging from the situation, Senior Sister Zhu has inherited part of the great venerable's legacy and will probably be able to successfully guide him back to Yunking Cave Heaven. Wu Yu stared at the ball of light with a fiery gaze, while hurriedly transmitting a message to Zhao Sheng. Yunking Cave Heaven. As expected, Zhao Sheng thought to himself, his eyes gleaming. He looked at the compassionate face and a frown suddenly furrowed his brow. In those eyes, shone with divine light, he seemed to perceive a hint of ominous blackness. Before he could raise a word, the dazzling ball of light suddenly dimmed and dissipated. The original pyramid also vanished into thin air, and in its place appeared a massive figure of light, hundreds of feet tall. His face was benevolent and peaceful, clad in a Taoist robe and cloud boots, his clothes flowing like a sash, exuding an otherworldly aura. Through the dazzling light, Zhu Susu could be seen suspended on the chest of the figure, beneath her a half-dead corpse. Countless black lines covered the body, faintly forming an intricate, mysterious pattern. That's Wu Yu, upon seeing the remains, was horrified, his face a complex expression of surprise and delight. Elsewhere, Zhao Sheng's expression changed slightly, and he suddenly looked up at the sky. The vast sky suddenly became transparent and clear, as if the space was as thin as a mirror. A glimpse of a world so vast as to be beyond imagination emerged, plummeting from an unknown source. At that moment, Time seemed to stand still, yet also to move incredibly fast. Zhao Sheng's eyes were filled with shock, as if he saw a ray of clear light falling from an unknown, mysterious space, like a shooting star with a tail of flame, piercing through the layers of the heavens before plunging into the mortal world. Instantly, a streak of green light appeared from the sky, flashing into the corpse's skull and vanishing in an instant. At that moment, the heavens and the earth shook violently. A colossal figure, resembling a god or demon, suddenly appeared above Moxie Island. Its appearance unleashed a terrifying aura that oppressed the heavens and earth, causing the world to freeze in an instant. The massive figure was a hairy, crimson-eyed man with a thunderous face. He appeared to be an ape-like demon transformed into human, but in reality, he was the ferocious demon Emperor Pateo. Huh? Finally, I've finally been waiting, the demon emperor, looking down at Zhao Sheng and the other two below, roared a fierce smile across his sinister features. Before he could finish his words, a boundless, black hole-like demonic light emanated from his body. This demonic light was so sinister that it instantly transformed half of the Dome Sea Star into a dark demonic land. As darkness enveloped them below, Zhao Sheng and Wu Yu each created a domain of magic to block the encroaching darkness. Zhu Susa remained hidden within the light figure, her eyes tightly closed. The pure light emanating from the light figure easily dissipated the encroaching dark demonic light. Oh no! We're doomed, Wu Yu, sweat pouring down his face, hurriedly sent a message to Zhao Sheng, his tone shone with fear. Don't panic, fellow Taoist. Quickly hide behind fellow Taoist Zhu. Don't forget the demon-slaying sword spirit. Zhao Sheng's warning brought Wu Yu to his senses. With a flash of his own, he flew behind the light man and reunited with Zhao Sheng, who had arrived earlier. At that moment, the Soul Tao Demon Emperor paid no attention to the two little shrimps. His gaze was fixed on the half-dead body within the light man. He gazed at the great corpse with a fiery intensity, as if he were looking at a rare treasure. Behind the light man's Dharma image, Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered slightly, ready to flee. It's already this late, and they haven't revealed their cards yet? Are Wu Yu and I already abandoned? Zhao Sheng pondered, his gaze flickering between the light man and the demon emperor, secretly wondering which of the two would strike first. Beside him, Wu Yu suddenly looked up at the corpse of the great master, his eyes filled with greed. Zhao Sheng couldn't help but shake his head at this. At this moment, the Soul Tao Demon Emperor seemed impatient and suddenly roared, "Human ants, this emperor is merciful and offers you two choices, surrender to me, or seek death." Before he could finish his words, a vast expanse of 9-colored flames suddenly erupted from Zhu Susa's body, and the enormous light figure also erupted in flames soaring into the sky. Her eyes suddenly opened, and with an indifferent look on her right hand, she waved her right hand. 9-colored divine flames swarmed out, converging into a vast, sky-high palm, which slammed towards the Soul Tao Demon Emperor. An indescribable heat swept across the sky. The Soul Tao Demon Emperor raised a single hand, and the dark magic light that had enveloped most of the starfish sky suddenly condensed within his palm, transforming into a massive skull. It flew out and smashed into the 9-colored giant palm. Spinning, the skull instantly expanded tens of thousands of times in size before crashing into the giant palm. Rumble. The sea surged back, the earth's crust cracked and collapsed, and a terrifying hole hundreds of miles in diameter was torn open in the void. A storm of time and space erupted, only to be suppressed by two terrifying auras. Zhu Susa had single-handedly blocked the full force of the Duongxia Demon Emperor's attack. This astonishing scene left Wu Yu speechless with shock. Zhao Sheng was also secretly astonished. Just as they were both stunned, a voice suddenly entered their minds. Wait a moment, I will entangle the Demon Emperor with all my strength. You too, find the right opportunity and flee. Zhao Sheng was startled by the words, and a sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. Before he could react, a stream of azure light shot out, instantly plunging into his body and disappearing. Elsewhere, Wu Yu was similarly caught off guard and struck by the azure light. Zhu Susu cried out, and the radiant form of her external being suddenly expanded countless times, transforming into a colossal giant, towering into the clouds. The 9-colored domain released by this colossal deity quickly covered most of the planet and violently clashed with the Demon Emperor's domain. Heaven and earth, and even every inch of space, seemed to ignite, erupting with dazzling rainbow light. The two forces of the Great Dao intertwined and clashed, engaging in a fierce confrontation directly at the Great Dao level. The mortal energy of all living beings and the evil demonic energy violently collided and dissipated. Rumblings, wails, and countless frequencies instantly intertwined, as if the world on Kyunghae Star had arrived. Relying on the power of the great Venerable's corpse, Zhu Susa was briefly evenly matched with the Soul Tao Demon Emperor. Hurry! As the two sides competed in the power, a sudden, urgent voice echoed in Zhao Sheng's mind. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of immense magical power envelop his entire body, and a sudden shift in time and space occurred. A dazzling light filled his vision, and he was propelled by an external force, seemingly transformed into a streak of lightning, shooting towards an unknown front at unimaginable speed. Seeing the two being flung into the ethereal realm, the Soul Tao Demon Emperor couldn't help but laugh wildly. Haha, you want to escape? Not so easy. The gluttonous demonic heavens are open. Before the words had faded, a ball of chaotic demonic light suddenly emerged from behind the demon, reaching directly into the second divine palace heaven. The demonic light descending from the divine palace heaven, upon reaching the dark heaven, surged forward with a speed 1,000 times greater than the lightning, catching up with the two green lights and instantly engulfing them. At that moment, a blood-stained gray-white stone sword suddenly materialized in Zhu Susa's hand, and she slashed down at the Soul Tao Demon Emperor from afar. At that moment, the demon-slaying sword transcended boundless time and space, instantly slicing through the chaotic demonic light, inflicting a crushing blow upon the being behind it. The woman's precise and decisive attack completely surpassed the Soul Tao Demon Emperor's expectations. He never imagined that all his previous actions had been mere illusions, that Zhao Sheng and Wu Yu were merely decoys, merely intended to force him to unfold his own cavernous heavens so he could locate his true form. The Soul Tao Demon Emperor's expression drastically changed, his demonic light swirling in disarray. His domain, stretched across heaven and earth, froze for a moment, allowing the enemy's domain to penetrate. Instantly, he was at a complete disadvantage, facing a crushing defeat. Zhu Susu, having managed to gain the upper hand, did not pursue the attack. Instead, she suddenly clasped her fists at the corpse beneath her, then vanished into thin air. Boom! The Dome Sea Star trembled violently again. The darkness, once on the verge of defeat, suddenly surged in strength, launching a ferocious counterattack, reclaiming most of the Dome Sea Star. Only then did the Soul Tao Demon Emperor realize someone had taken advantage of the opportunity to escape, and his demonic soul erupted in fury. Furious and enraged, it strained to sense the faint aura emanating from the great Venerable's corpse while casting its gaze towards the interior of the demonic heaven. Zhao Sheng and Wu Yu, now trapped within the TOD demonic heaven, were undoubtedly the targets of the Demon Emperor's wrath. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 762 Return to Wujianglao, a huge reward. Time and space shifted, and the bizarre lights in Zhao Sheng's vision suddenly vanished, replaced by a boundless, dark, dense fog. Looking out, the sky, the ground, and all directions were filled with a dark haze, exuding a strong ominous aura. Where is this? Oh no! We've been tricked. Run! Wu Yu stared at the smog, his eyes initially bewildered, but his expression quickly changed, and he roared in shock and anger. Zhao Sheng didn't respond. Instead, he coldly said, expressionless, run. Where to? Zhu Susu is so vicious, she actually used us as bait. This must be the Demon Emperor's natal cave. There's no way we can escape. As he spoke, he had already secretly activated his spatial and temporal teleportation ability, but the result was a chilling chill. His spiritual senses were a blur of chaos, as if an incredibly dense wall of space and time had erected around him, completely isolating him from the outside world. He had experienced something similar back in Yuhu Cave Heaven, but Yuhu Cave Heaven had been ownerless for years, and its operating mechanisms had already developed numerous flaws, making it naturally incomparable to known Cave Heaven. This is tragic. It seems today is the day we both die. It's a pity I've cultivated for nearly 10,000 years, yet I still can't judge people. I've known that bitch for over 3,000 years. Yet, in this moment of crisis, she used me as bait without hesitation. She's absolutely heartless, Wu Yu muttered to himself, his expression bleak. His right hand unconsciously fiddled with the demonic mist before him. The mist flowed from his fingertips like water, spreading outward in ripples. Zhao Sheng glanced around, his eyes as sharp as a sword, desperately trying to think of a way to escape. If the density of the demonic mist outside were 1, then the density of this world was at least 100. Within this realm, his divine sense range suddenly plummeted by nearly 100-fold, extending to a maximum of barely 300 miles. Searching upwards and to the left and right, they found nothing. They could only sense tens of thousands of demonic spirits active within the depths of the demonic fog. The larger the spirit, the stronger and brighter the mental vibrations it emanated, like red lanterns of varying sizes amidst the darkness. Below them, Zhao Sheng, through his divine senses, faintly seen a vast continent of flesh and blood. The ground was dotted with massive, dark red flesh mountains, ringed by rivers of blood. The dark red flesh mountains slowly expanded and contracted, as if breathing, emitting a dull roar. The blood river was as thick as slurry. Beneath the vast surface were countless enormous black shadows, revealing vast, dark blue backs. Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered, and he suddenly recalled his past experiences in Yuho Cave Heaven. The flesh and blood caves of those days bore a striking resemblance to the scene before him. Could it be that the master of Yuho Cave Heaven has also had contact with the alien demons? Could he have traveled to the Tai spirit realm, or even directly participated in the war between the two races? In an instant, Zhao Sheng conjured countless possibilities. However, he immediately abandoned his quest for the truth and focused on the real matter. He had already come up with a temporary solution to save his life. Brother Zhao, to prevent my body from becoming a demonic shell, I'm planning to self-destruct my soul and body. You should make up your mind soon, otherwise, if you fall into the hands of the alien demons, it will be too late for you to die. Wu Yu, after a moment of self-pity, suddenly looked at him with a look of despair, and even kindly urged Zhao Sheng to join him in suicide. As he spoke, Wu Yu's face glowed brightly, his aura surged, and rapidly became extremely unstable. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng hurriedly intervened. Brother Wu, wait a moment. We still have a glimmer of hope. At these words, Wu Yu's eyes shone brightly, and he immediately stopped his self-destruction, shouting with immense excitement, seriously, Brother Wu, please look. Zhao Sheng spoke, tossing a 3-foot square jade plate forward. Its front was inscribed with dense, mysterious spiral patterns. It was the jade plate of the celestial instrument. Wu Hei's eye. Silu, without waiting for Wu Yu to inquire, Zhao Sheng waved his long sleeves, and a large amount of Dongbian jade fell into the jade plate, forming a 9-story pagoda. He then began to chant an ancient summoning spell. An endless, spiraling, pale vortex soon appeared before the two men. Its center was a dark, deep place, like a passage leading to a mysterious realm. At first, Wu Yu couldn't understand what Zhao Sheng was up to, but the moment the pale vortex took shape, his expression flashed with ecstasy, then turned to despair. So that's it. The hope for life is the immortal burial ruins. I should have thought of this earlier, but unfortunately, I'm not a native of the immortal burial ruins, Wu Yu muttered to himself, his despair suddenly turning to venom. But just before he could strike, Zhao Sheng, as if foreseeing his actions, took a step ahead, instantly flying into the pale vortex and vanishing without a trace. The moment he vanished, a flash of white light violently shattered the trajectory jade plate, but he was a step too late. Seeing this, Wu Yu trembled with rage, unable to help but unleash a torrent of curses, his words utterly unbearable. People are often like this, sometimes, giving someone a glimmer of hope, only to have it shattered completely, often makes them hate the person who gave them hope even more. Zhao Sheng had deliberately teased Wu Yu, with good intentions, but he was afraid he would disrupt the summoning ritual midway, so he used words to appease him. Wu Yu's lack of eligibility to enter the celestial heavens was his own fault, not Zhao Sheng's. Just after Zhao Sheng had retreated into the celestial heavens, within a few breaths, the demonic mist that permeated the heavens and earth suddenly froze. Then, a gigantic figure suddenly condensed above the heavens. Its pointed ears and monkey-like face resembled a thunder god, its eyes blazing with a fiery crimson rage. Wu Yu's entire body stiffened, and he slowly raised his head to gaze at the sky. His face paled. The moment he attempted to self-destruct, the surrounding space suddenly solidified. A series of powerful laws surged into his body, instantly imprisoning his spirit and all his magical powers. The self-destruction was prevented. Wu Yu instantly felt utterly despairing. A sinister and ferocious roar suddenly echoed in his mind. Where's the other ant? Tell me, where's he? Wu Yu's head split with pain. Fighting back the dizziness, he screamed, but before he could finish, an unimaginably powerful evil force violently surged into his soul, instantly crushing all resistance. Shortly after, a deafening roar suddenly echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Damned ant! No matter where you hide, you can't escape my clutches. In the endless tower, above a corridor on a certain floor, a flash of light and shadow appeared, and Zhao Sheng appeared out of thin air. Before he even touched the ground, his willpower field spread out with a mighty force, instantly sweeping across dozens of miles. The bustling human market fell silent. Everyone turned to look at Zhao Sheng, his divine power like the sea, their eyes filled with awe and envy. Zhao Sheng's gaze slowly swept over the crowd, then turned to gaze beyond the endless corridor. The towering white tower, reaching from heaven to earth, slowly came into view, radiating the same dazzling white light as it had for countless years. He suppressed his inner throbbing and averted his gaze from the tower. He calmed his mind and walked into the market. Wherever he passed, people dodged and made way for him. Zhao Sheng walked past each stall with an indifferent expression, ignoring the dazzling array of treasures displayed there and the awe-inspiring gazes of those around him. After a few breaths, he stopped in front of the largest stall. "Senior, look," the stall owner said with a flattering smile, but before he could finish, Zhao Sheng rudely interrupted him. "Move aside. I've requisitioned this place." The stall owner's face fell, and he hurriedly packed up his stall, nodding and bowing repeatedly, saying, "Yes, yes, I'll make way immediately." Soon, the stall owner shouldered his bag, which was taller than him, and scurried to the edge of the market, where he set up his stall again. Zhao Sheng walked expressionlessly to the center of the open space. With a flick of his hand, a blood-red flag several feet tall suddenly appeared in his hand. It was a magical ghost-level flag. Boom! He grasped the flagpole and thrust it into the ground. The end of the flagpole dug deeply into the wooden planks, and the flag stood upright in the center of the market. Zhao Sheng released his right hand, and with his index and middle fingers forming a brush, he began to write rapidly on the flag. Fist-sized spiritual inscriptions quickly appeared before everyone's eyes, a lavish reward for escaping from or killing a cultivator at the fusion realm. If all of the above are adopted, a generous reward will be offered. After the last word was written, the banner was hoisted high. The spiritual inscription, carrying a unique wave of will, slowly enveloped the entire market, instantly becoming incredibly conspicuous. Everyone who entered the area was immediately drawn to the massive banner. Zhao Sheng took 2 steps back, reviewed the banner's contents again, nodded slightly, and then waved his hand. Crashing. A torrent of rare and precious treasures, jade scrolls of cultivation techniques, and elixirs and magical tools, fell to the ground like a waterfall, quickly forming a small mountain. The cave heaven jade was merely a humble item, there were countless more precious and rare treasures. The cultivators in the market had never witnessed such a lavish display. They were awe-stunned, their minds filled with greed and desire. Zhao Sheng ignored everyone, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, quietly waiting for a destined person to come while he painstakingly pondered a solution. After all, he couldn't stay in the endless tower forever. Sooner or later, he would return to the lower realms. If he couldn't devise a way to escape before being expelled, his fate would be dire. Of course, Zhao Sheng had one last hidden trick up his sleeve, but he wouldn't reveal it until the moment of despair, for the consequences were unpredictable. After waiting for a while, a courageous old man in a yellow robe finally approached and cautiously inquired about the situation. Zhao Sheng opened his eyes, secretly transmitted a message to the man, and detailed his current situation. The old man's eyebrows twisted into knots as he listened. The man pondered for a long time, his face filled with pain, and finally, he bowed his head in dejected apology, claiming his inability to help and begging for forgiveness. Zhao Sheng didn't hold high expectations, and naturally, he wouldn't vent his anger on this person. He simply waved his hand, signaling him to leave as soon as possible. The yellow-robed elder breathed a sigh of relief, bowed hastily, and then hurriedly logged off. Seeing this, the others were moved, and more came to ask for advice. Zhao Sheng patiently reiterated his current situation over and over again. Most of them immediately lost hope and left in disappointment. However, some were more resourceful, quickly returning to the lower realms to seek solutions from their sects or family elders. This was something Zhao Sheng greatly welcomed. In fact, he had anticipated this possibility. A single day of desolation, fleeting. The human cultivators in the market had already been replaced, but still no one could offer even a remotely feasible solution. Zhao Sheng, observing this, waved his hand, tucked the treasure mountain behind him into the Sumeru space, then rose and headed for the stairs. In a flash, he was already on the stairs, heading to the gathering place of other Immortal Ruins visitors. However, the bounty banner still stood in the center of the market, capturing the attention of every Immortal Ruins guest. Over the next 10 days, Zhao Sheng traveled to every gathering place he knew of, including the 3 demon markets, the Flame People, the Ice Demon markets, and other foreign markets. At each market, he would leave a bounty banner and wait for anywhere from half a day to an entire market day. Over time, word of the bounty spread like wildfire throughout the major gathering places, its influence rapidly spreading through the mouths of each Immortal Ruins guest, reaching the myriad realms. Some Immortal Ruins guests, relegated to the Hengsha world, were powerless to intervene. However, those in the various spiritual realms, due to their unique status, possessed astonishing connections and influence. Through their retellings, countless powerful beings in the fusion realm, even great tribulation masters, spread across the various spiritual realms to hear of this miracle. A single day in the celestial realm of the void often equated to several months, or even longer, in the lower realm. Due to the varying speeds of time and the varying levels of status within each world, the time elapsed in the lower realm varies, typically ranging from a few months to several years. Zhao Sheng's 10+ days in the Endless Tower equated to nearly a decade in the lower realm. This was ample time for the news to spread and for the long-awaited solution to emerge. However, he was surprised to learn that the first person to arrive was a familiar demon. Bald and with large eyes and a horn on the end of his nose, he looked quite abstract. It was Qi Wuyan, a descendant of the Pixie clan. When they first met, their cultivation levels were similar. But now, Zhao Sheng has already reached the late return to void stage, a high-level cultivator. Qi Wuyan, on the other hand, had only recently broken through the Demon King realm, barely reaching the Demon Emperor realm. Upon their reunion, Qi Wuyan was noticeably uneasy, his words betraying a hint of distance and all. Chapter 763 I'm back. Fellow Taoist Qi, you've come here today, presumably with good news to share with me. Zhao Sheng, seeing the demon approaching him, knew good news was imminent, so he jokingly exclaimed in ecstasy. Qi Wuyan rubbed the corner of his nose, his expression both respectful and envious, saying, "Senior, you are truly foresighted. The other day, I requested an audience with our clan's ancestor, and I finally persuaded him to allow me to bring back 2 treasures. These 2 treasures will surely help you escape this calamity." Huh? Zhao Sheng was both surprised and delighted at the words. He decisively released a force field of will, blocking all vision, and then fixed his gaze on the demon with a piercing gaze. Qi Wuyan witnessed them, his mouth slightly opened, and he produced 2 exquisitely small objects, one a 3-inch diameter, emerald green horn, the other an oval white scale. Thousands of strange patterns appeared on the surface of both the horn and the scale, as if they had grown naturally. Senior, these 2 treasures are both inherited from our clan's ancestors. The one with the name Pakun comes from the 3rd generation ancestor, and it gathers all the magic power of the 6th generation ancestor before he passed away. It is specially designed to break all spaces and barriers, even the barriers of the cave heaven can be easily broken through. And this galaxy talisman is even more precious. This talisman was refined by the 2nd generation ancestor of our clan, and its function is very simple, which is only for escape. Once this talisman is activated, Senior can instantly move from the original place to a place dozens of eons away. No matter how powerful the powerful people in the fusion realm are, they still cannot track the whereabouts of Senior. At the end, Qi Wuyan looked very proud. Wonderful. These 2 treasures are exactly what I've been longing for. Zhao Sheng clapped his hands and smiled, then immediately demanded, "I'll take the treasures. Just name your price." Qi Wuyan's gaze swept over the mountain of treasures on the ground, his expression unwavering. Instead, he looked directly at Zhao Sheng and said with uncommon sincerity, "I dare not deceive you, Senior. I've encountered a great difficulty and would like your assistance. As a token of my sincerity, I will offer these 2 treasures as a reward. If this matter can be successfully resolved, not only will I be deeply grateful, but my clan will also regard you as a benefactor." With this, Qi Wuyan offered the treasures to Zhao Sheng and silently awaited his response. Zhao Sheng's heart sank slightly, knowing that the difficulty he was referring to must be a huge problem, otherwise he wouldn't have offered 2 treasures of inestimable value so voluntarily. However, "I agree," countless thoughts flashed through Zhao Sheng's mind, and his willpower field suddenly rippled. As he spoke, 2 treasures flew up and disappeared into his sleeves. Okay, now you can tell me what the difficult matter is. Qi Wuyan was overjoyed upon witnessing this, and quickly transmitted his thoughts through his mind, explaining the whole story one by one. After a moment, Zhao Sheng's face was uncertain, and his eyes occasionally glanced at the white tower outside the building. Only he knew what he was thinking. It was indeed a matter of life and death. It turned out that Qi Wuyan wanted to enter the tower to explore. But he was afraid of the unpredictable dangers along the way, so he wanted to take a few more companions with him. The higher the cultivation level of the companions, the better, and Zhao Sheng happened to be at the right time, and he caught his eye. Despite Qi Wuyan's somewhat unsubtle words, Zhao Sheng could still sense from his words that not only had an ancestor perished within the tower, but he also carried treasures of immense importance to the Pixie clan. Their journey into the tower wasn't just to collect the ancestral remains, but also to retrieve those treasures, whether they were profound inheritances or something else entirely. In short, they were of immense importance to the Pixie clan. Senior, the White Tower entrance opens every 10 years for 7 days, closing again after 7 days. The next opening is still 8 months and 7 days away. That's plenty of time, Qi Wuyan added cautiously, observing Zhao Sheng's expression. Yes, Zhao Sheng nodded slightly, a gesture of acknowledgement, and his attention quickly turned to the 2 treasures. After all, refining treasures takes time, and he had spent considerable time in the Endless Tower, where the repulsion of space and time was noticeably stronger than it had been initially. It was clear that his time here was running out. Qi Wuyan observed his expression, touched his chest in a salute, and silently withdrew. Then, Zhao Sheng gathered the treasures scattered across the floor and sat cross-kneed, one hand gripping the horn, the other forming a talisman. He unexpectedly began to refine the treasures before the eyes of the crowd. Instantly, waves of immensely powerful will spread out, forcing the surrounding creatures to flee in panic, leaving a vast expanse of space. In the blink of an eye, more than a decade had passed. One day, in a corner of the cavern shrouded in demonic fog, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was Zhao Sheng, who had returned to the lower realms. Glancing around, Zhao Sheng had no time to think as a surge of mana, like a sea, poured into the jade horn in his palm. Simultaneously, the galaxy talisman shone with a brilliant light, enveloping him. Sky-breaking horn, go! With a roar, the exquisite jade horn suddenly soared into the sky, instantly transforming into a gigantic pixie beast 100 feet tall. With a mighty roar, the behemoth slammed into the void before it, most of its body disappearing into the void, creating a dazzling, multicolored hole hundreds of feet wide. Overjoyed, Zhao Sheng instantly unleashed the full power of his galaxy talisman. Instantly, he transformed into a flash of light, fading into the vast, sunken void, vanishing without a trace. Just as the light passed through the cavern's barrier, a resounding roar erupted from its depths. You actually let me escape. Damn it, damn it. I swear, no matter where you flee, I will capture you alive and refine you into the most despicable demon slave to toy with for eternity. You despicable and cunning human cultivator. As the roar echoed throughout the cavern, the vast continent of flesh and blood beneath, stretching tens of thousands of miles, cracked and sank, sending billions of demon puppets evaporating into thin air. However, it was all just impotent rage. The real Zhao Sheng had long since vanished, disappearing beyond the bounds of time. In the present world ethereal sea, the vast void lay pitch black. A ray of clear light suddenly pierced the darkness, plunging from the unfathomable realm into reality. Then, the light faded, revealing Zhao Sheng's figure. The next moment, as his divine consciousness swept across the surrounding void for hundreds of thousands of miles, Zhao Sheng's slightly uneasy heart suddenly calmed. The surrounding void was pitch black and empty, indistinguishable from the most ordinary outer space. Perhaps this place was in a vast expanse of space, devoid of a single star. Even Zhao Sheng had no idea where he was. But his confusion soon faded. With a wave of his hand, he pulled out an ancient compass and channeled a stream of magical power into it. The compass needle spun wildly. After a breath, it slowly came to a stop, finally pointing to a certain direction. Following the needle's direction, Zhao Sheng looked up, his gaze sharp and bright, as if piercing through the thick darkness, gazing upon the vast, war-torn galaxy. For a moment, his thoughts were flooding, and he muttered to himself, I'm back. Chapter 764, Death Star Retreat. I'm back. As soon as these words emanated, they were diluted by the surrounding void, vanishing without a trace. Zhao Sheng was about to activate the great space-time shift when he paused, his thoughts stagnating as if a thought struck him. His pupils shrank. No. I can't go back right now. Thinking back now, this mission was truly bizarre. Firstly, the time was too tight, and secondly, the demons seemed well prepared, waiting for them to fall into their trap. It seemed both the humans and demons had traitors lurking within, so this mission was most likely a covert battle of wits between the two. This time, it was simply the humans who had the upper hand, allowing Zhou Susa to reclaim the remains of the great venerable Young King and the cave heaven. What about next time? The waters are too deep. A battle at the level of tribulation transcendence was simply beyond the reach of a minor cultivator like him. He could die without knowing how he died. Zhou Susu? Humph. Things might not be that simple. Whether Zhou Susu or Zhu Yunking would be the final target was still uncertain. With a battle between the human and demon races raging, and the doubtful attitudes of the tribulation crossing great masters, Zhao Sheng, after much deliberation, finally decided not to return for his report. Haha, if you can't afford to provoke them, you can at least hide. He should find a dead star and hide there for a few hundred or 1,000 years, waiting for the storm to pass before secretly returning. As for the excuse, it was easy to find. 2 words, recuperate. After all, escaping the clutches of a fusion realm demon emperor, ending up severely wounded and near death was a common outcome. Alice, I was hoping to earn more heavenly merit, but things didn't go my way. Luckily, Xuanjing's heavenly merit has almost been accumulated, so I don't have to worry about it anymore. With these thoughts in mind, Zhao Sheng vanished without a trace. Fast forward a few years, and after searching the surrounding star fields for dozens of eons, he finally located a small star system. This system contained only 3 planets, all of them desolate and silent dead stars. Then again, the universe is vast and boundless, its stars as numerous as the sands of the Ganges. Dead planets make up the vast majority, while the teeming worlds capable of nurturing life are extremely rare. This is a dead planet with a diameter of nearly 30,000 miles. Its surface is covered with craters of all sizes, and layers of oily green gravel blanket the entire planet, giving it the lustrous green appearance of a long molded potato. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of nowhere at the planet's periphery. Below, a vast, deep basin loomed, surrounded by a ring of craters, towering and steep, as if carved by a knife or an axe. Its presence blocked the sunlight, casting much of the basin in shadow, making it impossible to see what lay beneath. Zhao Sheng, unconcerned with the dangers of a dead planet, flashed and teleported to the deepest point of the basin, then sank straight into the ground, disappearing. Though lifeless, the dead planet's core remained blazing. Nearly 10,000 miles below the Earth's core, boundless magma dominated Zhao Sheng's vision. His divine consciousness expanded mightily in all directions, instantly encompassing the entire center of the Earth. Huh? Zhao Sheng suddenly cried out in surprise, then teleported away. When he reappeared, he had arrived inside a vast cavern. The cavern stretched nearly 10,000 miles, large enough to hold half a continent. Sadly, the cavern remained silent and desolate. Millions of years of fine dust had coated the surface layer upon layer, making it appear as smooth as a mirror. Zhao Sheng slowly descended to the top of the hill in the center of the cavern. As he touched down, dust from 100 miles around him instantly rose up, silently forming long, flowing lines that flew off into the distance. Once the dust cleared, the hill's true form was revealed, a metallic sphere, radiating a cold metallic sheen. Its surface, covered in layers of molten glass, was as smooth as a mirror. Zhao Sheng surveyed his surroundings and nodded in satisfaction. This mountain isn't really a mountain, it's actually a metallic meteorite that crashed into the Death Star countless millennia ago. Its unique internal composition created this magnificent cave. Nice place. Let's retreat here, Zhao Sheng muttered to himself with a smile on his face. He then slowly sat down cross-legged, closing his eyes. Instantly, his overwhelming divine consciousness filled every inch of the cave. Boom. With resounding booms, the cave suddenly underwent a transformation that was almost cosmic. The raised hills and stone pillars gradually sank into the earth, ravines and cracks slowly closed, and the uneven surface, under the influence of some immense force, gradually smoothed and expanded, eventually forming a vast great plain. By the time the plain was fully formed, months had passed unnoticed. Zhao Sheng let out a soft breath, reopened his eyes, and slowly spoke, Thunder. Before he could finish his words, a thunderbolt streaked across the sky above the cave, a blinding light instantly illuminating the darkness that had lasted for eons. With a roar that resounded throughout the cave, countless thunderbolts appeared from nowhere, followed by billions of lightning snakes and dragons. The vast cavern suddenly transformed into a sea of thunder. Thunder is the collision of yin and yang. Yin and yang counteract each other, resulting in destruction. Yin and yang generate each other, resulting in life. Seeing the sea of thunder forming, Zhao Sheng, still not satisfied, shouted in a single breath, "Water, fire, wind." Instantly, the cavern erupted with wind and clouds. Vast clouds of water vapor materialized, followed by a violent storm, bringing with it a tremendous force. Since ancient times, clouds have moved with the wind. With the onset of the storm, countless water vapor rapidly expanded, soon filling most of the cave. Simultaneously, the ground and various parts of the cave quietly sank, and fiery holes automatically formed. From these, huge pillars of fire erupted, sometimes reaching hundreds of feet high. As magma erupted to the surface, the temperature of the cavern rose rapidly. In just 3 days, the entire cavern had become warm and humid, like an immense greenhouse. For 3 days, the clouds over the cave thickened, and finally, a torrential downpour began. Thunder and lightning roared, and the rain poured down in torrents. Billions of drops of water were carried by the wind, but upon contact with the swirling magma, they instantly transformed into vast clouds of water vapor, rising into the sky. The rain grew heavier, and the vapor grew denser and thicker, causing the temperature in the cave to rise rapidly, seemingly without end. This process continued for a full 20 years, until the temperature in the cave reached 700 to 800 degrees, becoming a steamer, a harsh environment resembling hell. Only then did Zhao Sheng, feeling slightly satisfied, cease his spellcasting. He had exhausted all his mana and regenerated it 3 times, repeating this process over and over again. Great, we have a hotbed. Now we need to get something in there. What should we get? Zhao Sheng muttered to himself, and suddenly an idea struck him, leading him to burst out laughing. Haha, I should have thought of that sooner. With that, Zhao Sheng raised his knife and slashed it down. With a swoosh, the entire thigh was severed and fell to the ground. However, the thigh, like a python, nimbly bounced off the ground, the severed end moving towards the base of the thigh, seemingly trying to close itself again. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng's mind shifted, and the broken leg instantly solidified in mid-air before silently disintegrating into a large ball of powdery mist. Chapter 765 Evolution. Pink mist hung in the air, swirling and tumbling, as if attempting to regroup into its original form. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng blew gently into it. Whoosh, a mighty gust of wind suddenly emerged, instantly sweeping up all the pink mist and whistling in all directions. Wherever the wind passed, clouds of steam swirled and boiled, spreading across a vast area of 10,000 miles in the blink of an eye. The entire cave began to undergo a drastic transformation. As time passed, countless cells bearing the bloodline, like dandelion seeds, spread across every inch of the cave, poised to begin an endless struggle for survival. At this moment, the cave was clearly divided into 4 layers of space. The bottom layer consisted of countless magma rivers and lakes that covered the surface. 1,000 feet above that was the rain troposphere. 1,000 feet above that, a dense, unbroken layer of scorching clouds. Above this layer, a vast sea of thunder stretched across a vast expanse of thunder. From its depths, a vast, towering silver-white ring emerged, the 5 elements thunder ring, a remnant immortal artifact. To avoid interrupting the evolutionary process, Zhao Sheng sacrificed this immortal treasure, merely serving as the source of energy for everything before him. Once true evolution began, the survival of the fittest and natural selection would unfold vividly. Some cells accidentally fell into the magma lake, where the thousands to tens thousand degree heat instantly incinerated them. Others ascended to the sea of thunder, only to be annihilated by the thunderless force. Still others fell into the relatively safer conditions of the scorching cloud layer and troposphere. While they managed to survive temporarily, without the main source of nourishment, they would not survive for long. However, no matter how desperate the situation, life will find a way out. To survive, billions of cells containing Zhao Sheng's entire life imprint rapidly underwent various stress reactions. Nearly 10% of the cells even went dormant, growing a fungal-like shell on their bodies before their vitality withered. However, 20% of the cells, remained active, unleashing their potential and instinctively tapping into the power deepest in their bloodlines. In a short period of time, a variety of astonishing changes occurred. The remaining nearly 70% of the cells were unfortunate, falling into various extremely harsh environments and being reduced to ashes in an instant. Seeing the number of cells dwindle drastically, Zhao Sheng resorted to self-harm again and again, continuously throwing out vast clouds of powder mist. The number of cells reached into the trillions. The vast majority of them quickly perished, but a growing number of cells survived, instinctively adapting to this world and even beginning cycles of evolution. Zhao Sheng observed all this, quietly awaiting some outcome. He sat high atop meteoric mountain, like a supreme being controlling all things. His eyes surged with boundless thunder, constantly monitoring every subtle change within the cave. The thunder in his eyes was also constantly changing, seemingly following some established law, yet also incubating new changes. Earth, water, wind, fire, clouds, thunder, and even every ripple in the air were captured by his gaze. Under the influence of some great force, time seemed to freeze and yet also to accelerate 1,000-fold. Zhao Sheng felt like only a short time had passed. Yet everything before him seemed to have passed for millions of years. Parts of the cavern had become vibrantly alive, almost as if a prehistoric era had been revived. Southwest of the cave, 100-square-mile stretch of land was covered by a winding river of dark red lava. The intense heat distorted the air, making it visibly hazy. Yet, despite this harsh environment, hundreds of crimson earthworms undulated on the river's surface. Some roamed merrily and unrestrainedly, while others stretched out their slender, thread-like bodies, devouring the surrounding air with voracious gulps, creating a bizarre spectacle of swallowing the air. A closer look revealed that these crimson earthworms were the same thickness from head to toe, as slender as noodles. Beneath their slender exterior, they were covered in a dense, translucent, diamond-shaped armor. Only a small area near their tails was free of scales, covered with a sparse, hairy surface, suggesting they hadn't yet fully metamorphosed. This is a newly emerged species, the most primitive of which emerged centuries ago, yet its bloodline originates from the primordial dragon. Hundreds of miles from this magma field, within the scorching clouds lies a cloud unlike any other. Strange black and purple creatures flit in and out of this mass. These creatures possess streamlined bodies, heads as large as water tanks, followed by short, slender bodies. They resemble tadpoles magnified 1,000 times over. These tadpoles, also known as wind nest loaches, are gifted with the power to manipulate wind and rain, and possess a fiercely aggressive nature, making them the undisputed overlords of this world. Higher up from the scorching clouds, the vast sea of thunder also teems with life. The dominant species is a group of pure white creatures, their hooves like unicorns and the size of lions and tigers. From afar, they resemble a pack of free-spirited dogs, instinctively chasing the thunderbolts and bullying lesser creatures. These dogs were called thunder dogs, a name Zhao Sheng casually chose. Their bloodline originated from the thunder lion. It was for this reason that Zhao Sheng valued them so highly. Besides the fire dragon, the wind nest loach, and the thunder dog, the cave contained as many as 12 other species. However, they either possessed profound flaws, possessed low potential, or were incapable of reproducing offspring. If only one survived, it would be of little significance. Of course, there were exceptions among the defective creatures. Zhao Sheng had appeared early above the five elements lightning ring, gazing silently at a spherical creature, invisible to the naked eye, hovering 10 miles away. This creature defied the pressure of the immortal artifacts and the thunderstorms surrounding it, remaining motionless in the air, steadily expanding and contracting, as if breathing, or like a rudimentary heart. A faint golden glow emanated from its surface, a mysterious and tranquil aura. Invisible to the naked eye, untouchable by divine consciousness, and impervious to all attacks. Only through the primordial spiritual consciousness could one perceive its profound mysteries. This nameless creature, let's just say a strange one, seemed to lack a suitable environment for growth, its evolution having long since stalled. For the past century, Zhao Sheng had tried his best, but remained powerless. Yet, it evolved from precisely that mysterious bloodline. After several experiments, Zhao Sheng confirmed that this mysterious bloodline was the so-called innate source blood. Perhaps because the bloodline's concentration was too dilute, it had never been able to give rise to true life. Oh no! It's happening again. Zhao Sheng's expression suddenly changed, and he vanished into thin air. As he vanished, a mysterious, invisible, An intangible golden light swept past, expanding to immense distances. Simultaneously, the flesh ball paused, then vanished from its original location, its disappearance eerily similar to Zhao Sheng's. The next moment, Zhao Sheng reappeared, his hands clasped together before his chest, and the flesh ball landed between them, rapidly expanding and contracting, as if struggling against some invisible force. Chapter 766, The Natural Law of Creatures. The alien demons invade the star. Rumble. A sea of thunder surged, one raging wave after another. Each wave was formed from the accumulation of billions of bolts of lightning, a dazzling interweaving of red, blue, crimson, yellow, and black. 5 colored thunder dragons broke through the waves, sometimes shaking their heads and tails, plunging into the clouds below. Sometimes they disintegrated into countless balls of lightning, thousands of feet in diameter, distorting and shattering the very air. Zhao Sheng hovered above the sea of thunder. With a flick of his fingers, 10 chains of lightning suddenly shot out from his fingertips, rapidly weaving around the nameless flesh ball. In the blink of an eye, a thunder egg, shimmering with inward brilliance and shrouded in mist, appeared before Zhao Sheng. Complex Dao scripts flickered across its surface, forming an absolute seal that separated the inner and outer worlds. Zhao Sheng swept his sleeves and collected the thunder egg within. Just then, a massive golden thunder dragon flew beneath him. A thought flashed through his mind, and he saw the golden thunder dragon, obediently carrying its master, swiftly swimming to directly above the 5 elements thunder ring. Gazing at the immortal artifact's true form below, Zhao Sheng pondered for a moment before flicking his sleeve and tossing the thunder egg downward. With a swish, the egg plummeted from the sky, landing in the center of the thunder ring. There, it hovered motionless, as if held captive by some kind of force field. Tisk tisk, the world is truly full of wonders. Naturally manipulating gravity, shifting through time and space at will, such a bizarre creature, truly unprecedented. It seems the Xiantian clan, the source of this spiritual bloodline, are a group of monstrous beings who master the avenues of gravity. I wonder what form they take, Zhao Sheng marveled, his anticipation growing even greater, hoping to comprehend a glimmer of the laws of gravity from it. After all, the laws of gravity are so vast and ethereal, they're almost unimaginable. And such a concrete, physical creature that manifests itself through gravity is incredibly rare in the universe. Zhao Sheng was overjoyed, feeling the surprise had arrived too quickly, far exceeding his initial expectations. And this wasn't the only surprise. Recently, he had successfully comprehended the 8th and 9th Dao texts of the Great Dao of Thunder, easily breaking through to the 8th level of the Return to Void Realm. Both his cultivation and strength had soared. If Zhao Sheng hadn't still had questions about how to open up a cave heaven, he would have long since attempted to break through to the 9th level of the Return to Void Realm, rather than stopping at the 8th level. For a cultivator in the Return to Void Realm, strength is no longer paramount, rather, their understanding of the Dao principles is paramount. Simply put, it's the depth of their cultivation. If their cultivation is profound, breaking through these realms is a breeze. Over the past few decades, this world has become increasingly vibrant. Fire dragons, wind nest loaches, thunder dogs, and other creatures have continuously multiplied and thrived, their total population now exceeding 10,000. In the past decade or so, the wind nest loaches and thunder dogs have engaged in repeated racial wars over territory. Although many potential seeds perished, the 2 remaining races experienced a new round of rapid evolution. The wind nest loaches, once tadpole-like, grew exponentially in size, their lines becoming more fluid and natural, resembling giant fish. Their ability to manipulate wind and rain was exponentially greater than ever. The thunder dogs also grew larger and more muscular, each as large as a lion or elephant. Their necks sprouted thick, fluffy for this vibrant, multicolored fur not only naturally attracted surrounding lightning but also served as the thunder dog's ultimate weapon. When these neck fur erupted into countless lightning rods, their attack power was terrifyingly powerful. Zhao Sheng once estimated that a single thunder dog could easily slaughter a giant in cultivator, and even Yuanian cultivators would flee in panic when faced with a pack of them. It's safe to say that the thunder dogs possess immense potential, and their ultimate strength remains uncharted territory. Compared to the thunder dog, the wind nest loach has slightly less potential, and the fire dragon is at the bottom of the 3 tribes. Producing 1 or 2 demon emperors who reach the divine transformation realm is already a blessing for the heavenly god. Of course, this doesn't prevent it from being one of the first creatures to reside in the cave heaven. Zhao Sheng had decided early on that once he reached the fusion realm and opened up the cave heaven, he would relocate all living beings there. The bloodline experiment would continue for a long time, whether it lasted for thousands of years or even eons. One day, a large, ancient cauldron floated in the depths of the Thunder Sea, emitting an inexplicable charm. Its exterior was covered in designs of flowers, birds, insects, fish, and beasts, some crude and rigid, others remarkably vibrant. At this moment, the clanging of golden spears echoed from within the cauldron, and waves of invisible murderous aura emanated from it, wiping out all life within 1,000 miles. Wu, Zhao Sheng slumped down beside the cauldron. Suddenly, he pointed through the air, and a massive thunder dog flew out from the sea of thunder below. It flew in front of the cauldron, struggling and whimpering in fear. However, Zhao Sheng ignored it and casually dropped it into the cauldron. Immediately, the outer wall of the ancient cauldron shone with a brilliant light, and a pattern of true spirits within it suddenly took on a certain spirituality, becoming incredibly alive, as if coming to life. The thunder dog contained a trace of the true spiritual thunder roar lion's bloodline. Its bloodline and demonic soul were exactly what the Xianja cauldron needed. This bloodline experiment was a fortuitous success. Just as Zhao Sheng was about to repair the Xianja cauldron, the cave suddenly shook slightly, followed by a tremor as if by an earthquake. Zhao Sheng frowned, and an immensely powerful divine consciousness instantly expanded, covering most of the planet. Even such a remote place isn't immune. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed with surprise. He extended his hand, and a flash of blood swiftly flew out from the cauldron. It suddenly landed in his hand, transforming into an ancient stone axe. The stone axe looked crude and simple, imbued with a primitive and mysterious aura, but the blood-stained blade betrayed its destructive power, having slain countless lives. This axe, a spiritual treasure, was the trophy Zhao Sheng had obtained after slaying a Void Realm demon elder. Shortly after refining it, the Death Star suddenly welcomed an uninvited guest. This was destiny, and Zhao Sheng saw the perfect opportunity to test its power. With a stone axe in hand, Zhao Sheng rose, his figure flashing, and vanished into thin air. Above the Death Star, a strange, mountain-like monster slowly descended towards the planet's surface. Swarms of grayish-white monsters flew out of the monster, transforming into a massive meteor shower that crashed into the Death Star's subsurface. Then, the monsters began devouring the surrounding soil and rock, spawning smaller monsters as they did so, their bodies rapidly growing larger. The entire process was eerily silent. In a moment, the ground became cratered, and vast, dark holes soon appeared. Just as the giant monster was about to hit the surface, a flash of blood suddenly pierced the darkness, transforming into a massive axe beam that obscured the sky and struck the center of the monster. Crack! The colossal monster, having lived for nearly 10,000 years, had barely noticed the danger before its life was over. Its mountainous body was violently split in two, then four, then eight. In the blink of an eye, it was shattered into countless pieces, which fell to the ground, smearing the surroundings in a blood-red hue. Who is it? Seeing the huge monster being killed, an extremely powerful divine thought wave suddenly erupted from the depths of the starry sky, but before the roar was finished, it suddenly turned into a scream. Chapter 767 All living beings have their own nature. Zhao Sheng emerged from the sky above the Death Star. Looking up, he saw a giant star plummeting from the depths of the void. Ablaze with lightning, the star revealed a grotesque, bloated monster trapped within. The monster resembled a giant silkworm magnified 1,000 times over, but within its massive, round head, a half-woman had grown, while the woman possessed a charming face and slender figure. Her tusked, cherry-like mouth was a complete turn-off. The half-human, half-beast monster had been battered by lightning during its capture, its face contorted with pain as it howled in agony. By the time it reached him, it was half-dead, barely breathing. Zhao Sheng ignored the monster and suddenly extended his right hand, slowly pressing down on the ground below. Instantly, a massive hand, obscuring the sky and sun, appeared from thin air and slammed down into the earth below. Then, its entire palm quietly sank into the surface, sinking to an unknown depth. Suddenly, a massive palm print, with distinct 5 fingers, appeared on the land for 1,000 miles. With a single blow, countless gray-white monsters were instantly shattered, until not a single one remained. Zhao Sheng, observing the half-human demon's utter fear and anxiety, spoke indifferently, coldly demanding, "I ask, you answer. But tell me even a single lie, and I'll make your life worse than death." Master, if you ask, I promise I won't lie a single time. The silkworm demon twisted her body, her face filled with fear. Having lived for nearly 1,000 years and battled humans for hundreds of years, she knew all too well how cruel humans could be, especially the terrifying being before her. Therefore, she dared not play any tricks. Zhao Sheng nodded and asked, I want to ask you, what is the current war situation? Tell me in detail, leaving nothing out, my lord. After the last decisive battle, our clan suffered heavy casualties. To avoid further casualties, we decided to disperse and retreat. I was separated from the main army and accidentally escaped to your retreat. My children were starving, so we accidentally bumped into— Wait? The Kanyu girl was interrupted mid-sentence. Zhao Sheng took a deep breath and asked again, let's talk about the decisive battle first. When did it happen? Where did it start? Who won in the end? Okay, start from the beginning. Zhao Sheng had never imagined that in just a few hundred years of seclusion, the war situation between the two clans would have undergone such a dramatic change. He was eager to know the entire process of the decisive battle. Fortunately, the Kanyu girl had experienced the decisive battle firsthand and knew it in great detail. Recalling the devastating scenes of 100 years ago, the silkworm girl trembled with fear, and her huge body suddenly shrank by half. The decisive battle took place roughly 270 years ago, with both sides engaged in a fierce conflict. I remember first, the human race proactively detonated the entire Qingguang galaxy, burying billions of our people. Then, the great emperor, enraged, sacrificed a bloody sacrifice to all spirits, summoning our race's essence. Not only did he shatter the Suzaku galaxy with a single blow, he even pierced through 3 layers of the void heaven, even sending a certain human immortal spirit flying, and causing the immortal heaven to collapse. After that, the decisive battle began. The bloody battle raged for a full century, with incalculable casualties on both sides, at least trillions. In the end, only 2 of the 6 major galaxies remained. The others were either ravaged or shattered, becoming death zones. Although the human race emerged victorious, they were temporarily unable to pursue our people, which is why I was lucky enough to escape. Listening to the silkworm girl's trembling narration, Zhao Sheng felt a mixture of shock and an inexplicable heaviness. But rather than dwelling on the millions of human casualties, he was more concerned for Zhao Xuanjing's safety. Despite Zhao Xuanjing's profound cultivation and numerous life-saving strategies, in a war fought by even true immortals, no one could guarantee their safety, not even the Great Tribulation exalted. This thought intensified Zhao Sheng's anxiety, leaving him no time for retreat and cultivation. He longed to return immediately. But before he could, he needed to patiently listen to the silkworm girl's story. Perhaps guessing Zhao Sheng's thoughts, the silkworm girl spoke more slowly, her face growing paler as she spoke. But with her life in the hands of others, she could only resign herself to fate. After 3 days, the silkworm girl racked her brains, but could offer nothing useful. Zhao Sheng's mind stirred, and a gentle swirling of thunder swept across the sky. The demonic silkworm girl, unable to even utter a single plea for mercy, was instantly reduced to ashes. Then, with a wave of his hand, a strange crystal the size of an egg flew towards him like a meteor, disappearing beneath his sleeve. Alice, these are turbulent times. It's time for me to return. After putting away the exotic crystal, Zhao Sheng sighed softly, his figure slowly fading. In the Walling Mountains, behind Longshao Peak, towering ancient trees and rare and exotic herbs abound. Shaded by the trees, 2 teams of golden armored puppets stood guard outside a cave. Deep and dark, faint whispers emanated from the cave. Meanwhile, a haggard old man wandered outside, occasionally peering inside, his brow furrowed. Any outsider present would be shocked to see his current appearance. Zhao Xiandu, the Zhao clan's true lord of transformation, had always been stern and decisive, but now he was scowling, his demeanor gone. It was hard to imagine what had so troubled him. After a long while, a thin figure stumbled out of the cave. As he drew closer, he realized it was an old monk in a gray robe. Upon seeing the old monk emerge, Zhao Xiandu hurried forward and hurriedly asked, "Divine monk." He had barely uttered 2 words when the old monk slowly shook his head, clasped his hands together, and saluted, "Amitabha, the young donor is deeply possessed by a demon. Even if I chant the great bright mantra 1,000 times, I cannot awaken him. I am truly powerless. Zhao Tanayu, please find someone else." With these words, the old monk bowed his head in greeting and drifted away. As the old monk departed, the whispering voices from within the cave suddenly intensified, becoming instantly clearer. All living beings possess self-nature. Self-nature is inherently empty and omnipresent. To transform oneself is not to seek outside, but to observe within, transforming according to circumstances. To be free is not to renounce the world, but to remain in the world untainted, following one's heart. As the chanting of the sutra reached his ears, Zhao Xiandu's expression grew increasingly grim, his eyes suddenly ablaze with rage. Great! Freedom! Heaven! Demons of the red eyebrows, I will never coexist with you. Zhao Xiandu, seething with rage and resentment, strode into the cavern, his figure quickly engulfed by darkness. He passed through a corridor densely crisscrossed with arrays and traps, and then through nearly 100 cells covered in talismans and prohibitions, finally stopping at the deepest point of the caverns. He opened the golden gate, revealing a bare, simple chamber. A tall, upright figure sat cross-legged on the ground, his back to the world, chanting the sutra of the transformation of freedom. As the gate opened, the sound of the chanting suddenly became countless times clearer, deafening and breathtaking. Chapter 768, Red Eyebrow Demon, he transforms into free heaven. As time passed, the chanting in the secret room grew louder and louder. Zhao Xiandu grew increasingly furious, finally unable to hold back his anger and roared, "Shut up!" His roar was like thunder, shaking the entire room with a humming sound, instantly drowning out the resounding chanting. But the next second, the chanting had resumed, as if unaffected. Zhao Xiandu, seething with rage, roared again, "Qilongzi, I ask you, what is the true Dao?" As soon as he finished speaking, the chanting faded, and the man with his back to him slowly spoke. The Dao is formless and invisible, yet omnipresent. All things are transformed and returned to the Dao. The Dao is simple, consisting solely of the mind. When the mind and the Dao are united, everything is transformed and omnipresent. Bullshit. That's nonsense. The mind and the Dao are united? I think your mind has been eaten by a dog. You've completely forgotten the concepts of loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, and righteousness. How can you even cultivate the Dao? How can you even be an immortal? Zhao Xiandu exclaimed in fury. Alice. Qilongzi sighed and spoke with compassion, I only seek freedom and have never considered becoming an immortal. How can an ignorant person understand the profound wonders of creation? Zhao Xiandu sneered. How dare someone who betrayed his master and ancestors, abandoned his wife and children, speak so brazenly? You've completely disgraced the Zhao family. If Zaizu returned and saw you in this state, wouldn't he be heartbroken and resentful of your lack of resolve? Those who know me say I'm worried, those who don't ask what I'm seeking. The great Dao follows fate, all is at ease. With this, Qilongzi suddenly began to recite the scriptures again. All living beings possess their own nature. Seeing Qilongzi's stubbornness, Zhao Xiandu was finally helpless and turned to leave. With a bang, the golden essence gate closed again, but it couldn't stop the chanting from emanating. Shortly after leaving the bitter prison cave, the scepter hanging from Zhao Xiandu's waist suddenly flickered. Sensing something amiss, he immediately sent his divine sense inside. The next second, his expression suddenly changed, and he soared into the air, flying towards Longshao Peak. At that moment, within the main hall atop Longshao Peak, the atmosphere was extremely tense. The two sides were deadlocked, and it was clear that a heated exchange of words had just taken place. The third clan elder, Zhao Xianhu, stared directly at the man seated opposite him and said coldly, Envoy Liu, my Zhao clan doesn't have the person you're looking for. I'm afraid you've come to the wrong place today. The man seated opposite him was a bald, imposing figure, clad in a robe emblazoned with the sun, moon, and stars, exuding an unmistakable masculine aura. Behind him stood a row of burly men, their shoulders draped in scarlet robes, their arms entwined with gold and silver chains. Their scarlet robes were woven from 9 heavens mysterious silk, considered a supreme magical artifact, far superior to ordinary robes. Haha, I, the Imperial Guard, never fail to visit unless necessary. Since we're here today, we must have solid evidence. Reliable intelligence indicates that a disciple of the Zizé heavenly demon is currently harbored within your Zhao clan, Envoy Liu threatened. I urge you to hand him over immediately, or you will face the consequences. As he finished speaking, a furious curse erupted from outside the hall. Who the hell are you? How dare you act so unruly here? Even if your own governor were here, he wouldn't dare act so arrogantly. As he spoke, Zhao Xiandu entered the hall, approaching with murderous intent, then swooped down to sit on the real dragon jade chair at the very center of the hall. Zhao Xiandu's appearance instantly boosted the morale of the Zhao clan, and the tense atmosphere eased considerably. Seeing this scene, Liu Dashi was not afraid at all. Instead, he deliberately said, "Who do you think I am? Haha, I am the Inspector General of the Imperial Guard, and I am responsible for eradicating the influence of alien demons. Anyone who colluded with alien demons will be killed without mercy. I can kill you first and report to you later. The Immortal Lord has given special permission. Do you dare to disobey my order?" As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people in red robes stepped forward together, the chains on their arms buzzing, and a thick murderous aura instantly filled the entire hall. Zhao Xiandu's face turned horrified. Swallowing his anger, he forcefully retorted, "My Zhao clan has no demon followers. Go away. You are not welcome here." His assertive attitude was met with tenfold force, and Liu Dashi was 10 times more assertive. He bluntly declared, "You say there are none? That's ridiculous. Cut the crap. Hand over the red dragon child, and I'll leave immediately. If you don't blame me for being rude." These words spurred a wave of shock and anger among the Zhao clan elders, who all turned their gazes upon the clan's true lord, Zhao Xiandu. Zhao Xiandu was caught in a dilemma. The Imperial Guard, formed by the direct orders of the Tai Spiritual Palace, was less than a century old, yet its authority was immense. Consequently, over the past century, the Imperial Guard had acted with impunity and slaughtered countless families along the way. Their notoriety was so fierce that it silenced children and shunned spirits. Zhao Xiandu's mind raced, silently analyzing the pros and cons. Since this man was able to call out Red Dragon Child's name, he already has sufficient evidence. If you were to hand him over as he requested, the Zhao family would face some potential consequences, but wouldn't be accused of harboring a criminal. However, Red Dragon Child must not be handed over. After all, he is that person's biological child. Zhao Xiandu's current situation was entirely due to the opportunity he had gained while exploring the pagoda. How could he possibly be so ungrateful? Besides, with all the younger generations of his clan watching, he dared not hand him over. Seeing Zhao Xiandu's hesitation, Liu Dashi raised an eyebrow and asked, "What? Are you trying to shield the demon followers? Could it be that the master craftsman Zhao has secretly sided with the red eyebrows?" Upon hearing this, the Zhao clan members were terrified and could no longer sit still. Zhao Xiandu slammed the table and stood up, angrily scolding, "Nonsense! You must stop slandering us. My clan and the red eyebrows demons are irreconcilable. How could we stoop so low and join the demonic cult? Excellent, where's the evidence? Unless you hand over the red dragon child, I have reason to suspect that you, the Zhao clan, harbor evil intentions and have secretly sided with the alien demons." The mention of the word alien demons made even Zhao Xiandu lose his composure, immediately shouting a rebuttal and denying it. This point couldn't help but mention a shocking event that rocked the spirit world over 200 years ago. At the height of the decisive battle between the two races, the demonic cultivators of the Red Eyebrow sect suddenly betrayed the human race and launched a counterattack. This not only led to the fall of the Qinghua system, but also resulted in the death of 2 Great Tribulation Crossing Great Venerables, the death of 7 Fusion Realm cultivators, the disappearance of several, and the casualties of 3-digit Return to Void semi-immortals. Even more horrific, the war spread to the Tai Spirit Realm itself, causing panic and low morale. Later, the Tai Spirit Palace, at great cost, finally suppressed the Red Eyebrow demonic rebellion, inflicting immense damage that has yet to be fully recovered. Even more alarming, after the Red Eyebrow demonic sect merged with the other demon clan, the Red Eyebrow Heaven suddenly transformed into the Great Free Heaven. Its methods of deceiving the mind have become infinitely more sophisticated than before, and even the unwary could be seduced by its philosophies and ultimately become its followers. The Red Dragon Child is a prime example of this. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 769. Do you know that Shilongzi is my son? At that moment, the hall was ablaze with emotion. Liu Dashi's words had stirred 1,000 waves. The Zhao family members could no longer contain their indignation, rushing to retort with loud cries. For a moment, the hall was filled with a chorus of shouts and curses. HMPH, a sudden, cold snort, like thunder in a drought, instantly drowned out all the clamor in the hall. Instantly, The Zhao family members fell silent, as if struck by acupuncture points. Liu Dashi casually snapped his fingers and spoke lazily, "You're angry. It seems I've hit the nail on the head. Otherwise, why are you so anxious?" Zhao Xiandu, his expression unusually serious, spoke loudly, "Fellow Taoist Liu, your remarks are absurd. You're slandering the Zhao clan without any basis, yet you won't allow us to refute them. Our clan may be remote and weak, but we can't afford to be so unjustly framed. Liu Dashi, retract your words immediately. Otherwise, what do you mean by otherwise? I don't understand. Do you still want to resort to violence and leave us here? Who gives you the confidence? Is it your ancestor who's already been defeated? You're resorting to violence because you can't win an argument. You're truly audacious." Unexpectedly, Liu Dashi showed no fear. Instead, he launched into a barrage of probing questions with even greater arrogance. Witnessing this man's distortion of right and wrong, the Zhao clan felt incredibly aggrieved and almost exploded with rage. Zhao Xiandu's face flushed red with rage, but he couldn't lash out. It was only because he had said the wrong thing in a moment of impatience that the other party had seized upon it, leading to his current awkward dilemma. "Envoy Liu, I was unintentionally harsh in my words. Please be magnanimous and don't take it to heart. Later, our clan will prepare a generous gift as an apology, for the sake of the greater good." Zhao Xiandu had no choice but to yield. "What? You're still trying to bribe me? That's truly ridiculous. I, Liu, have always been incorruptible and upright. You think I'm guilty of committing a crime over a mere treasure? You're dreaming," Envoy Liu said with unwavering righteousness. Without even giving Zhao Xiandu a chance to explain, he declared, "One final word. For Senior Jianglong's sake, I will wait another half hour. Once that's up, I'll depart. But the next time we come to take the man, it won't be us, but the 12 evil gods of Dushan. Having said that, whether to hand him over or not is up to you all." With these words, Liu Dashi suddenly closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. It must be said that his words were like knives, striking directly at the heart of the matter. For a moment, the Zhao clan was thrown into a state of chaos, their divine thoughts clashing in the dark countless times. The heated arguments between the various parties stirred a storm of divine thoughts in the air. To hand him over or to protect him, this was a matter of life and death for the family. Within the Zhao clan, Qi Longzi had always been the most special, simply because he was the only remaining blood of the Zizu. If Zizu had already fallen, that would have been less of a problem. But if Zizu was still alive, and he returned to the clan only to find the Red Dragon child missing, the consequences would be disastrous. As time passed, the Zhao clan had already split into two camps, each unable to convince the other. However, under the threat of imminent destruction, the faction willing to hand over the child gradually gained the upper hand. Zizu had been missing for centuries, and his fate was now uncertain. Preserving the family foundation was paramount. No matter how special the Red Dragon child was, it was far less valuable than the lives of millions of members of the clan. It was precisely this great cause that gave the handover camp the upper hand. Just as everyone's stance was gradually coming together, and half an hour was about to pass, a tall and slender figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the center of the hall. As if sensing something unusual, Liu Dashi's eyes snapped open, only to be greeted by the uninvited guest. "Huh?" someone exclaimed, interrupting the debate. Immediately, several Zhao clan elders were stunned into silence, shouting involuntarily, "Zizu, it's really Zizu, haha, Zizu is finally back." Seeing Zizu, missing for centuries, suddenly reappear, everyone present was overjoyed. Some, like Zhao Xiandu, were quick to react, immediately stood up, bowed deeply, and shouted, "Xiandu, the younger generation, respectfully welcomes Zizu back." His prompting swiftly caught the attention of the others, who rose and bowed respectfully. Instantly, a large crowd knelt in the hall. "No need for formalities," Zhao Sheng said with a gentle smile. The Zhao clan members rose again and automatically moved to the sides, welcoming Zizu to his seat. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng gracefully ascended, landing on the jade chair at the head of the table and taking his seat. Only then did Liu Dashi suddenly awaken, hastily rising from his chair and bowing to Zhao Sheng. "I am Liu Tong, a fifth-generation disciple of the Tai Spiritual Palace. I greet Senior Zhao. I congratulate you on your return to Tai Heaven." Zhao Sheng nodded somewhat indifferently, then suddenly spoke, "Did you know that Shilongzi is my son?" Upon hearing this, Liu Tong's heart sank, and sweat broke out on his forehead. He hurriedly explained, Senior, you may not know, but Qilongzi has been possessed by a demon. According to the Immortal Venerable's decree, we, the Imperial Heavenly Guards, must bring him back to report. This matter is irreversible, so please don't make things difficult for us." With a loud bang, Liu Tong was instantly sent flying backward, slamming hard into the palace wall before falling to the ground. Puff! Liu Tong rose from the ground, his mouth opening to spurt out a stream of blood, mixed with dozens of teeth. Then, his entire face visibly deformed and swelling into the shape of a gigantic pig's head. You must go back, you have violated the heavenly rules." Liu Tong looked at Zhao Sheng with his eyes blazing, and he was yelling nonsense. Although it was not clear what he was shouting, everyone understood what he meant. The red-robed Kenshin guards were a little agitated when they saw their boss being beaten, but no one really dared to do anything. Dare to attack or return to void semi-immortal, it's really like a birthday star eating arsenic, and you are tired of living. After Zhao Sheng beat him up, he snorted coldly and domineeringly, "Humph, my son will be taught by me, and he doesn't need outsiders to discipline him. I slap you today to teach you a lesson. If you don't accept it, ask your parents to come here in person. Senior, Liu has taken note of what you said, and will report it to the superiors in full. Let's go." Liu Tong pretended to be calm and said a few polite words. After that, he immediately turned around and hurried out of the hall. The red-robed Kenshin guards also slipped out of the hall without a word. Seeing the Kenshin guards fleeing in a panic, Zhao Xiandu was very worried. He couldn't help but look at Zhao Sheng and said cautiously, "Zizu, these Kenshin guards belong to Tai Linguang. They have always been domineering and arrogant. If we offend them today, I'm afraid there will be no small trouble. It doesn't matter. Since I dared to take action, I naturally know what I'm doing." Zhao Sheng waved his hand nonchalantly, and then asked, "You all can disperse. I'll go see Hanja first." After returning for a few moments, Zhao Sheng's spiritual sense had already swept across the entire Zhao family residence. Of course, he knew where Zhao Hong, Qilongzi, was imprisoned. Seeing this, Zhao Xiandu hurriedly said, "Zizu, Qilongzi is now imprisoned in the bitter prison to reflect on his mistakes. Please allow me to take you there." "No need, I can go alone." As soon as the words fell, Zizu disappeared from everyone's sight. Chapter 770, The Great Dao is not differentiated between good and evil. Deep within the hell of suffering, the sound of chanting echoed endlessly, sacred and mysterious. Zhao Sheng slowly emerged, his gaze suddenly falling on the figure seated facing the wall. The figure seemed to sense something, and the chanting ceased abruptly. "Father, you're back." After a long silence, Qilongzi finally spoke, his voice neither joyful nor sad, a voice of unwavering calm. Zhao Sheng sighed softly, "Foolish child, since ancient times, good and evil have been incompatible. It's not too late for you to mend your ways. What is good? What is evil? Could it be that the 3,000 great ways of the world also have a division between good and evil? It's not my fault, but my father's profound ignorance." With this, Qilongzi slowly turned around, finally facing his father. Zhao Sheng's heart sank as he gazed at the strangely familiar face. What a strange face! The left side was solemn and majestic, like a monk at the height of enlightenment, while the right side perpetually smiled, a strange, arrogant, and self-centered smile. Qilongzi didn't seem to notice anything wrong, his eyes were as calm as water, without a ripple. What a powerful method! Zhao Sheng had such a keen eye that he could tell at a glance that his son's mind and character had reached an extremely high level, which was absolutely beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. Zhao Sheng was shocked and angry, and he hated the great freedom demon Dao even more in his heart. After all, he only had Qilongzi as his own flesh and blood, and now he had fallen into such a half-human, half-ghost appearance. How could he not be heartbroken? "Hunger, for the so-called great freedom, are you really going to abandon your family, your wife, and all your family affections?" Zhao Sheng stepped forward and persuaded again with great sorrow. "Father, you are wrong again. I am not heartless and without nature, but I have achieved great enlightenment. The so-called great freedom is great liberation. All things in the world are transformed by others. The freedom of transformation by others does not mean leaving the world, but being in the world and transcending the world. Walking in the world, the heart is free from worries. Transforming the world, the nature is not stained. Therefore, the freedom of transformation by others will eventually lead to liberation." Qilongzi became more and more solemn and dignified, and explained his own practice philosophy very seriously. When I attain enlightenment and ascend to heaven, I will rescue my wife, children, and the elderly from the sufferings of this world, including you, my father, Zhao Sheng." Upon hearing this, found it absurd and roared, "Absurd, absurd! Hunger, since you remain so stubborn, don't blame me for taking action. When you have extricated your demonic root and regained your sanity, you will surely be grateful for what I have done today." With this, Zhao Sheng instantly arrived before Qi Longzi. With lightning-fast speed, his right hand pressed upon Qi Longzi's head. Instantly, lightning blazed from his palm, and strands of demon-repelling divine lightning snaked down, piercing his senses like a living being. Instantly, Qi Longzi was enveloped in lightning, his entire body seemingly glowing, illuminating the dim chamber. Simultaneously, Zhao Sheng's divine consciousness erupted with all its might, transforming into a torrent that rushed into the purple palace between Qi Longzi's eyebrows. It then transformed into 5 colored chains that instantly imprisoned Qi Longzi's spirit. Om Mani Padme Hum. Foolish child, why don't you wake up? Gate, Paragat, Parasamgit, Bodhisvaha. Qi Longzi, wake up at once. Above the purple palace soul sea, chant after chant of the Dao exploded like thunder, shattering the heavens and earth, while the soul sea below surged with surging waves. However, Qi Longzi's 9-inch Yuanying Dharma body remained closed. Suddenly, he began chanting the Great Freedom Heart Sutra. All living beings possess self-nature. Self-nature is originally empty and all-pervading. The chant was inaudible, but it lingered, resembling Qi Longzi's unwavering resolve to the Dao. After a long moment, Zhao Sheng slowly withdrew his right hand, his expression utterly gloomy. He had failed. Despite his utmost efforts, he could not change Qi Longzi's Taoist resolve. Zhao Sheng's gaze fell on his son, only to see his eyes grow even more determined. He couldn't help but sigh. "Alice, foolish child, you, take care of yourself." With that, Zhao Sheng turned and walked out the door, his back appearing somewhat dejected. The return of the ancestor Zai was undoubtedly a major event that shook the entire Zhao clan. Therefore, after Zhao Sheng left for the bitter prison, the Zhao clan elders spread the news to the outside world. In just half an hour, the Zhao clan was in an uproar. Meanwhile, upon hearing this explosive news, the Zhao clan members from all over the world rushed back to the clan headquarters at top speed. Longshan City was closest to the Wallen Mountains, and upon hearing the news, the Zhao clan members at the Jiandan and Yuanying realms in the city rushed back to Longshao Peak that same day. After hundreds of years, the family finally saw a new turn for the better. The return of the ancestor Zai might be a major turning point for the family. After all, ever since the news of the ancestor's inability to perform his duties leaked, the situation of the divine craftsman Zhao clan had been deteriorating year by year. Not only was their sphere of influence shrinking, but even Yellow Wind Immortal City was on the verge of collapse. Zhao Xiandu urgently consulted with the other 2 true lords of the other clans, ultimately deciding that a grand celebration was necessary to celebrate Zaizu's safe return. It's worth noting that the divine craftsman Zhao clan already had 3 divine transformation true lords. In addition to Zhao Xiandu, who had recently ascended to divine transformation, there was also a veteran true lord, Zhao Zuanji, of the Zhuan generation. The final one was the renowned Zhao Sanayu, known as the Fairy Yaoyu. Her immense strength, nearly unmatched in her own realm, earned her immense fame, renowned across half of the 4 Holy Spirit continents. The divine craftsman Zhao clan's ability to stabilize its decline was largely due to the legendary reputation of Fairy Yaoyu. After Zhao Sheng left the bitter prison, he immediately summoned Zhao Xiandu to his side, inquiring about the family's recent situation, the major events that had occurred in the Tai spirit realm over the past few centuries, and, of course, information on the Great Freedom Heavenly Demonic Dao. Zhao Xiandu seemed well prepared and quickly handed over the information jade slips for Zaizu's review. Zhao Sheng nodded in satisfaction, then probed the jade slip with his spiritual sense. After a few breaths, he raised his head again, his expression rather complicated. Over the past few hundred years, the Tai spirit realm has been plagued by a series of major changes. While not turbulent, it's certainly been a time of turmoil. While the Red Eyebrows alliance with the alien demon certainly carries with it innumerable consequences, compared to the galactic decisive battle that hinges on the fate of humanity, this incident is a minor nuisance, a minor insignificance. Of course, Zhao Sheng wasn't concerned with such grand narratives, solely focusing on the family's foundation and the people and things he valued. What? You said Patriarch Jing was seriously injured and lost his power. Is that true? Zhao Sheng was so shocked that he let out a hint of his aura. Zhao Xiandu's heart was trembling, subtly intimidated by his own ancestor's aura, but he could only bite the bullet and explain, reporting to Zizou, this was said by the 7th Patriarch himself. It should be true. The so-called 7th Patriarch was Shenlong Xiaojin. Because he liked to call himself Xiaoqi, everyone in the Zhao family respectfully addressed him as 7th Patriarch. A flash of inspiration struck Zhao Sheng, as if he had grasped something. He inquired again, since Jingzhu was seriously injured, have you ever seen him in person? Zhao Xiandu shook his head and replied earnestly, not really. However, after the ancestor's power was broken, he only met with one person in person. That person was Zhao Sanyu. Oh, Zhao Sheng, perplexed, felt a deeper connection. He immediately ordered, where is Sanyu now? Tell her to come see me. Zhao Xiandu nodded in agreement and quickly took out the letter to convey Zizou's message. Unexpectedly, in less than half an hour, Zhao Sanyu arrived outside the cave, requesting an audience with Zizou. She quickly entered the cave and remained there for a long time before exiting with a composed demeanor and departing gracefully. Chapter 771, The Dharma Assembly begins, and something unexpected happens. Just how important is a living, unparalleled ancestor at the return to Void Realm to a family of immortal cultivators? The answer is incredibly important. With a return to Void ancestor at the helm, the divine craftsman Zhao family is a veritable minor immortal clan. Without a return to Void ancestor, the divine craftsman Zhao family is a second-rate immortal power, constantly targeted by countless tigers and wolves, constantly vulnerable to being ripped off. Therefore, Zhao Sheng's return is undoubtedly like a long-awaited rain, instantly rescuing the divine craftsman Zhao family from its precarious position. Simultaneously, Zhao Sheng's sudden appearance is like dropping a large rock into a calm lake, instantly stirring up a turbulent sea. Once this news spread, the impact was unimaginable. Within days, immortal cultivators large and small near Huangfeng Immortal City learned of this event, and their attitudes shifted dramatically, sending special envoys to the Zhao family's hanging island in Longshan City to offer their congratulations. Even the two great celestial clans within Huangfeng Immortal City, the Wang clan of Five Emperors Mountain and the Fengbo clan of Misty Wind, were alarmed by this incident. While no further activity had been reported, the exchanges between the two families were noticeably more frequent than before. Beneath the Walling Mountains, deep within the spiritual vein caverns, spiritual clouds drifted and a drizzling rain fell. In the center of the cavern lay a jade pool, approximately 10 acres square. Its waters, like nectar, emanated a magnificent brilliance, emanating the liquefied essence of Zuining Qi. This pool, known as the Jade Void Spring, was one of the greatest treasures of the Zhao clan, a master craftsman. Meanwhile, a small, six-eared, three-legged cauldron bobbed in the pool, its walls shimmering faintly. The patterns of flowers, birds, insects, and fish on it seemed to come alive, continuously devouring the surrounding water. The rapidity of its consumption caused whirlpools to form on the surface. Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged above the jade pool, his hands forming hand seals as he infused a series of soul imprints into the Xianja cauldron below. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Sheng suddenly removed the spirit beast pouch hanging from his waist. After examining it for a moment, he casually tossed it into the jade pool below. This spirit beast pouch was the greatest gift from Patriarch Xuanjing. It contained 26 true spirit descendants. To gather such a large number of true spirit descendants, Zhao Xuanjing must have paid a tremendous price. Instantly, the pouch's opening loosened, and a stream of rainbow light erupted from it. It instantly transformed into 9-colored divine deer, majestic and graceful, transcendent and otherworldly. Before the deer could react, an immense suction force suddenly surged from below. It had no power to resist and was instantly sucked into the Xianja cauldron. Shortly thereafter, a 3-inch tall, transparent spirit suddenly emerged from the Xianja cauldron's wall. It was the true spirit of the 9-colored divine deer. The true spirit struggled to break free, but its fate was already sealed. It was destined to become the Xianja cauldron's sacrifice. After refining the divine deer's true spirit, Zhao Sheng continued his work. From the spirit beast pouch below, he released another fire phoenix, bearing the bloodline of an ancient true spirit, and also fed it to the Xianja cauldron. As time passed, one descendant after another of the ancient true spirits became sacrifices to the Xianja cauldron. Simultaneously, The Xianzhu cauldron's power surged, and its own essence slowly revived. The day the magical artifact's essence awakened marked the day the Xianzhu cauldron returned to its true form as a spiritual treasure. On the 9th day of the 9th lunar month, spiritual clouds swirled over Longshao Peak, a 9-colored rainbow bridge hung from the sky, and lights and decorations were everywhere, creating a grand spectacle. Countless members of the Zhao clan wandered throughout Longshao Peak, beaming with joy and absorbed in their work. The Zhao clan meticulously prepared for this celebration for 3 months, at an incalculable cost. Nearly 1,000 invitations alone were sent out. Even 3 months prior, Longshao Peak had been welcoming a steady stream of distinguished guests. Some guests exchanged a few pleasantries, left a gift, and departed. Others not only presented generous gifts but also took up residence. Their motive was self-evident, to attend the celebration 3 months later. Of course, there were also those with ulterior motives, offering congratulations but secretly seeking information. As the Dharma assembly approached, the invited distinguished guests arrived at Longshao Peak one after another. Once settled in, they began to move around frequently visiting close Zhao family members and even each other. In short, the grander and more eye-catching the celebration, the deeper and more complex the underlying conflicts of interest. The auspicious time has arrived. Respectfully welcome the ancestors' Dharma platform. As the sun reached its zenith, a call of greeting echoed across Longshao Peak, and the mountain's sacred flowers blossomed. Spiritual clouds instantly transformed into countless fairies, dancing to the rhythm of celestial music. In the main hall of Longshao Peak, nearly 100 distinguished guests took their seats, their gazes fixed on the 12-petaled lotus platform at the very top. The next second, a figure appeared out of thin air on the altar. Zhao Sheng, upon appearing, subtly released his aura. Instantly, a vast, overwhelming pressure, as vast as the heavens and earth, enveloped the entire hall. A hush fell over the hall, and the faces of the distinguished guests drastically changed. Those below the level of the spiritual transformation realm crimsoned and staggered, seemingly unable to bear the weight. The spiritual transformation realm fared slightly better, but their faces were still red, and they were forced to release their aura to barely withstand the sudden, invisible pressure. Fortunately, the pressure vanished as quickly as it arrived. Zhao Sheng withdrew his aura, not intending to embarrass his guests. It was simply a show of force. In today's Dharma assembly, I will not discuss the 5 elements, yin and yang, or the workings of heaven and earth. I will only speak of the great way of thunder. Thunder is a calamity. Zhao Sheng discarded all formalities and got straight to the point, preaching and teaching the Dharma. The guests, barely recovering from their shock, were captivated by the Taoist sound, soon mesmerized and oblivious to everything else. Boom, boom. Shortly after the Dharma assembly began, dark clouds suddenly gathered over Longshao Peak, and muffled thunder boomed one after another. Simultaneously, a strange, chilling wind arose, scattering the 9-colored rainbow bridge. The spiritual flowers on the mountain visibly withered, and a thick layer of frost suddenly covered the ground. Inside the hall, Zhao Sheng suddenly paused in his sermon and slowly raised his head. His vision seemed to penetrate the hall roof, perceiving a vast shadow deep within the dark clouds. Huh? What's going on? Someone, startled awake by the thunder, realized something was amiss. A wise person quipped, "Haha, can't you see? Senior Thunder God, not content with empty talk, is now demonstrating the Dharma himself." Of course, the true lords of transformation were quick to react, immediately concluding that something was amiss. So, a certain elder who had reached the state of incarnation immediately scolded his junior, "Shut up, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand." At this time, Zhao Xiandu, Zhao Senai and other Zhao family true lords also realized that something was wrong. Everyone's face changed drastically and their eyes turned to Zizu. Chapter 772 I don't know how strong I am. Zhao Sheng calmly rose from the lotus platform, stepped down from the dais, and headed out of the hall. With each step, his body grew 10 feet taller. By the time he stepped out of the hall, he had completed 49 steps. By then, he had transformed into a giant as tall as a mountain, a full 49 feet tall. In comparison, the magnificent hall behind him only reached his waist, making it look dwarfed. The hundreds of people inside witnessed Zhao Sheng's transformation, all of them horrified and stunned. Some even stared with their eyes wide open, nearly popping out of their sockets. "Wow, I've seen a ton of things today, ancestor. What kind of miraculous skill is this?" I'm not seeing things. Is this the legendary, the law of heaven and earth? King Ian, you must remember this. Absolutely do not provoke this man. We must also try to befriend the Zhao family, the master craftsman. Recently, our two families have been clashing over a large spirit stone mine. Immediately upon returning, notify the clan leader and voluntarily relinquish that large spirit stone mine. No, not only relinquish it, but retreat 2,000 miles. The Zhao ancestor is unfathomable, and our clan cannot afford to offend him. In the few breaths it took Zhao Sheng to exit the hall, countless divine thoughts raced through the air, their frequency so rapid that it seemed to unleash a mental storm. Strangely, even after transforming into his giant spirit form, Zhao Sheng's aura remained unwavering, giving off a sense of returning to nature. Even so, the overwhelming sense of oppression brought on by his immense size cast a deep shadow over the hearts of those present. Zhao Sheng looked up at the sky, standing still, showing no intention of attacking. Boom! His action seemed to have angered the heavens. The dark clouds suddenly erupted in thunder and lightning, and billions of lightning snakes roamed rampantly. The rumble of thunder grew in intensity and magnificence, shocking all beings in the universe. However, Zhao Sheng folded his arms across his chest and gazed up at the heavens with a half-smile. Rather than taking action, he observed the excitement. The next moment, the celestial phenomena shifted again. The dark clouds suddenly rolled violently, and a swarm of lightning snakes and pythons rapidly converged on Zhao Sheng's head. In an instant, an immense vortex suddenly appeared in the center of the sky, and from its depths, boundless thunder erupted. The next moment, a gigantic eye, constructed from lightning, suddenly emerged from the depths. The eye, vivid and lifelike, revealed a distinct range of emotions: arrogance that viewed all beings as mere ants, anger at being ignored, and even a hint of fear. Looking at the eye of thunder that dominated most of the sky, Zhao Sheng smiled faintly, but made no response. Humph! A cold snort suddenly emanated from the depths of the vortex, a sound like a thunderbolt, resounding through the heavens and earth. The overwhelming masculine and virile aura within the voice instantly silenced all of heaven and earth, and time froze. At that moment, a cold and ruthless voice suddenly rang out from above the thunder clouds: "All cultivators of the lower realms, listen up. The Zhao family, the divine worker, has harbored the demonic followers. This is a violation of heavenly law and an unforgivable sin. My name is Feng Long, and I have come today to apprehend the demonic followers of the lower realm. Anyone who dares to resist will be executed." From the moment the Eye of Thunder materialized, panic had already gripped the hall, and even the true Lord Huishan could no longer sit still. "Ah, it's the Eye of Heavenly Punishment. It's appeared. Run, uncle, what should we do?" Rumor has it that Fenglong is one of the 12 evil gods of the Imperial Heavenly Guard, known for his ruthless actions. Disaster has struck. Each of the 12 evil gods is incredibly powerful. I'm afraid Zizu is no match for them. What should we do? Don't panic, everyone. With Zizu here, the sky won't fall. In a matter of moments, the situation in the hall changed drastically. Everyone quickly made their choices. Some wanted to flee, some wanted to stay and wait and see, and some sat there restlessly, hesitant. Regardless, no one dared to step out of the hall. Not only was Zhao Sheng stuck outside the door, but they were also afraid of being affected by the disaster. Just as everyone was filled with fear and anxiety, Zhao Sheng suddenly laughed, extended his right hand, and hooked a finger towards the sky, his provocation clear. He then said calmly, "Defeat me, and I'll take this demon away for you to do with as you please. Otherwise, I'll go back to where I came from. Attack. I'll stand still and take 3 of your blows." A sudden boom. Thunder roared from the sky. The being hidden behind the thunder cloud seemed to be enraged by Zhao Sheng's arrogance. The immense Eye of Thunder suddenly erupted with a blinding light. Then, a surge of lightning condensed into an incredibly solid lightning spear. In an instant, this spear, filled with infinite murderous intent, pierced the void, teleported to Zhao Sheng's head, and stabbed him fiercely. Its speed was beyond words. An ordinary return to void semi-immortal would have been unable to react, demonstrating the spear's power. However, Zhao Sheng remained calm and simply reached out to grab it. No one could see what happened before the lightning spear landed in Zhao Sheng's hand. With a snap of his fingers, the lightning spear instantly shattered, dissipating into countless flashes of lightning. Zhao Sheng withdrew his right hand, looked up at the giant thunder eye, and chuckled, "Haha, try a little, I'm fine." Boom, boom. Thunder roared incessantly, like the raging curses of someone in exasperation. The next second, the thunderbolts in the sky transformed into countless swords, spears, and halberds, pouring down like a torrential rain. The vast dragon head peak was instantly engulfed by billions of thunderbolts. The barrier of time and space shattered, and a vast, gleaming black hole appeared above Dragon Head Peak. As the space-time storm swept in, the lethality of the 100 Thunder Arms skyrocketed tenfold. Interesting, Zhao Sheng's eyes lit up, as if inspired, his cultivation improving slightly. But this little trick isn't enough. With a single thought, Zhao Sheng folded his arms across his chest and uttered a single word, "Fix." Instantly, both the 100 Thunder Arms and the space-time storm froze in midair, truly frozen in place. Disperse, Zhao Sheng's command, like a divine decree, instantly dissipated the thunderous swarms of hundreds of soldiers. Immediately afterwards, the black hole in the ethereal realm shrank rapidly, vanishing in an instant. And the barrier of time and space returned to its original state. Haha, second move, this time, the thunder in the sky fell silent, even its enormous thunder eyes froze, as if frightened by Zhao Sheng's divine decree. Then, the rumbling thunder abruptly ceased. Though infinite thunder was accumulating within the depths of the vortex, it hesitated to launch the next attack. With the unleashing of his great completion giant spirit battle body, Zhao Sheng's combat power skyrocketed dozens of times, and his control over the power of the thunder law also increased. Zhao Sheng couldn't even grasp the true strength of his own after unleashing his full power. Now, he felt only a terrifying power, so strong that he even hesitated to exert too much force, fearing that a single careless move would breach the barrier of time and space, causing devastation. Chapter 773, The second evil appears and is subdued. Dark clouds obscured the sky, and the world fell into silence. The eye of heavenly punishment, occupying most of the sky, seemed frozen, as if it had lost its ability to think. Above the rolling thunder clouds, two colossal objects hovered. The most conspicuous was a vast, azure eye, as large as a mountain. A hint of doubt and hesitation emanated from it, and the boundless lightning lingering around it flickered violently. At that moment, a dozen miles to the west of the enormous eye, a bronze coffin quietly hung in the void. Compared to the eye, the bronze coffin was undoubtedly much smaller, only 3 meters wide and a little over 8 meters long. However, its outer walls were inscribed with a dense mass of ancient runes, which shone with a faint, radiant light and moved endlessly. At this moment, an impatient voice rang out from within the bronze coffin. "Feng Long, can you do it? If not, then step aside and let me take action. Old Wu, provocation is useless against me. I admit I underestimated that man. His understanding of the great way of thunder has reached an unfathomable depth. The title of Thunder God is a mere gift to him. I still have a trump card, and once I use it, he will be unable to withstand it. It's just, just what? Your trump card is summoning the 9 heavens divine thunder. Although summoning it requires 1,000 years of cultivation, but, you, Feng Long, are a true form spirit treasure, not a human. Does time have any meaning for you aliens? A mere 1,800 years, just asleep, the voice from within the bronze coffin teased deliberately. You, a half-dead monster, you will never understand the pain of us aliens, so how could you? Never mind, I won't argue with you. The huge eyes shifted, their gaze utterly indifferent, without a trace of emotion. Feng Long, a peculiar being who achieved enlightenment, formerly possessed the Eye of Thunder Tribulation, a top-tier spiritual treasure in its true form. He was long enshrined within the Wanbao heaven of the Tai spiritual palace. Later, he was persuaded by the Grand Commander of the Imperial Heavenly Guards to leave the seclusion and assume the position of one of the 12 Imperial Heavenly Evil Gods. Remarkably, the 12 Imperial Heavenly Evil Gods are all exceptional beings, each possessing immense combat power, making them virtually impossible to kill. Even the weakest of them is above the return to void stage. Hey, they're still waiting for your attack down there. Feng Long, use some strength later, and don't lose face. The figure lying in the bronze coffin was clearly a playful person. Even at this moment, he was deliberately stirring up trouble, showing no awareness of being a fellow evil god. I have another move, called 10,000 Tribulations Together. Watch carefully, old zombie. A voice, completely devoid of emotion, emanated from the enormous eye. The next moment, it suddenly erupted with a dazzling light 1,000 times brighter than the sun. Dark clouds within a 10,000-mile radius rolled violently, and the power of endless thunder converged from all directions. 3 breaths later, a massive ball of lightning, 1,000 feet in diameter, appeared in the sky, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Its surface shone in 9 colors: crimson, blue, yellow, and black, emanating a faint, terrifying aura. Suddenly, a sun appeared within the depths of the vortex. Even the thick clouds could not obscure its piercing radiance. The sky was incredibly dark, yet countless rays of light gradually shone from the depths of the clouds, each divided into 9 colors. As they illuminated the land below, the peaks and forests transformed into a dazzling spectacle. Zhao Sheng folded his arms across his chest, gazing up at the swirling clouds, slowly sensing the destructive force rapidly surging from the heavens. At this moment, if the sun and the sky were allowed to fall to the earth, it would likely devastate an area thousands of miles in radius, wiping out even Dragon Head Peak. Zhao Sheng's mind raced, and he sighed softly. He admitted that he had been a little too complacent. It wasn't that he couldn't withstand the blow, but rather that he wasn't sure he could do so without harming even a single blade of grass or tree on Dragon Head Peak. Alice, it seems. I'll have to use that treasure, Zhao Sheng sighed inwardly. A thought flashed, and a 5-colored lightning suddenly erupted between his brows. A faint silver-white ring of light appeared in the depths of his eyes. Crack, crack, crack. As the void of heaven and earth shattered inch by inch, the dark clouds were suddenly destroyed by the boundless lightning. A 10,000-foot-tall lightning sun, carrying an indescribable aura of destruction, plummeted from the sky. Its speed was unimaginable. Before the lightning sun arrived, the space-time near Longshao Peak could no longer withstand the invisible pressure, suddenly ripping apart countless spatial rifts of varying sizes. In the critical moment, a vast and unparalleled divine consciousness appeared out of thin air, enveloping a 1,000-mile radius. Simultaneously, it suppressed the surrounding space-time and forcibly smoothed over countless spatial rifts, causing them to heal. In an instant, the 10,000-foot-tall lightning sun was within reach. Zhao Sheng's vision was largely obscured by the blinding lightning, and Longshao Peak beneath him was crumbling under the boundless aura of destruction. Inside the hall, the cultivators collapsed on the ground in despair, trembling and awaiting death, even the divine transformation masters. Yet, the next second, the hall was safe and sound, and the boundless aura of destruction emanating from outside vanished as if out of thin air. Some trembled as they opened their eyes, their bodies trembling as they cried out in ecstasy, "I'm still alive. I'm not dead, I really am not dead." By then, many had regained consciousness and were shouting and venting their ecstasy at having escaped certain death. A few divine transformation masters managed to maintain their composure, but they also eagerly sent out their divine senses to investigate the situation outside the hall. Unfortunately, they found nothing, only the dispersal of the dark clouds and the towering figure of a man. A group of divine transformation masters naturally couldn't fathom what had transpired in that split second. At that moment, Zhao Sheng extended his right hand, slowly closing his fingers. Within his palm lay a thumb-sized, crystal-clear eyeball. His eyes trembled, a look of utter fear in them, as if terrified. In truth, Feng Long was genuinely terrified, simply because of that fleeting, terrifying aura. Under the absolute suppression of his power, Feng Long couldn't muster the slightest desire to resist. Let alone the fact that he was facing a divine artifact of the same nature, the 5 thunder rings. Forget about unleashing the eternal return, even if he summoned the 9 heavens' divine thunder, he would simply become food for the 5 thunder rings. Seeing his 5 fingers slowly closing, Feng Long, anxious and fearful, quickly sent out a divine thought, I am the heavenly evil god. Let me go, otherwise you will be in great trouble. Letting you go is easy, but your actions have ruined today's ceremony. If you don't give me an explanation, don't blame me for refining you. You should know that this is a piece of cake for me. Feng Long was terrified, secretly wondering, where on earth, where did this monster come from that can even refine immortal artifacts? I am so unlucky. Let me go, and I will pay. I am the Eye of the Thunder Tribulation, able to reduce its power. If you let me go, I will attack you once, no, 3 times. Seeing the other party's face turn gloomy, Feng Long quickly changed his tone. Zhao Sheng's expression relaxed upon hearing this, and his 5 fingers gradually loosened. To be honest, the so-called refining was just a threat. He could not really refine this treasure. After all, this treasure's identity was extremely special. Refining it would be tantamount to completely offending the Imperial Guards and the Tai spiritual palace behind them. Zhao Sheng wasn't stupid. How could he possibly go to such extremes? Haha, After I release you, what if you regret it? Zhao Sheng sneered and demanded. Before he finished speaking, Zhao Sheng suddenly turned his head and looked not far away. At that moment, 800 feet away, a bronze coffin materialized from thin air, the entire process silent and ghostly. Chapter 774, Relying on One's Destiny and Living a New Life. Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered in surprise. The bronze coffin's appearance was so bizarre that even he hadn't sensed its arrival. Clearly, this bronze coffin was a rare treasure. Immediately after the bronze coffin appeared, a divine consciousness emanated from within. Don't worry, fellow Taoist Zhao. Although Fenglong may be overbearing and domineering, he always keeps his word. He never reneged on a promise. Zhao Sheng's heart stirred at this, a strange sense of familiarity building within him. The other party's divine consciousness was unique, and it seemed he had encountered it before. Zhao Sheng thought again and sarcastically said, "You dare not even show your face, yet you dare to guarantee someone in person? Such presumption is truly ridiculous. Fellow Taoist, please don't misunderstand me. This Wu has a difficult situation and cannot appear at will. I hope you will forgive me." The voice from within the coffin was slightly apologetic, its tone humble, devoid of the overbearing airs of the Imperial Heavenly Guard's evil spirit. Wu? Zhao Sheng had a flash of inspiration when he heard this, and he finally remembered where he had seen this person. He couldn't help but tentatively asked, "You are Wu Yu?" A surprised voice came from the coffin. "Hey, fellow Taoist, do you know Wu?" "Why have I never?" Zhao Sheng suddenly interrupted him and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Wu, you are not dead. I thought you had already fallen in the Demon Emperor's cave. I didn't expect that we would have the day to meet. It's really a cause for celebration, huh? I remember now. Could it be that you are fellow Taoist Zhao who carried out the top secret mission together? You are still alive, it's incredible." The bronze coffin shook violently, and the divine consciousness emanating from it fluctuated violently, obviously with extreme shock. Zhao, luckily escaped the clutches of the Demon Emperor Tao Po. Fellow Taoist Wu, you? Zhao Sheng was halfway through his words when his expression suddenly changed. "No, you didn't recognize the Undying Man before, so you're not Wu Yu. Who are you?" With that, a terrifying pressure suddenly rose from the void, suppressing the space-time surrounding the bronze coffin. "Fellow Taoist, please don't act. This is a long story. Please listen to my explanation." Seeing this, Wu Yu, hidden within the coffin, quickly began to explain, revealing a hidden secret. It turned out that Wu Yu was from the Yuling Immortal sects lineage of corpse reincarnation immortals. Disciples of this lineage cultivate a natal corpse from the very beginning of their cultivation. This natal corpse is not only the most powerful in combat, it also possesses the power to command countless corpses. Most importantly, it possesses the ability to resurrect. If a disciple of this lineage tragically dies, there's a certain chance that their spirit will resurrect within the natal corpse. Although they will become a half-dead monster, it can be said that they have lived a new life, thus resuming their path. Wu Yu's true form had indeed perished within the Demon Emperor's cave heaven. Fortunately, he had previously left a fragment within his original corpse. Therefore, after the main body's death, the fragment seized the body of the original corpse and resurrected. However, such an act defying the will of heaven is most likely to incur the celestial jealousy. To avoid the thundering calamity of divine retribution, Wu Yu was forced to hide within a bronze coffin for years, living in darkness. He joined the Imperial Heavenly Guard to earn merit and mitigate the calamity of divine retribution. It's safe to say that most of the outliers among the Imperial Heavenly Guard's 12 evil spirits share the same ambition. Furthermore, Wu Yu's lack of recognition of Zhao Sheng stems from a simple reason. His fragment's last memory ends at the moment Wu Yu embarks on the mission, leaving it completely unaware of what transpired thereafter. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sheng suddenly realized the truth, and his hostility instantly dissipated. So it was really Zhao who misunderstood. "Fellow Taoist Wu, please don't blame me," Zhao Sheng chuckled, then said with a smile, "With fellow Taoist Wu as your guarantor, I naturally trust you." With that, he casually tossed the Eye of Thunder Tribulation into the sky. With a sizzle, a flash of lightning passed, and the Eye of Thunder Tribulation barely hung in midair. Having just lost face, it couldn't bear to stay any longer. After a few hasty polite words, it instantly vanished into thin air. Wu Yu, feeling embarrassed to linger, immediately offered to leave. Unexpectedly, Zhao Sheng repeatedly urged him to stay, insisting on a long conversation. Unable to refuse, Wu Yu reluctantly agreed to stay. Then, Zhao Sheng, carrying the bronze coffin, vanished into thin air, oblivious to the cultivators within the hall. A well-deserved sermon, thus abandoned. The Zhao family cultivators, led by Zhao Xiandu, felt both frustrated and excited. Zhao Xiandu had to swallow his pride and apologize profusely to the cultivators present, expressing his disgrace for today's poor hospitality and asking for their understanding. The cultivators had witnessed the Zhao ancestors' astonishing power firsthand and were eager to curry favor with him, much less dare they offend him. They were incredibly magnanimous and said it was fine, promising more frequent interactions between the two families in the future. Some factions were more blatant, secretly testing the waters for an alliance. Some claimed their sons would marry Zhao's daughters, while others offered to marry their legitimate granddaughters into the Zhao family. Of course, most were simply collaborating on interests. Thus, a bad situation turned into a good one. The entire divine craftsman Zhao family quickly became incredibly busy. Their influence shifted from contraction to expansion. Within a short period of time, the divine craftsman Zhao family experienced a new round of expansion, and the pace of expansion continued to accelerate until a long time later. Zhao Sheng naturally paid little attention to these minor matters of family expansion. Now, his thoughts were primarily focused on Wu Yu. After much indirect probing, Zhao Sheng finally managed to elicit some information about Zhu Susa from Wu Yu. It turned out that Zhu Susa had played a significant role in Wu Yu's joining the Imperial Guard. Since Zhu Susa successfully completed that top-secret mission, her reputation had skyrocketed, and she had even been accepted into the fold of a certain immortal venerable. Her status was now soaring that even the great venerable Duji had to show some respect. Zhao Sheng had a vague feeling something was amiss. After repeated inquiries, he discovered that Wu Yu had no idea of the top-secret mission, and naturally, no idea that Zhu Susa had been possessed by the great venerable Yunking. Half a month later, the bronze coffin slowly ascended into the air, then vanished without warning. Zhao Sheng looked up at the spot where the coffin had vanished, his smile fading as his expression suddenly became grave. At that moment, his heart was heavy, as anyone who knew a profound secret would be filled with anxiety. Zhao Sheng couldn't imagine what Zhu Susa would do when she learned he wasn't dead. Would she ignore her? Or perhaps even kill her to silence her? Faced with a suspected tribulation great venerable, he couldn't help but ponder. Zhao Sheng secretly resolved to break through to the fusion realm as quickly as possible. Opening up the cave heaven would greatly increase his safety. Even if he still couldn't defeat her, he could rely on the cave heaven's natural concealment to escape the tribulation great venerable's pursuit. Chapter 775, Washing Away the Past, the Nine Nether Tower reopens. 3 days later, at the back of Longshao Peak, in the deepest part of the bitter prison cave, the tightly closed golden gate quietly opened. Zhao Sheng flicked his sleeves and stepped inside. As if sensing someone entering, the chanting echoing through the secret room gradually died down. Qilongzi remained seated facing the wall, his back appearing somewhat forlorn. "Father, there's no need to persuade me. After my enlightenment, I have long since converted to the great freedom." This paradise. Before Qilongzi could finish, Zhao Sheng's face darkened. He took a step forward and instantly arrived behind Qilongzi. He then extended his right hand, fingers spread wide, pressing against Qilongzi's head. The next second, rays of clear light burst forth from his palm, flowing like water, gently seeping into Qilongzi's purple mansion soul sea. Qilongzi seemed to sense a grave danger and cried out in panic, "Wait! Stop! Father, don't!" With a shriek, Qilongzi's entire body trembled violently, his face, unseen, contorted in agony. His eyes were vacant, their whiteness shimmering with a single glimmer of black. "Alice, don't blame me, Father. Blame those red eyebrow demons. Once you have washed away all past memories, you will be reborn. Cleanse your mind, and return your spirit." Zhao Sheng, his expression calm, muttered to himself as he performed the soul cleansing technique. The soul cleansing technique is a unique secret technique passed down from the Tai spiritual palace. Without damaging the soul, it can not only completely erase a person's memories but even create new ones. Therefore, the soul cleansing technique is also known as brainwashing. A few days ago, Zhao Sheng had only obtained the first half of the secret technique, the cleansing spirit chapter, from Wu Yu. The second half, the heavenly soldiers chapter, was a top secret of the Tai spiritual palace, never passed down to outsiders since ancient times. Only a handful of individuals in the entire Imperial Heavenly Guard had been granted the Heavenly Soldier's secret technique. After a long pause, Zhao Sheng slowly withdrew his right hand and, with a thought, turned Qi Longzi around. Looking at Qi Longzi's innocent, lifeless eyes, Zhao Sheng's expression eased slightly. Then, his eyes suddenly brightened. Qi Longzi's eyes rolled back and he fainted. With a thought, Qi Longzi slowly floated up and lay flat, as if on an invisible bed. Zhao Sheng turned and walked toward the door. Qi Longzi, as if drawn by an invisible thread, followed him at a leisurely pace. Passing through the deep, dark corridor, Zhao Sheng emerged from the bitter prison cave with a smile on his face. Outside the bitter prison cave, a vast crowd of people knelt, a rough count of nearly 2,000. Looking around, nearly every one of them was muscular, their backs and waists bulging with muscles, evidently gifted with natural strength and extraordinary energy. Upon seeing Zhao Sheng emerge, the burly man kneeling in the front kowtowed and shouted, "Grandfather, Zhao Rixio, greets grandfather. May you enjoy eternal bliss and immortality." As Zhao Rixio spoke, the other grandchildren kowtowed and saluted, chanting in unison, "May our great-grandfather enjoy eternal bliss and immortality." Zhao Sheng nodded slightly and said gently, "No need for formalities. Please rise, grandson, I obey your command." Zhao Rixio kowtowed again and stood up with a reserved expression. The 1,000 or so people behind him also kowtowed and rose, each standing in their place like a chicken, afraid to make a sound. Zhao Rixio was Qi Longzi's firstborn son and Zhao Sheng's eldest grandson. However, because Zhao Sheng had been missing for hundreds of years, his image in his grandchildren's memories had become increasingly vague, and their reverence for him had also grown. Hence the scene today. Zhao Sheng looked at Zhao Rixio and instructed, "Xiao, take your father back to Qianlong Peak and keep him under strict supervision. Treat him as usual, but don't let him come into contact with too many people, and don't let him leave Qianlong Peak." "Got it." Zhao Rixio's body tensed, and he quickly replied respectfully, "Grandfather, I'll remember. I will live up to your instructions." Zhao Sheng nodded and continued, "All right, now take Qi Longzi back. Everyone else, disperse." Zhao Rixio immediately stepped forward, reached out his arms, and hugged his father around the waist, then retreated. Seeing this, the other grandchildren hesitated to speak, but fearing Zhao Sheng's authority, they dared not speak rashly, fearing they would leave a bad impression on their grandfather. Zhao Sheng glanced around, taking in everyone's expressions, but he pretended not to notice. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings, he had no time for such trivial matters. Zhao Sheng casually took out a sumo ring and tossed it into Zhao Rixio's arms. Then, in full view of everyone, he suddenly vanished into thin air. After over 700 years, the foot of Dragon Claw Peak, located southwest of the Wallen Mountains, became bustling again. From early morning, beams of light descended from all directions, landing on the square in front of Dragon Claw Peak. By noon, the square was already packed with people, densely packed, exceeding 3,000 at a glance. Whenever a newcomer arrived at the square, their eyes were quickly drawn to the 9-story tower in its center, refusing to avert their gaze for a long time, their eyes filled with passion and longing. The tower trial over 700 years ago has become a legend within the clan. Almost every clan ancestor who participated in the first tower trial has seen a significant increase in strength. 2 ancestors have even reached the spiritual transformation realm, and more than 10 have reached the nascent soul realm. So, over 700 years later, upon learning that the second tower trial was about to begin, every eligible member of the clan registered as quickly as possible, fearing the prospect of arriving too late and regretting a lifelong regret when the quota was full. As the sun reached its zenith, the Zhao family's 2 great divine transformation ancestors, Zhao Xiandu and Zhao Sanyu, arrived together. The crowd in the square, upon seeing the 2 ancestors arrive, enthusiastically bowed and saluted. These younger generations of the clan, having grown up hearing the legendary stories of the 2 ancestors, held them in deep reverence. However, to everyone's great regret, they did not see the legendary Zizu today. Unbeknownst to them, Zhao Sheng had already been stationed at the 9 Nether Tower, fully unleashing the law illusion, awaiting the younger generation's entrance. Zhao Xiandu glanced at the sky, spoke briefly, and then announced the start of the trial. The younger generation saluted, then, one by one, stepped through the tower gates and disappeared. When everyone entered the 9 Nether Tower, Zhao Xiandu suddenly looked at Zhao Sanyu beside him and said with emotion, 700 years have passed in a flash, and I didn't expect to see the 9th tower open for the second time. Sanai, do you think anyone can reach the 9th floor this time? Zhao Sanai was dressed in plain clothes and barefoot, and said calmly, maybe, maybe not. It's destined by heaven and can't be forced. Zhao Xiandu shook his head and sighed with a little loss. Destined one? I really want to know what a destined one is. There is no hope for me to return to the void in this life, but you, not only have reached the great perfection of the spirit transformation, but you have also broken through the confusion of will in one fell swoop, and your return to the void is imminent. It's really enviable. At the end, Zhao Xiandu couldn't contain his inner excitement, and finally expressed his truest emotion, jealousy. Zhao Sanai looked indifferent, his eyes fell on the tower, and he said lightly, someone has broken into the 2nd floor. Guess who it is? Zhao Xiandu was stunned when he heard this, then smiled, forgot his previous unintentional words, and turned to guessing with interest. Among this group of younger generations, Zhao Xianren has the highest talent. It should be him. No, it's Zhao Chengguang. This person has a very high level of comprehension and can easily see through the illusion of the first law. Zhao Rixin has been promoted to the nascent soul stage. If we talk about cultivation, this person is also a possibility. Zhao Sanai listened quietly to Zhao Xiandu's analysis of the possible candidates, his eyes never leaving the tower for a moment. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.